9:08. Clerk, please conduct roll call.
Supervisor McCowan?
Here.
Supervisor Pinches?
Here.
Supervisor Smith?
Here.
Supervisor Colfax?
Here.
Chair Brown?
Here. I'd like to ask our DA, Meredith Lintott, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We're going to start with public expression. We will not take any public expression if the item is on the agenda for the day. Know that you have 3 minutes, and please read your name into the record before you begin. John Sakowitz.
John Sakowitz, Ukiah. Good morning, Madam Chair, Supervisors, County Council, Chief Executive Officer. I'm just here to implore you once again to consider the possibility of conducting a forensic audit at the Retirement Association. I'm friends with one of two of you, and I like and respect the rest of you. I think if a taxpayer lawsuit were to name the county in addition to the Retirement Association as a co-defendant, I think it would be unfortunate, because I think you're all good people, and I think a taxpayer lawsuit would be expensive for the county. County counsel would have to recuse herself because she also advises the retirement board, so the county would have to hire private counsel for its defense. And also, the attorney who will be taking the case will do so under the powers of the Private Attorney General Act, which means that if the taxpayers prevail, then legal expenses will be reimbursed by the county to the plaintiff, the taxpayers. Again, I just want to reiterate that I don't think this is a gray area. I think the diversion in 2006 of $9.6 million was not a policy preference. It was a violation of the law. Diverting that money into the healthcare retirement account was a diversion, plain and simple, and I don't think the retirement board had that authority. I think the case would have been the same had they diverted $9.6 million to fill potholes. It was the diversion. Subsequent to 2006, you had the violation of the law compounded by capitalizing that expense. You can't capitalize expenses. Again, it's what Enron did. And in the case of the retirement board, they did it with an actuarial accounting trick known as unrealized actuarial gains. So again, I would implore the board to consider one more time the possibility of a forensic audit. I'd like to see it as a calendared item in the future. And I think the county has a very good possibility of making a claim for damages for some of those $9.6 million. Want to remind you that the retirement board has 2 underwriters, one for directors and officers liability insurance and the other for fiduciary insurance. And if there was a violation of the law, I think we can have a claim on both underwriters. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, James Scott Cahall.
Thank you. I'm Scott Cahall, and I'm reading for a person whose care providing responsibilities prevent her from being here. Her name is Lisa Smith. She's apparently been a care provider for her physically and mentally disabled son for the past 20 years, receiving only 55 hours of pay per month. And she says, I care for my own son, paid or not, but what if something happened to me? Who would care for him? The wages are already too low, and people don't want to work for that low wage. If wages are cut again, who will care for my son when he needs it, or anyone else who needs for that matter? Thank you, Lisa Smith.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, Kate Chopin.
Chopin, thank you.
Chopin.
I'm also speaking for Zach Perdue. I'm against the wage cuts. I'm sorry.
Please re-enter your name. Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. I'm Kate Chopin.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm also reading for an IHSS worker who couldn't be here today, Zach Pardue. Zach has been caregiving his wife, who was in a car accident, a coma, had a stroke, and has sustained major traumatic brain injuries. She's 30 years old. He gets 150 hours a month caring for her. Zach was a carpenter before he did this, and he gave up his job. Zach says, "My wife, Adrienne, was in a car accident 3 years ago. The lack of oxygen to her brain caused a stroke, and she was in a coma for 4 weeks. When she was first released from the hospital, she was in a wheelchair and needed my help for hygiene, eating, and using the bathroom. The past 2 years, I've given up my career as a carpenter to take care of her and help her recover. I had been making over 20 per hour, but I could see that I needed to help my wife. Did I mention we have 2 children as well? Very little of Adrienne's care is paid for by IHSS. I don't know if the board is aware, but if you're a family caregiver, you do not get paid for doing things like grocery shopping and other domestic chores. Because we are married, I don't receive any pay for taking her to appointments, doing domestic duties, and many other tasks. Another caregiver would get paid for doing errands and chores. We are already allotted the time for care of Adrienne cut in half. One of her conditions was alleviated through my care, and another cut to the wages for IHSS would put myself and my family below the poverty level. I choose to take care of my wife and have us remain a family unit. I could not support my wife without IHSS, and I cannot afford to have her placed in an institution. Please do not cut these programs. One day you may need a caregiver yourself, and I'm sure you would want your mother, your father, your husband, your wife, and child taken care of in the best possible fashion, in the best way. For my wife, this means being able to be at home with her family where she is safe and loved." Zach Pardue, thank you very much.
Thank you, Kate. Robin Sunbeam?
Hi, I'm Robin Sunbeam. I'm an in-home sports service worker and a member of the United Long-Term Care Workers Union. And I'm here to plead with you to not cut our wages. The $9.90 was hard to win and took years and years to get that high. And I don't know what your salaries are, but I'm sure that it's more than $9.90 an hour. So I've already told you my story in the past, and so I'm here to read you the experience of Erin Fitzpatrick, who is also an IHSS worker, and Erin was unable to come here. My name is Erin Fitzpatrick. I'm an IHSS provider, and I take care of my mother and uncle in their childhood home. I was born and raised in Willits, and after some time away, returned in 2006 to provide care for my family. My family depends greatly on the IHSS program to remain in their home with dignity and as independently as possible. My 72-year-old mother has heart disease, and since I've been home, she has undergone 16 operations, 3 emergency surgeries to maintain her health. Because of the IHSS program, I'm able to help her heal and provide nutritious meals to speed her recovery. My mother, in turn, is able to maintain an active social life, playing bingo and attending water aerobics due to the support that I provide. My 71-year-old uncle has diabetes and dementia, and he is only allowed to remain in his childhood home because of the care that I provide. Without in-home care, he would be forced to go to a nursing home to live out the remainder of his life. His simple pleasures of seeing cats taking a walk around the yard, and to look at the flowers that his mother planted when he was a child, and going to get his morning paper on the front porch would all be taken away. My husband and I are expecting our first child, and we rely heavily on the income that IHSS provides. A cut in the program or a cut in the hours would be detrimental to our well-being as well as our whole family. The people receiving IHSS benefits will not simply disappear when funding or programs are cut. They will remain in their homes for as long as they can, and less services and support until they are forced to go to nursing homes. And I ask you as a caregiver, a daughter and a niece, to continue funding the in-home support service program to help protect my family and many others in this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Penny Cole.
Good morning. My name is Penny Cool, and I am reading for someone who can't be here, for a Ruby Scarberry. She says, I have taken care of Oneida Schumacher for a year now. I have known Oneida for 20 years. I came to visit her one day and saw she needed my help. I never left. For the first month I was with her, I didn't get paid. I still wouldn't leave. Oneida has emphysema, osteo, COPD, and a broken back. Her doctor says she needs 24-hour care. She is also forgetful. She can't use a cook stove or microwave because she forgets they are on. If she bumps against a wall or falls, she breaks a bone. I am only allowed 109.4 hours a month, but I give 24-hour care. With the wage cut, I may have to get another job. Wouldn't that put her health in jeopardy? The job I do, I take seriously. I hope you do as well. Thank you, Ruby Schumacher, or pardon me, Ruby Scarberry.
Thank you. Chief Brett Rhodes.
Hi, Brett Rhodes. I'm the Chief of Police for Hopland Reservation. We have an item on. I won't be speaking about that until you have any questions, but I just wanted to introduce myself to the board so you have a face to match with any agenda items in the future, and be happy to answer any questions at that time. Thank you.
Thank you. Frank Van Vrankeren.
Morning, my name is Frank Van Franken. I'm here to try to help the county with its deficit problems. I have an opportunity, I believe, to follow the format of Oakland County and legalize the growing of medical marijuana. I have a pamphlet here which shows the math, but basically it puts, for the first year, $48 million back into the coffers of the county. It also helps some of these programs that are starving all over the county, the elderly in-home care, children's foster care associations, and other numerous organizations in the county. It also takes all the chemicals and the toxins that are being put into our streams and rivers. It'll stop that, stop the endangerment of children that are involved with parents growing in the wild, give us back our parklands for people to come visit Mendocino County so they can enjoy them rather than be fearful of their life as they wander through the beautiful lands that are probably the most beautiful lands on earth in our county that people no longer get to enjoy. I have a phone number for contact for information. I have these pamphlets I'd like to distribute amongst the council, and thank you very much.
Thank you, and you can hand them to the clerk. Any more public expression? Please come forward. Seeing no one, we'll conclude public expression and move on to agenda item number 3, which is approval of the minutes. The June 15th, 2010 minutes are to be continued. Supervisors?
I move approval of the minutes of July 13th, 14th, and 15th.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes of July 13th, 14th, and 15th. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none. Unanimous vote. Now we're on to agenda item number 4, and this is the consent calendar. Clerk, have we established proper notice?
Yes, we have.
Okay. Items to be pulled for separate consideration. I'd like to have item number 20 pulled. Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was on my list. And then also on item 16, I don't think we need to pull it, but there's a slight typo correction on the second page of the amendment. The top line, it should say contractor instead of contract.
What page was that?
It's item 16.
I got the item.
It'd be the last page in our packet for that item, the top line.
Okay,
Can we just note the correction without pulling that?
I think so.
okay.
With that, I would move approval of the consent calendar accepting item 20.
Is there a second? Oh, Supervisor
Madam Chair, I'd like to
Smith?
pull item number 22 just for a very brief comment.
Is it possible to make the comment
Absolutely.
and not pull it?
Well, one would have to do that before we approve, so that's why I spoke up.
I'll second the remainder of the consent calendar.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the consent calendar with items number 20 and number 22 pulled, and a correction on item number 16. Maker of the motion, is that acceptable?
Mm-hmm.
Second?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, all those in favor of approval of the consent calendar, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, hearing none, unanimous vote. Now we'll go on to item number 22, Supervisor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the point Supervisor McCowan was trying to make is that we could have covered the comment and then moved on with one approval, but that's just a procedural technicality. I just wanted to make note that this is a very, very important issue, and it's moving very, very quickly. We're in a regional partnership that is being compromised by the FHFA determination on the PACE loan concept, and this letter, as you can see, is going forward to Mr. Dodd, the chairman of the House Banking Committee, and Mr. Frank, the chairman of the House Financial Committee, on trying to get a solution set moving forward very quickly on this. I believe that Sonoma County has already sent a delegation to Washington because they already have many millions of dollars out in this loan program, and they feel that their program already on the ground is at risk, whereas ours is in the formation stage and is also at risk. So this is just an entry level letter to make our concerns known. Congressman Mike Thompson has some related legislation. The language is not quite out, but he will be going forward with something that will attempt to deal with this as well. But it really puts a glitch in a major funding stream that was to come to the county on energy efficiency loan program for residential property. I don't believe that the business property is at risk in the same way that the residential property is, but nonetheless, this was also had a strong economic development component for Mendocino County. It is working in that manner in Sonoma County, so I think it's something we need to be very aware of, and we need to continue to push back on the FHFA determination on this, really trying to push the Obama administration and our legislative representatives that we need to change this so it's not holding up the monies that were to come to Mendocino County. So I just wanted to make note of that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. I would like to ask for public comment, if there's any on this particular item. Okay. Item number 20.
Well,
Are we going to?
didn't yet vote.
Okay. Do you want to
So
take a
moved.
motion?
Yes, so
Okay,
moved.
it's been moved by Supervisor Smith for
Second.
approval of item number 22, seconded by Supervisor McCowan. All those favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none. Motion carries. Item number 20 is, has to do with discussion and possible action, appointment of alternate commissioner to the Eel Russian River Commission. Each county, there's two, Sonoma and Humboldt, along with Mendocino, have seats on this commission. Both Sonoma and Humboldt County have alternates. I very much want to have an alternate placed on the commission for Mendocino County in case the appointment of the commissioner and the commissioner is not able to serve. It could lead to the fact that maybe they would call a meeting and wouldn't have a quorum. The reason I pulled it was because it says discussion and action, but there is not a supervisor's name attached. As chair, I usually make the appointments at the beginning of the year, and if this item is approved, I'd like to have Supervisor John McCowan's name included in the motion and to be appointed as the alternate.
I will make that recommendation.
Okay. So that's a motion,
That's a
Supervisor?
motion.
Okay, second?
Second.
Okay. It's been moved by Supervisor Smith and seconded by Supervisor McCowan. Any public comment on this particular item? Seeing no one come forward, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay. Supervisor Colfax, I didn't hear.
You didn't. Yes.
Okay. So 4-1 vote. Do you have any comments, Supervisor Pinches?
I
or-
just felt that I should have been the alternate on that, being that my whole district's in the Eel River, and that seems to be where the issues are in the Eel River with the diversion.
Okay.
I'm not making a big deal about it, I just expressed my displeasure.
Okay. Well, motion carries 4-1. Now we'll move on to timed item. We're 15 minutes behind. It's agenda item number 12A, discussion and possible action, including introduction and waive reading, adding chapter 5.160 of Title V to the Mendocino County Code, imposing a county vital services transaction and use tax. The sponsor is County Council and CEO. Who will begin the staff presentation? You, Mr. Dunnicliff?
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm Steve Dunnicliff with the County Executive Office. The county has struggled to provide services over the past several years as revenue streams have persistently declined. Budgeted expenditures have been reduced by $17 million, achieved in part through unpaid furlough days for staff, layoffs, a 10% cut for department heads and deputy sheriffs, departmental consolidation, and the upcoming closure of the Coast Animal Shelter. Despite these efforts, a projected $4.8 million shortfall remains. Further cuts will more visibly affect the entire community as we struggle to define and provide minimum levels of service. Cuts are only part of a balanced strategy. Revenue enhancements should also be considered. Locally, sales tax measures have been successful. Citizens in the 4 incorporated cities of Ukiah, Fort Bragg, Willits, and Point Arena have all approved the half-cent measures in the past 7 years. These tax measures can only be considered in an election where a member of the legislative body is on the ballot. This is going to be the case in November. As directed by the board on July 13th, staff has prepared a half-cent sales tax measure for consideration and placement on the upcoming ballot. The proposed ordinance would impose a county vital services transactions and use tax of a half-cent on retail transactions throughout the county, unincorporated and incorporated areas, in order to generate revenues that will be placed in the general fund to support general county functions and services for the next 10 years. These functions include but are not limited to law enforcement services, help for vulnerable seniors, disabled, and children, libraries, and road maintenance. Adoption of this ordinance would require a 4/5 vote today and another 4/5 vote at an upcoming special meeting on August 4th. An advisory measure has also been prepared for consideration and is recommended for approval on August 4th. That measure would allow direct public input as to whether or not additional revenue generated through the half-cent measure and collected within the incorporated cities should be shared evenly with those cities through revenue sharing agreements. Currently, the collection rate within our cities is at 8.75% compared to 8.25% within the unincorporated areas of the county. If an additional half-cent collection were approved, these rates would increase to 9.25% within the cities and 8.75% within the unincorporated areas of the county. Based on projections from the county auditor's office, this half-cent measure could raise up to approximately $5.3 million annually for the 10 years that it would remain in effect. It's important to note that even if the measure was successful, collections would not start until April 1st, 2011. So it would be very limited in its ability to affect the current $4.8 million shortfall. That concludes my presentation on this.
Thank you, Mr. Tunnicliffe. Board members, questions?
There is proposed a provision in it to share with the cities half of the rate of the increase?
Half of the rate collected within the incorporated area of the city. So what would be collected within the unincorporated area of the county would be retained solely by the county. Half of the increase collected within the cities is proposed on an advisory measure that could be brought to the people as to whether or not that should be shared with those cities through tax sharing agreements.
When the cities raised their sales tax, they never shared anything with the county.
Well, and that's actually sort of an intricacy with the Revenue and Taxation Code that led to the confusion as to where these collections could be implemented the last time this was discussed. The cities are able to raise the rate within their boundaries. The county cannot just pursue collections within the unincorporated area. It applies to the entire county. So they're not able to in a lot. Well, I won't say they're not able to, but it makes more sense in theory for the county to do this than for the cities to do so.
Okay. And I would like to explain also that we're discussing item 12B, which is the next item on our agenda, but they're intertwined. And so just so everyone knows, we're addressing both at this moment. Supervisors, any other questions? If not, we're going to go to public comment.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Colfax.
This clarification that was brought forward that this would be additive in the cities, and that creates some concern. Have you been able to look at the survey that has been conducted to see whether or not the 400 or so people who were interviewed that gave a positive support finding, have you been able to look and see if in fact there was equal balance between the city residents who were polled as compared to county residents? Because that would be a critical factor into whether or not that it directly affects our decision, but this is precisely the point at which the Board of Supervisors 5 or 6 or 7 years ago decided that it was a no-go for the county to get behind this. And so what I'm wondering here is, have we taken into account the city component, which may not be as positively oriented toward the increase as compared to the county public that would be perhaps more supportive of getting a higher rate? So have you been able to look at the data at all on that particular study?
I have seen only an executive summary on that study. I did note that there are some SEIU representatives here in the audience that might be able to speak a little bit more to the specifics of the survey that was completed. I don't have that information.
Thank you.
Mr. Tunnicliffe, it's probably going to be a question of the auditor. There was a cost to the county estimated by the auditor, and would that be incurred if 12B was put on the ballot as an advisory measure? Because I don't see, what the work is for the collection of sales tax, because most businesses send the money into the state sends us one check. but would the costs incurred in the auditor's office be a result of the advisory measure?
Good morning, Meredith Ford, Auditor Controller. I'm not quite sure what you're asking. There are administrative costs of the State Board of Equalization. They are capped at, from what I understand, $175,000. Regardless of what their costs may be, I think Ms. Nadell has more information.
Are you speaking to the cost that's on the agenda, the front page of the agenda?
The cost to the auditor's office, somewhere there was a cost.
Well, there's going to be a cost to the with respect to the election, and that's what's reflected on the fiscal impact on your sheet, your agenda summary, down at the bottom.
Okay, I thought you had turned in a cost to your office of collection. Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I believe that somewhere in Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you. I believe that somewhere in the documentation, there's a figure of 80 to 100,000 that's listed for administrative fees. I'm not certain if that's what you're referring to.
Yes, I read it. And
but I'm not certain that stays within the county. I thought those fees went to the state. I don't know if the auditor could answer that at all.
That's if it's passed, that's the Board of Equalization fees.
Okay.
But the only cost to the county is to put it on a ballot.
Is the $7,000,
From
right.
$7,000.
So but it did list it as administrative fees, so
Yes.
I'm wondering if that
that's
may
what
be
I
what
wanted
you're referring to.
clarification. I didn't mark
Yeah.
it, so I couldn't
Okay.
find it.
Yeah.
So that would go to the State Board of Equalization.
I believe so. And that was listed with the $5.3 million figure. I believe the auditor said that there was about 80 to 100,000 that would come off the top. And I think that might be what you're referring to.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And sorry I didn't mark that, talking off the top of my head.
But that's only if it's passed.
Right.
That's right.
Okay. Seeing no one else to ask questions, we're going to open public comment. Ross Liberty, please come forward.
Me.
Hi, Ross Liberty, Ukiah. A couple of points, and then I'm going to close with a kind of a question. So the first point is this is the board could put a measure on the ballot to ask the opinion of the voters. But certainly it doesn't go on the ballot from this board without sort of a tacit recommendation. You guys put this on the board, or on the ballot. It's not just we're just asking the voters, it's we're recommending to the voters. Case in point, you're not recommending that they lower sales tax by 0.5%. You're looking for them to raise sales tax by 0.5%. My other point would be the chart that you guys had, I think, at one of the board meetings indicated, and I think Carmel said as much, that from your high water mark, you guys are off 4 or 5% in revenues. Is that about right? Give or take. So you're off 4 or 5%. My sales from 2008 to 2009 were off 35%. So I'm off 35%. You guys are off 4%, and you're going to raise my taxes to help cover it. What? Come on. It's not just tough for government. It's tough for all of us. The other point I would make would be that, or the question really is, really this body, as I've said before, needs to decide what its function is. Is it to provide services others can't provide, the private sector can't provide, or is it to provide jobs? And, are we a lean, is the county running a lean enterprise? Put another way, if you could provide the same level of service with less people and lay people off, would that be a good thing? I mean, that's how you determine if you're a jobs program or are you a jobs program, or is this a way to provide services? And I've asked that question many times, and it's always a rhetorical question. It seems like a rhetorical question, but I'm really looking for an answer. I'm really looking for an answer. Is this a jobs program, Or is this, or should we lay people off? And I'll wait for that answer. I've got 30 seconds.
We have been laying people off.
Can you lay off more? Can you be more lean? Can you do more with less? That's really the question. And if you can, is that a good thing? Is that a good goal? That's my question. Not if you've laid people off. If you could lay more off, is that a good thing?
Well,
Supervisor
I'd like to
Pinches?
comment briefly. This is public expression, but
You can't, I'm out of time.
No, well, I'd like to answer that. I believe that, if you go down to the clerk of the board's office and the board of supervisors, it gives you a good indication of what we're doing throughout the system. Just walk down there, Ross. But I think that, we're down to the point, in the last 4 years, we've, mostly through attrition, reduced the system by about 250 employees, mostly through attrition. And that's 250 county employees that don't have a job, or at least through the county anymore. I don't think that's a good thing, but we just had more than we could afford. But now any further reductions, we're down to whether you talk about our library system, our museum, things like that, sheriff's office, we're kind of down to a bare bones thing. Now it's up to the people to decide. If they want to put up a little more, we'll be able to maintain probably the service level. If they don't, we're going to have to keep reducing. It's whether you want to see reduced library hours or no libraries, or reduced museum hours or no museum, or things like that. That's where we are. And I really think that's one of the reasons I support putting this on the ballot. It's going to give the people a clear choice. We get on different issues. If we talked about closing a library, we fill this room and people get letters by the hundreds, or museum, same thing. So it's really up to the people. If they want to help maintain the level of service that we've come down to now, then they should probably vote for the sales tax increase. If they don't feel that, if they think they want to see, less hours or no libraries or different services cut further, then they should vote no on that. It's a clear choice.
You're saying, Johnny, that there's two choices. You raise taxes or cut services. And that's wrong-headed. I'm sorry, John. That's just not right. There's a third option. There's a third option, and that's be more efficient. And the Employers Council, I know, has offered to put together a committee of folks from the private sector that would go through with the county, and we'd really need your help. We'd need this body's help. But go through and look at the processes. And I got to tell you, John, I've looked at it, and there is a lot of efficiencies left to be had. This notion that we need to cut services or raise taxes is simply wrong. It's wrong, John. There's more they can do to be more efficient. And it's everywhere. This place is rife with it. This is what I like to call an opportunity-rich environment. There is a lot of improvement opportunity for efficiencies. But the problem is, if, like you said, if you believe that it's a bad thing to lay people off and get the same level of service, then there's no point in going there. Because if laying people off and getting the same service is a bad thing, we've got nothing to talk about. Because in fact, our way of looking at the world, that's a good thing. You freed those people up to provide service to somebody else in some other way. That's my time's up.
Thank you.
Imagine that, we disagree on something.
Mr. J.R. Rose?
My name is J.R. Rose. I think most of you know me, Madam Chair, members of the board, staff. I got two things which I like to bring to this board's deal. As a senior and seeing that a lot of our services have been cut, I, for one, will support this action, providing that if this tax is collected, that it's used for what the people voted in for. And I mean, when you get to this, we usually find out, like the sales tax that we've did on the gasoline years ago that was supposed to go for the improvement of roads and stuff that went into the general fund in the state. I advise you to be sure that if this goes into effect, that you use it for what it's for. I would support it, but I also like to remind people that once a tax usually is put into effect, even though they put a time limit on it, it usually never goes away. That you also have to consider. I think this is a good idea, like I said, if you use it for what it's proposed for. But if it goes in for other things, then I think you've defeated the cause in which we're trying to get the tax on. Therefore, I would support it if you use it for what it is. And I've talked to a lot of people out there, and they would support it. Like Mr. Pinch said here one day when he asked a question and this room was full, how many people would support it? And I think everybody in here, about 95 or almost 100% of them raised their hand and said they would. I think you'll find the county will support it if it's used for what you recommend it for. But if it doesn't use for what you recommend it for, I wouldn't want to be in your shoes on your next election. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine, and I could read your last name.
My name's Christine McKee. I'm the general manager of Microfor in Willits. And I'd like to share with you what we have experienced through these economic hard times. Our revenue is down 50%. I cannot go out and increase revenue. I go to my customer, increase my price, my competitor takes me and takes the business, and that's revenue that's lost to the county of Mendocino jobs and so on. So I don't have that option to put something on the ballot. What I have to do is I have to look at my resources, what I have, what's important, what my priorities are, and what I've done is I've cut my workforce by 50%. And I've taken the remaining 50% and I put them on work share. People that are on work share don't vote. That's just the fact. And they're the ones that you are impacting the hardest. When you say 0.5% and they don't get a raise for 1%, 2%, 3%, they don't have the option to go to the internet to circumvent a sales tax increase. They're forced to buy here locally because they're limited transportation. You have a forced audience, and that's who you're impacting. And that is a majority of the people in this county. When you increase the sales tax and I have to go buy equipment, you increase my cost, my competitive cost, which I cannot compete in California, and I have to source to China. That's more jobs lost. So everything has a cause and effect. And you need to consider not the quick fix, but what you can do and use the resources within the county to show that you have really gone through the process. Laying off people and increasing your revenue is the easy answer. But what have you done to reduce and eliminate waste? Why is this printed in color? You're saying that you have a deficit, yet you print it in color. That's not acceptable. I don't print in color. We need to get a reality here, and you need to bring it back down and look at your services, eliminate the waste, eliminate the redundancy, and you have a pool of people that seek continuous improvement and have the knowledge to help our county. This is our county. And we want to see it function, and we want to see it efficient, and we want to see our people taken care of. But I don't want to see our government overwhelmingly growing and expanding, and I have to compete against the county as an employer. You pay your employees better than what I can actually pay. You take my employees, my key employees, because the county is a better place to work. But because I'm paying so many fees and taxes and income taxes in California, I can't compete with you. So that tells me that you're living beyond your means. And now you're saying we don't have enough money to continue. This is our answer. And I'm not convinced that you've fully reached out to the county and the people, the true people that you're going to impact, that are trying to live day to day and be at 9.25%. That's even higher than most Bay Area counties.
Your time is up,
Thank you.
but thank you very much. Wendy Roberts?
Hi, Wendy Roberts. I have a question, actually, that's a question of fact. If this is projected to produce 5.3 million annually eventually, how much of that is going to be in the incorporated cities rather than in the county? Because whatever that number is, it's going to radically reduce the amount that will actually come into the county for services that are needed in our unincorporated areas. So I would really like to have that number, and I would like that number to be public so that the voters have a sense of what the benefit to the county is going to be. I find this misleading. I'm sorry to say, I find the name of this initiative misleading. And I'll just say that what I hear is that people are willing, and I don't have a vast sample, but I have a pretty good size sample, and that they're willing to support fire and deputies. That they are extremely skeptical about putting more money into a general fund, and they're discouraged and disturbed by, I'm going to be right honest here, over and over I hear that the salaries at the top in general, but that the supervisors' salaries are a problem to them, and that we have two supervisors who I believe are the only people left in this county who haven't taken a pay cut. And I'm just being very candid about the feedback I hear. But, you know, I hear a lot of yeah, we do it for fire and police, but that isn't what this is about. So I have reservations about whether people are going to find this acceptable. And that's just something I'm sharing as the feedback I've had. I really would like to know what that number is, though, the real number that this would bring into the county budget, because I think that's the critical one to put out to the voters.
It's on page 3 of the report that's attached to the agenda summary.
Okay,
Madam
great.
Chair, could I, for the
Great.
listening audience, could I read what the estimate?
Yes.
If, Wendy,
Supervisor
to answer your
Pinchas.
question, if the projection from the auditor's office said the half-cent measure would bring in $5.383 million, the county of Mendocino would get approximately 3.7. The city of Ukiah would get approximately 977,000. The city of Fort Bragg would get approximately 356,000. The city of Willits get approximately 319,000, and the city of Point Arena would get approximately 17,000.
Great.
But
The
that
other
is
comment,
also-
by the way, that I read in when we were just up in Eureka, Arcata has a 9.25% sales tax, and the business people we were talking to said that the consequence has been a mass migration to shop in Eureka.
Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I believe these
Thank you,
figures.
Ms. Roberts.
I believe these figures are based upon the 50% share for the incorporated cities. So these numbers would reflect the 50% share for the cities. So if you want to know the estimated revenue from each of the incorporated cities, you would double the amount shown there. So approximately, 1.7 million.
No, that's not true. That's not true. That's the total split. That's the breakdown of the 5.3 million, is what I just read.
Okay, so these figures are the breakdown before the 50% split?
That's the cut that the cities would get, that I just read.
Overall.
Yeah.
With the 50% split?
Yes,
This is
including that,
that's
right.
what I'm saying.
Okay.
This reflects what the cities get with the 50% split.
Yes.
So if you want to know the amount of revenue raised in the cities, you would double this amount. If this reflects the 50% split, right?
Well, right, but that's included in the 3.7 that the county gets.
Understood.
Yeah.
But if you want the gross amount raised in the incorporated cities, you double the amounts reflected here.
Madam Chair, I believe the initial figure from the auditor was 1.7 or 1.8 million in the unincorporated areas. So the 3.7, you're right, Supervisor McCowan includes that, but the unincorporated was only about 1.8, I believe.
By itself.
By itself, right.
Madam Chair. There's only one estimate that's not in this projection, and that's nobody knows especially when you get into a sales tax range in the 9% area, of how much sales do you drive away out of the county to other areas. Then you lose the whole point of sale, and that's my biggest concern. That's the scary part of what business we're going to, and not only does that hurt the jobs in Mendocino County and business growth, but it's going to hurt, then you don't have the point of sale, so then you don't get any of this percentage of sales tax. Mm-hmm. So that's not in there. There's no way you could project that. We just had the speaker just talk about how the city of Arcata had a very negative effect on that.
Okay, I'd like to go on with public expression, public comment on this particular item. Mr. Jim Hool.
Good morning, I'm Jim Hool from Redwood Valley. I appreciated Ross Liberty's comment from a small business owner complaining about the way he's hit by a sales tax increase, because the sales tax, despite what people like to think about it, is a very regressive tax. It hits the small guy first and most lethally, and it is not a cure-all. In fact, it's probably the worst way to increase government revenue that we've ever devised. But we fall back on it and fall back on it. Our governor falls back on it. He raises our sales tax. He isn't going to touch those wealthy guys that funded his election campaigns, nor all of his friends in the legislature. In any event, sales tax is very regressive. It hurts the small man. It takes from his necessities of life. There are three other ways to raise taxes, and you say there's a choice on the November ballot. There's no choice. You're not offering us either this or this. You're just saying either you raise sales tax or you don't raise sales tax. That's not a choice. The real choices are, number one, raise real estate taxes, increase revenue, and raise real estate in a progressive way so the people at the top end pay a larger share of the real estate taxes. Second one is to reduce the salaries of the highest paid members of the county government, which we've kicked that one around already. The third one, of course, is to cut services, which you've done a considerable job on already. So those are some of the choices, rather than just going to a regressive tax. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Weinberg, do you want to turn in the speaker's form? And I think Supervisor Colfax may have a question of you. Please give your name for the record. Yeah.
I didn't realize you were recognizing me already. Michael Weinberg, SCIU Local 10-1. Thank you for this opportunity to speak before you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Really pleased that this item is on the agenda for consideration or possible consideration by the voters. I hope that you approve it. And I think if I had one thing to say, I would say let the voters decide on whether they want to increase their taxes to provide for the same level of services. So I applaud you for taking the first step towards that. I want to go back in a little bit of history, and I apologize. I'm not claiming to be an expert. Just from what I've been able to hear from talk to people, is that the board has been talking about a possible tax increase for some time, but was hung up on polling and whether it was useful for the board to spend money on polling or not, and decided that it was in the best interest to spend that money on services and to not do the polling. So SEIU went ahead and did polling for you and found overwhelming support for a tax increase across all supervisorial districts, people in incorporated cities and in the unincorporated area, and excuse me. And so the board has taken that and prepared this measure for possible addition to the November election. However, you're now deviating significantly from what the polling said. And the polling talked about a 20-year tax with citizen oversight, and you've made it a 10-year tax with no specific citizen oversight. And I think that's okay. That part's debatable. But then we need to talk about a companion measure to advise on how to spend the money. I think that's a serious mistake, because if we're going to be able to campaign to pass this, we're gonna want to do it based on what the polling says. And the polling didn't talk about any precise cost sharing, even though the cost sharing measure is advisory only. The board has that ability anyway, without this second measure, to share money. And in fact, the board would be able to share even more than 50% of the money generated in the cities, for example, without this second measure advising the board. So I would ask the board not to pass 12B and stick with just 12A as it is now presented or prepared, and let the voters decide. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Jacqueline Carvalho.
Good morning, Madam Chair, County Council, CEO. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on this issue. I agree with Michael in terms of letting the voters decide on this. But I also want to talk a little bit about the business owners and the impact on the community and everything else. We're kind of in a catch-22. We've lost over 250 workers in the last 18 months. That's a 25% reduction in labor. It's impacted the community. We've reduced salaries over the last 18 months by at least 10%. That was over $3 million for just the SAI unit. The sheriff's deputies just got a 10% pay cut. The department heads took a 10% pay cut. So we are doing things, and part of the impact of that is exactly what the business owners are talking about. We don't have the money to spend. That little 10% that we reduce people's salaries is the only 10% they have to go out and rent videos or buy equipment or anything else. And the people that we lay off are leaving the county. I mean, this is a catch-22. I don't think there's an easy answer. I think that every decision we make compounds the other decisions, and I think that's why we're kind of in the place we're in. I know a lot of people that have been laid off are not out of they're gone out of Mendocino County altogether, and they've taken their families with them. So I don't think there's an easy answer, and my only comment is that we are hitting on all fronts. It's not an easy decision to make, and the only comment I can say is that I agree with let the voters decide. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, supervisors. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the public comment in part bears out that it's unfortunate that we didn't have more time to spend working with the different stakeholders in the community, but we don't have that time now. So I think we do need to move forward. I think it is appropriate to let the voters decide. I think it is also appropriate to have the advisory measure, but I am also concerned that we are not including fire and emergency services in the realm of public safety. We're only including law enforcement, and I understand there's been some communication by the administration and perhaps with one or more supervisors with some of the fire chiefs, but I don't know that the people that were spoken to were representative of all the volunteer fire departments in the county or the emergency ambulance services. And the circumstances that these different districts find themselves in very widely, and there may be some that have a sufficient tax base because they have a parcel tax and so forth, or fee for service, whatever it is, that supports their budget. Some of the rural ones are really in a lot of trouble, and I wouldn't want to leave them out of the equation. I'd like to leave the door open so that those rural fire districts and ambulance services that are struggling, for instance, to pay their workers' compensation or something like that, or maybe they need a little administrative help to be able to adopt a parcel tax for themselves, or at least look into it, because a lot of them, they simply don't have the resources to do anything more than go to training and respond to the emergency. So I would like to see us add fire and emergency services into this, and also perhaps consider having an advisory measure that would reflect the purposes that we state in the ordinance, and simply to ask the voters, and I kind of thought that was what might be coming forward, so that the voters would not only say, are you willing to share with the cities, but also they would say, do we approve of these uses that you're laying out? Law enforcement, hopefully fire and emergency, libraries, seniors, disabled roads, and have the voters ratify, yes, this is what we would like to see the money spent for. And I think that really puts any future board on notice that you better not deviate from this list.
Supervisor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I think those were a number of good points, Supervisor McCowan. I have concerns as well on the ambulance service and fire response. In fact, prior to you being on the board, this supervisor brought to the board an item out of LAFCO that was addressing that very fact. And unfortunately, and we had a lengthy discussion, we had the previous fire chief from Sonoma County here talking about their resolution of this issue countywide. And unfortunately, that issue went to the executive office, and there it languished, and there was never any resolution of that very important issue. I don't really believe that this measure before us is the appropriate way to deal with that, given my historical involvement through LAFCO and quite a bit of detail being discussed at LAFCO, then ultimately coming to the Board of Supervisors, as this is ultimately a county responsibility. So I think we need to move forward with 12A today. I am concerned with respect to advisory measures, and I would like council to comment. I believe that the door absolutely is open to providing essential services. That's what this is about. And in fact, it is truly only an advisory, whatever measure, if we choose to put any on that are advisory, they are just that, they're advisory. But given that there is no maintenance of effort, given that we make decisions yearly on all of the budgetary units, I think it almost obfuscates what the bottom line issues are with respect to increasing dollars into the budget. If you're attempting to put a direction on it, it really complicates measures, and I don't know that that's the appropriate course of action. I think it could really create more confusion. I think it would be certainly the intent of this body and any future body to be as judicious and comprehensive about the expenditure of that money, like we should be with any money. In fact, the item that polled the highest in this poll was support for libraries. And I feel that if you start naming certain groups and you leave other groups out, that really divides the voting base, and it really sort of says we have these priorities, not these priorities, and different people have different opinions about that. Everyone is really, really hurting, and I agree with Mr. Hoole's comments that this truly is a regressive tax, and that is unfortunate that there is that component to it. But what I've heard frequently spoken on the coast, and a wide variety of folks have contacted me, they said, we think this is going in the right direction. Let the voters decide. And we also want to see tourists contributing to the local economy, of which there are still many frequenting the coastal regions. So I think that we don't want to limit ourselves or complicate the matter any more than is necessary, and I think leaving it as a general directive makes the most sense, because I've heard from a number of groups, they want to be included, unless we want to name, 15 essential county services, and then really what is really the point? I think we're the decision makers, and we need to show that we were doing this in a judicious fashion. I think the historical layoffs this year and prior years, the cuts that we have undertaken thus far, and we are not through. One previous person addressed that, and no one really got the comment in that the layoffs are still far from over with respect to this fiscal year. And by the end of this fiscal year, we will have seen far more positions vacated than any of us really would like to see, because there will be some, even despite efficiencies, there will be some reduction of county services. That's really inevitable. So I really think today we ought to move forward with 12A. But I would like council to comment if the door really truly is open to providing monies, as Supervisor McCowan has suggested. County Council?
Right. We left it vague enough under finding number 3. We included certain services, but we also had the provision in there that it's including but not limited to those particular services. So there is flexibility there. And I also included a provision in the ordinance that allows us, or nothing in the ordinance will prohibit the county from entering into any revenue sharing agreements with other local agencies. So we're covered there. This is a pretty standard ordinance, and it's required to be approved by the Board of Equalization before you take action on it, and we've gone through that process as well.
Thank you. Supervisor Pinches?
Well, I'd like to remind the public out there that this proposed revenue increase, tax increase, may generate about $3.8 million to Mendocino County. In the big scope of things, that doesn't even pay the workman's compensation bill that we pay on county employees for the year. In 9/10, we had a total employee cost with salary and benefits of $108 million. So now that's after we've reduced the system by 250 employees. So to add $3.7 million to that, certainly it helps, but it's not really, we talk about, giving money to the fire district and all this. This is just an attempt to try to keep our head above water. This is not going to be the silver bullet for the county's finances, not by a long part. We're still going to have to reduce the system. There's still going to be cuts. This is just an attempt to try to keep our head above water. But a $3.8 million revenue increase is not by any means the solution to Mendocino County's financial problem. As I said, it takes over $4 million just to pay our work comp bill for our county employees at this level employees. So $3.7 million in extra in revenues is not going to leave enough money for all departments and all areas and services out there. And I don't want anybody to think it will. It will help, but it's not the solution. The solution to Mendocino County's finances is we got to allow some economic development to come in here. We need to get some initiation of sales, which brings up all sales taxes, and that's where we've lacked. It's instead of taxing the decreasing revenues, we need to increase the revenues at the point. And this county has been had a very bad record for the last 40 years of doing that, and now it's really catching up with us because the people need and want more services than we have the revenues for. So, but I don't want anybody to think that if they pass this sales tax measure, that it's going to be a solution to Mendocino County's budget problems, because it's not.
Supervisor Colfax.
Thank you. I'm a little concerned here about the revenue sharing element that is playing a part in this. We are not prohibited from this, but is this going to be recognized as an essential part of the arrangements that go forward when one's voting? How does one present this to the public? We may do this, but then again, we may not.
Are you talking about the advisory measure?
Yeah.
An advisory measure is a measure that gets placed on the ballot, and it's advisory only. The board is not bound by any vote of the public with respect to the advisory measure. As you recall, a couple years back, you put an advisory measure, for instance, on the ballot, should the United States get out of the war in Iraq. That was an advisory measure, non-binding on anybody. It's the same thing here, but with sales tax initiatives, advisory measures are good because they assist the board in determining how the public views, the sales tax and where it should be spent. But again, it's not binding on the board in any event. It's merely to assist you. And you can have more than one advisory measure on the ballot along with the sales tax initiative.
Thank you.
Supervisor Pinches.
So without the advisory measure, if we just move forward with 12A in the recommended motion, that wouldn't give the effect of the cities getting half of the increase, right?
That's correct. In fact, I'm not even recommending that you take action on the advisory measure today. If you want to adopt an advisory measure, I'd rather you wait until the 4th, until you've fully adopted the ordinance. But the ordinance allows for the Board of Supervisors to enter into revenue sharing agreements with the various cities if this ordinance should pass by the voters. But I want to caution you in the sense that any revenue sharing agreement must be related to a legitimate public purpose. In other words, you don't just enter into agreements to share money with the cities because it could be deemed a gift of public funds. So there's got to be some real thought put into these agreements if we do go that way with respect to sharing revenue with the cities.
Yeah, yeah, but right now, without any vote of the public, we have the ability and actually are involved in tax sharing agreements with the city.
Yes.
So that's not a...
That's not uncommon. It's not.
It's not a requirement of the electorate and we are negotiating with at least one city, City of Ukiah. So 12A, that recommendation, that would just put on the ballot the sales tax measure countywide.
Well, not yet. What 12A is the introduction and waive reading of the proposed ordinance. That will require today, a 4/5 vote today, and then we will bring it back to the board for final adoption on the 4th. And on the 4th, you will also consider a resolution to place the matter on the ballot. So you have some steps here that you have to take. This is the first step.
But for the immediate dispersal, if this passed, that would be a future advisory measure.
No.
By 12A, what we're talking about here today to move forward would just give the tax, if it was passed, the tax increase revenue to the county 100%, right?
That's correct, if it passes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you want to include an advisory measure, if you want the public to kind of give you help in terms of how you want to allocate the funds, then the advisory measure would be placed on the ballot at the same time. And that's something you can take action on the 4th. We just put it on today's agenda for discussion to see if you even want to go down that road and if you want to do more than one advisory measure or modify this advisory measure so that we can be ready for the 4th. Because the 4th is the last day you can do anything because we have to get everything to the elections office by the 6th.
I don't think we should confuse the issue.
And I think it's important to announce at this point there are arrangements for a special meeting on the 4th of August. The reasoning behind that will be in Covelo for an off-site meeting on August 3rd. We felt that the public couldn't attend up there if there was further deliberations, or maybe not the number of people that would like to come speak. So a special meeting, if we need one, will be on the 4th. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we should move ahead with the introduction and waive reading of the ordinance. As County Council points out, the advisory measure, or even whether we wish to share any of the revenue with the cities, is a separate measure. I am concerned that we should include fire and emergency services specifically. I understand Supervisor Smith's point that, well, we could name 15 or 20 additional worthy services that at least some members of the public or interest groups would like to see included, but I really think fire and emergency services are really key services that everyone in the county depends upon. And we do have a list in paragraph 3 of the findings that includes law enforcement, vulnerable seniors, disabled, and children, libraries, and road maintenance. So it's a simple enough thing, I think, to reference fire and emergency services in that finding. And I believe that's the only thing we need to do with regard to the ordinance, and it doesn't create any internal inconsistency on my reading of it.
Supervisor Pinches.
Well, this issue of the city's not sharing in the revenue, you know, the
But
county Mendocino.
Supervisor, point of order, we don't need to discuss that right now. We could focus on the ordinance
That
right
would
now.
actually be on 12B.
Well, yeah, but I'd just like to make a short comment that, you know, it's the county of Mendocino that supplies the public defender, the district attorney, the jail, and all that. So the cities benefit just as much as the county from those services, you know. So I think it's important, you know, when we talk about the city sharing in the revenue, the county shares, not shares, but provides most of the cost to those very expensive general fund departments. And so, you know, it's, I'm a little reluctant to share the revenues because, you know, if the cities want to share the expense of our public defender, our district attorney, our probation, our jail, and all of those departments that are very expensive, then fine. But like I say, this 3.7 or $5.3 million is not going to be the silver bullet. It's going to be just basically to help shore up basic services. And as you talk to the sheriff and the district attorney, those are constitutional services that we're mandated to provide. So the 3.7 million or the 5.3 million isn't the solution to that. It's just going to help with that. And the cities benefit just as much as the county does from those services.
I don't disagree with anything you say with regard to that. And it's not a long-term solution. I think it's just a measure that's intended to help the county and maybe to some degree the cities at a time when our budget is in free fall. And there's no quick fix out there available to us. I would move the recommended action with the addition of fire and emergency to the third finding so that the operative language would read, including but not limited to law enforcement, fire and emergency services, help for vulnerable seniors, disabled and children, libraries, and road maintenance. And that's on page 1 of the ordinance.
Supervisors, there's a motion on the floor. We need a second to further discuss it. Hearing no second.
Well, Madam Chair, if we could, I mean, we just heard an amendment to the, and I want to at least read the, where he wanted to put the change of the ordinance in there first.
It's on page 1, paragraph 3, under findings, the last sentence, or second to last sentence.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor McCowan. We have a second by Supervisor Pinches. Clerk? Can you please reread the motion?
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, Ms. Angelo?
Thank you. The executive office has had discussions with 5 of the fire chiefs here in this county. And as Supervisor Smith had mentioned earlier on, there had been discussions over the past couple years with the prior CEO and fire. At this point in time, we're diligently working with fire to look at the county service area. And so I would ask that if this board really wants to include fire in this ordinance, that you hear from fire on that as well. Certainly with the executive office working with fire, there has not been an interest at this point in time to be part of this sales tax initiative. We have been looking at the CSA, which we think is really the appropriate venue to provide the necessary funding for fire, and also looking again at Prop 172.
And a CSA is County
Service Area 3, which is the unincorporated area.
Correct. Supervisor Colfax.
Well, I concur very strongly with the CEO. That whole area, bringing that into the discussion, and at one level trivializes it. On the other hand, it does not address the larger issue that we've been dealing with on a fits and start basis for the last 5 or 6 years. And I think here that by putting that into the ordinance, it's advisory, be true, but once again, I would hate to see that thing come back and bite the board as one of the things that is going to be taken care of when we have these very critical services that are out there that need financing. But I do not believe that we should be putting it in even as a whiff of an intention to provide or to make some of these funds available to the emergency services and fire needs that are substantial in the county and need to be addressed in a more comprehensive fashion. That's ongoing. That's why I didn't second the motion and would not support the motion, precisely because it adds a dimension that we are capable of dealing with in a different and more effective way.
Madam Chair, with that, I'm going to rescind my second.
Okay.
Might speed the process up.
Supervisor McCowan.
It would be appropriate to ask if there is any other second to the motion. Otherwise, I'll withdraw it. I will withdraw my motion, but I will not support an alternate motion that doesn't include the option for fire and emergency services. They don't have to take the money if they don't want it. There are some fire districts that are desperate for even a small amount of additional funding.
Supervisor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I think it's unfortunate to try to start dividing it up this way, and I've had a number of discussions with more than one fire chief, but I'm pretty well versed with the fire issues in my district, and Supervisor McCowan, what I'm concerned about taking the sales tax route is, as the CEO said, the appropriate mechanism for fixing serious problems, really wall-to-wall in this county in various areas, they exist throughout the county, is really going through the CSA 3. I worked on it before. I did my job. I got it to the Board of Supervisors. I did outreach to Sonoma County. It was here. It was acted on by this board to make it a priority, and the previous CEO really dropped the ball on that issue. That's unfortunate, but I do believe that Ms. Angelo has tried to pick that ball back up, and I am very concerned about the equity issue, where you have it's the parcelization issue, and I can see why we would maybe think an easy fix is just to apply some sales tax to it, but it really doesn't deal with the equity issue in the volunteer fire departments, where some parcels are paying for fire service and others are getting the service and they're not paying for it. And I think that really needs to be rectified. We need the most cost-efficient, effective, and most rapid resolution to that, and I think that the county should take the lead. We're in the best position to take the lead, and it's going to take some resources to really grapple with that problem and figure out through the LAFCO process how we best really deal with that. Because as one fire chief said to me, the people that are paying for the fire service are really also paying for their neighbors that are not paying at all. And it's not a fair issue, and including it in this measure doesn't rectify it. And I think it's a job of government to try to go through the right pathways to try to get it fixed. I concur it's a major problem, and I've already committed that I'm going to take this very seriously and try to move it forward to its appropriate resolution. So I would, Supervisor McCowan, ask that you take all of this information under consideration and consider supporting the measure as is. I think it's a better, we really will get there, and you certainly can support that. And I believe that we will get cooperation and hopefully consensus from the fire groups about how to move this forward. And I believe that the 172 issue can also be addressed in the future. So I think we've got that tandem approach, but we really need to fix the parcelization inequity that exists in this county. And it's widespread, and we really do need to deal with it. So I would hope that we could support the measure as is and know that that is a commitment that I believe the CEO has already made to the fire districts.
And I have to support that as well. Our fire departments, volunteer fire departments, and ambulance services have greatly struggled. This was an issue when I first started coming to supervisors meetings back in 1986. This would have a sunset clause on it as well. I think we need a permanent fix in helping all of our emergency services, and certainly fire is a very important, and other emergency services that they provide is another important component. And I'm willing to work on that and make sure it is a priority. Supervisor Pinches.
Well, the ordinance, the proposed ordinance says it's included but not limited to. So that gives us the ability. For instance, 3 years ago in our general fund, we had a little extra money, and we felt we wanted to help the fire districts, and we give them a small general fund allotment of dollars. So, and that would still give us that ability, you know, if a small fire district, say up in Piercy, lost their fire truck or something, and they need $20,000 to help buy a new truck, we still would have that ability. This doesn't eliminate fire services, Supervisor McCowan, not by any means.
And
but I think Supervisor Colfax is right by saying it may lead them to the thinking that they're going to get a whole lot of money, and I don't think that's the case here. So
supervisors, we need to move this along, please.
The ordinance allows that to happen, though. It doesn't eliminate emergency fire services.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. By the same token, specifically including fire and emergency services doesn't mandate that we will provide money to them, or that anyone has to take the money if it's available. But fire and emergency services are very popular with the public, and we would presumably, we are putting the ordinance on the ballot because we would like it to pass. And I believe it increases the odds that it would pass if we specifically reference fire and emergency services. And I want to say one more thing, that we have talked about a solution for the rural fire districts for more than 20 years. And it's been active before this board for the last 4 or 5 years at least, and we're still talking about it. At last year's budget session, we made a commitment that we would solve this problem this budget year, and we haven't even talked about it this budget year. We are not going to solve it this budget year. I'm confident we will be talking about it for years to come.
Okay. We have a 9:45 item that we're almost an hour late for. I need to move this along.
I will move the recommended action with the reservation stated.
Second.
It's been moved by Supervisor McCowan, seconded by Supervisor Smith. Any comment to the motion? Seeing none, Clerk, we are going to vote by the vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, is there direction on whether this board would like us to bring back the advisory measure for further discussion on the 4th?
I don't support it, and it's going to take a 4/5 vote. So
Okay.
if there's one of the supervisors that don't support it, they should say so now and save our county attorney lower.
Okay.
Supervisor McCowan?
Right. No.
4 of us do have cities in our districts. All of those cities have tax measures. 2 of them have tax measures with sunset clauses, and they are concerned about the effect that this sales tax measure may have on their ability to go back to the voters in approximately 4 or 5 years seeking approval for their tax measures. So reaching an agreement to share sales tax with the cities is ideally a way to either gain their support or at least forestall their opposition, because we do want it to pass. And just as there are many county services that the city residents benefit from, it's also, I think, in the public interest to see that the cities are also appropriately funded to provide the services that they do. I support the advisory measure. I also support reaching a tax sharing agreement for this tax specifically. And I think it will go a long way to assuring the passage of the measure. Ideally, before this goes to the voters, we would have tax sharing agreements with the cities to share 50% of the revenue collected within their jurisdictions. Otherwise, why would they support this, and why wouldn't they instead perhaps actively oppose it?
Good point, Supervisor McCowan, but I'd like to stop for just a moment. Clerk, you didn't get to read what was the vote on 12A,
sorry.
did you? Yes. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, Supervisor Smith?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I agree. We need to move on today. It, as with the recommendation of council, was that we not debate and make a decision on 12B. So I believe we need to bring it back next week. And to Supervisor McCowan's points, I think we need to consider it next week and go from there. And it doesn't require, it's not the same, maybe council could reference it one more time quickly. We don't need to have 2 readings of item number 12B. We did that with 12A. We will follow up at the subsequent meeting on, I believe, as the chair said, August 4th. 12B is an associated measure, but it doesn't have the same requirements.
That's correct. The advisory measures, a resolution to place an advisory measure on the ballot only requires a majority vote. So what I'm hearing is that on August 4th, there'll be a special meeting to do the second reading of this ordinance, to adopt the resolution to place it on the ballot, and I will go ahead and put on the agenda the advisory measure again, and you can decide at that time if you want to move forward with it.
So what time, excuse me, I'd like to have 2 words. Thank you. County Council, do you know what time that
I think we
special
discussed
meeting?
it at, the meeting would
10
begin
a.m.?
at 10 a.m.
Okay. Supervisor Pinches.
My only point was, Madam Chair, if you polled the board right now, maybe if there's 3 votes that don't want to move forward with the advisory measure, that would save the county council a lot of time and effort. Was my only point.
She's already written it.
Okay. That is what I believe is going to happen, yes. An agreement between at least 4 or 5. Okay. All righty. I'm going to call for a 5-minute recess, then we'll go right to solid waste issue, and that is item number 7D. Please, supervisors, 5 minutes, not more.
Depending on direction on 7D, then the letter potentially would be moot if we don't follow the recommendations in 7D. There's a lot of information, background information provided with item 7D. I hope everyone has had an opportunity to review it. The ad hoc committee did meet with staff, including CEO Angelo, County Counsel Nadell, Director of Transportation DeShiel, and Solid Waste Director Sweeney. We met separately, then we met with Solid Waste of Willits, heard a presentation from them on different options, and then the county staff and the subcommittee then met again. And first of all, everyone's preferred option among the parties who met was, or I'll say the ad hoc and Solid Waste of Willits, would still be a way to find that the original agreements could go forward that were approved by the board on June 22nd. We still feel that's the best option for everyone involved, including Fort Bragg. However, we need to recognize that the Fort Bragg City Council may not agree with that point of view and may wish to retain active management operation of Casper. And if that proves to be the case, then it may be appropriate for the county to consider altering the JPA or even canceling it, because I believe the direction of the board to this point is that the county is not interested in being in the transfer station business. It has proven to be an albatross that has cost us millions of dollars over the last several years. And so the recommendation of the ad hoc committee is to, and this can be found at the bottom of the summary of request, would be to continue discussions, negotiations with Solid Waste of Willits to implement the agreements for operation of the county transfer stations, except Casper, and to consider cancellation of the Casper JPA. The point of the letter is to make it clear to Fort Bragg that the county does not wish to be in a confrontational position. However, and it acknowledges, as the staff report for 7D, it acknowledges Fort Bragg's concerns. New information that only became available, I think, on Thursday shows that Casper is projected to operate at break even for the current fiscal year, fulfilling Casper's or Fort Bragg's objective. But a Casper-only solution doesn't fulfill the county's objectives to no longer be in the garbage business, to be assured of not having a general fund subsidy, and to resolve other county solid waste issues, such as how do we address the issue on the South Coast. So Casper-only solution may work for the City Council. It does not work for the county, and therefore the recommendations put forward. At the same time, the door is completely open if Fort Bragg wishes to articulate what changes in conditions, if any, to the set of agreements approved June 22nd would address their concerns so that we can move forward together. The county would welcome that. I would also ask CEO Angelo to report on the Fort Bragg City Council of last night, and then I'm sure Supervisor Smith could supplement that if she was in attendance.
Please go forward.
Okay, Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you. I did receive a correspondence from City Manager Linda Roofing today saying that at the meeting last night, the Fort Bragg City Council unanimously agreed to authorize the board to raise the gate fee at Casper to $28, and that the excess revenues could go into the countywide transfer station system, and that the City of Fort Bragg recognizes the financial situation that the county is in and would like to support us as much as they can. They are concerned about the long-term future of Casper and the necessary modifications that need to be made to the JPA. So that's my report from the city manager, and I'm sure Supervisor Smith would have more to add. Thank you.
Sure, go forward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I did attend the City Council meeting in Fort Bragg yesterday evening, and the Council, and there was considerable discussion. The Council came to what I think is a very rather generous offer given the circumstances. As just to remind those listening and my colleagues that of concern of late of the city of Fort Bragg was the lack of contract compliance, if you will, with respect to the specifics mentioning the Casper budget and the Casper only budget, and that revenues generated or costs associated with Casper were to be relative to the Casper operations and not applicable to the countywide system. There's a lot of history to this. I don't think we need to go into all of it, but as we know, the city has been moving forward with its insistence over a number of years that there not be any subsidy that the city would need to provide for the operation of the transfer station, which is our mutual responsibility. Steps have been taken in the past to raise gate fees, but I think as we have heard here previously, the various other factors with respect to the volumes, the gate fee increases, incremental at best over time, have not kept up with the costs associated with it. So Fort Bragg was again revisiting this issue of late. The data was not all in at the time, and I think we have before us the specifics from Mr. DeShield, Director of Transportation, that give some of the budget breakdowns and give the city the information they'd been requesting with respect to Casper operations. It also references the operations at our other 5 sites. The city, until yesterday evening, had been insisting that, per the contract, that this would be an operational budget and function just solely for Casper and not countywide, it not being their concern how the other transfer stations operate. It is, of course, our concern that they all operate efficiently and effectively, and that we can maintain service in these areas of the county represented by the 6 transfer stations in total. What I think was significant about yesterday evening is that the city chose to not continue to insist, once they had the data, and a meeting has been referenced that would be conducted in August for the Joint Committee to reconvene and meet in a noticed public setting, that they were not insisting at this point in time that the adherence to the contract occur. There were discussion from all 5 council members. It was suggested that they know the county's in a difficult position. $28 gate fee has been referenced throughout these discussions, both with the privatization option and with the option for the county to continue to operate the transfer stations as the point of reference going forward. So the city said that they were willing to, for a period of 1 year, not insist that revenues generated at Casper remain at Casper, and that they were fine with the $28 gate fee, recognizing that Casper probably doesn't require a $28 gate fee to operate in a neutral position, but they really understood the county's position and felt that this would be an interim step, that it provided they were stepping up in terms of that this is a partnership in all aspects of it, including the landfill closure component, which is not really before us today. But they were trying to really say that, hey, we understand what you're facing, and we're willing to step up and contribute what we can to the overall operations of the transfer station and its current budget parameters. And with the additional information that was supplied to the board, I think this last week, the ability with slightly reduced hours at some of the stations, the $28 gate fee happening concurrently with that, that a budget picture going forward of a neutral draw to the general fund and relative to Fort Bragg's contribution as well, being neutral, that the option was there. And I think that the city did a good job in that they want to preserve their rights under the existing contract. They're not foregoing those. They did agree yesterday evening that the JPA needs to be revised, and that was spoken by the city manager as well as, I believe, one or two other council members as well. So this is only an interim step, but I think that they really are showing leadership in terms of giving the county more time and more flexibility in order to grapple with all the issues that we are facing with respect to the budget balancing strategies that need to be in place for the solid waste function. So Mr. Sweeney attended that meeting as well, and he may want to comment in addition to my comments if there's anything I missed or the board has questions.
Mr. Sweeney, do you have any additional comment to Supervisor Smith?
I think that covered it pretty well. I would just like to add that it was reiterated by me to the City Council that the preference of the Board of Supervisors was that the privatization package from June 22nd be considered and accepted by them. And I wanted to make sure they understood clearly what was driving the county's objectives there, which is to make sure there's no future subsidy for the transfer station operations. And I pointed out that if they were not interested in revisiting the privatization contracts as submitted, then they should expect that the county would find other ways to advance the objective of zero subsidy for the transfer stations. And as Supervisor Smith indicated, there wasn't really any indication by the council that they were going to reconsider their actions of June 28th.
Okay, thank you. Supervisors, Supervisor McCowan?
And so therefore, there was no discussion of what conditions, what changes in conditions, if any, to the agreements approved by the county on the 22nd of June and rejected by the city on the 28th would change their position. They didn't have discussion about if the county does this or if the, agreements were changed in any way, that might meet their approval. They were focused just on how do we make Casper work.
The City Council, the answer to your question is no, they did not go into looking at the June 22nd package and seeing how you could change this or change that. The City Council had before it everything from your agenda summary for today. They had the whole picture of the different possibilities and different questions and problems. And I hesitate to represent the city any more than the communication which Carmel Angela received. But I think it's fair to say that their primary concern is that they did not want to see any hasty action that comes out of a confrontational atmosphere, that they value very much the 43-year history of partnership between the city and county, and that they wanted a timeout, if you will. They wanted to show good faith and give the county as much flexibility as possible so the county would not be constrained to take one particular response or another, but that depending on how the county's perception of moving forward took place, that the county would have the greatest options for whether to enter into a specific, more limited privatization contract or to continue operation by the county under some terms. The city, I do not believe, is particularly anxious to find itself in a situation where it is left with the sole responsibility of operating the Casper transfer station.
Supervisor Pinches.
Does the city of Fort Bragg understand that, first of all, city of Fort Bragg residents are also county of Mendocino residents too, but does the city council of Fort Bragg understand that with not agreeing to this agreement and moving forward with their cooperation, that it puts the county, the other transfer stations, in a position where we're reducing the hours of operation and the service delivery system by right to half of what we have? So do they understand that the county has to, with them or without them, we have to move on and do other things if they don't want to come along with this agreement? I mean, I can see where they're maybe focusing on what's good for the Casper transfer station in the city of Fort Bragg. But in the bigger picture, the county of Mendocino and the remaining transfer stations, to go to 50% reduction in hours and service, to me is not acceptable. So we need to push forward with a privatization agreement. And certainly, you know, it would, in my opinion, be the best interest in Fort Bragg to do so. And if not, if they think the Casper Transportation is such a better deal, then maybe let them have it and let them take over the operation completely. I'm not opposed to that.
Based on what the council members said last night, I think they were very much aware of what the point you're making, Supervisor Pinch, is that they saw that the county's challenge in trying to do a deal for the 5 small transfer station only was a very tall mountain to climb. And they were trying to make a concession, if you will, trying to make a good faith offer, saying you can keep Casper in your mix, Casper with 52% of the total volume of the system. You can keep it and operate it, if you choose, as part of a continued integrated 6 transfer station system, even though they were saying, to quote them, I hope properly, even though they were saying, we have established that if we wanted to press our right under the Joint Powers Agreement, we could press our right to have a Casper-only rate and hold it to where it is. And we're saying, to help you, county, we will say for a period of a year, you can raise that rate at Casper the same as you would raise it at other sites if that will help you balance your budget. So they were, you know, in their own way, cognizant of the county's challenge.
Go ahead.
And I understand that, but just an example, approximately 5 years ago, we had a head injury at the South Coast Transfer Station, and it cost the county a little over almost $900, just under $1 million, actually, for the cost of that. And by the county still operating one or any of the transfer stations, it puts us at that could happen tomorrow morning. As you know, the county's self-insured, so we have to eat that. Where if we contracted with the private sector, these transfer stations, they would carry their own liability insurance, and we would be indemnified against that. So those are costs that can come. It could come tomorrow or next week, but we're still at risk over there. And so I hope that they understand the full implications of this, you know, and then when we're talking about our general fund cost for the last 10 years to operate the transfer stations has been astronomical, probably in the $10 million range for the last dozen years that we've basically, I mean, I'd a lot rather have that $10 million sitting in the bank, but we don't, it's gone. And so the city of Fort Bragg needs to understand that the train is leaving the station and they can either be on the train or they can go in their separate direction. But I want to work with the city council, but they need to understand that we have a problem here. And I say we, the county of Mendocino, which includes all of city of Fort Bragg taxpayers, and we're trying to solve the problem.
I do have an announcement. We will be going to closed session no matter where we are in this discussion by 25 after, because we've made a commitment for a window of time to do that. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the the flexibility of the city of Fort Bragg, but I think they are not really getting the point that the county has made a policy decision, and while the action may somehow seem hasty to the city of Fort Bragg, as made clear in the agenda item, it's been under discussion for more than 3 years at the county, and this board has consistently given direction to staff to pursue a privatization agreement. Up until June 22nd, a majority of the board was not satisfied with the specific agreements, or actually lack of them, because that was the first day that we actually had a complete set of agreements that could be voted on rather than a concept. But the board has given a clear direction that we do wish to move forward and not be in the business of managing the transfer stations, because these agreements are the only thing that guarantees no net county cost. It resolves the other outstanding issues, such as what to do at South Coast if those improvements become necessary. And it resolves all of the county's solid waste issues at least through 2024. The offer of Fort Bragg to raise the gate fee to $28 at Casper, consistent with the proposed rates at the other transfer stations, should the agreements go forward, would itself, and then to share those funds countywide if necessary, would itself require an amendment to the Joint Powers Agreement, because the Joint Powers Agreement currently provides revenues received at Casper stay at Casper. So to do what Fort Bragg says they want to do would require amending the JPA. And who knows how long that process may take. Also, moving forward as they suggest, does not set aside any funds for the capital improvements specifically for Casper or for a future proposed long-haul transfer station in the Fort Bragg area. And so just to boil it down to the simplest terms, it's really a decision point, I think, for the city of Fort Bragg to decide, is it in their best interest to suggest conditions to the county that they would find acceptable so we can move forward together with the package of agreements, or do they prefer to have complete administrative, operational, and budgetary control of the Casper transfer station, in which case the county is more than willing to accommodate them. I really think that's how the decision boils down. And I think probably in deference to the hour, we should probably hear public comment and then come back to this after the closed session.
I would just like to comment. I fully agree with you, Supervisor McCowan, and so we will go to public comment. I'll be very strict with the 3 minutes. I do not have speaker cards. Anyone desiring to address the board, please come forward. State your name for the record, and I'm going to be strict. 3 minutes, not more.
My name's Jacqueline Carvalho with SEIU, and I just feel like I want to say this now at the onset of the privatization of solid waste, in that I don't believe that this will be the last attempt to privatize under the current administration. It's my belief that there are several other opportunities that could present themselves in the future in terms of privatization. So for my part, philosophically, in probably 99% of the cases, I'm not going to agree with privatization. In some cases, I think in this particular case, it could be considered a gift of public funds. In other situations, I just think that it's government's responsibility to offer the services at the lowest possible rate. But that being said, I'm not going to single-handedly prevent a privatization. But what I do hope to do is be a little more cognizant, a little more courteous to the employees that are affected. In this particular case, and I realize that the overall viewpoint is that we laid off the solid waste employees as a budgetary implementation rather than to further the privatization. I don't believe that, but I understand that's how that's being presented. But what we have right now, and in the interim as this is going forward, is we have an account specialist 3 running a transfer station, and we have 2 engineering interns running a transfer station that were trained by the exited employees who are now on unemployment. And as Mr. Pinches points out, we did have a catastrophe at one of the transfer stations. And when I asked in the meet and confer on the impact of layoffs for these individuals, how in God's green earth can you justify having an account specialist run a refuge site? The answer was other duties as assigned, and that it's temporary for about 2 months. What I'm saying is, if we're going to enter into an agreement like this, can we respect the employees that are still on staff, that are trying to do their level best? The animal control people asked them to extend the 2 animal control officers in Fort Bragg, extend their layoff notice for a month to accommodate the county. They're doing that. Now they have to resign because they can't take the jobs over here for monetary reasons. But I'm just pointing out that I disagree with the people who are currently operating the transfer stations, and I disagree with the way that that those employees were handled. And on one of the subsequent and upcoming things, we're going to try and get some DOT positions for equipment operators. The job number's the same for the equipment operator that was laid off, and I believe that individual should be considered for that job without having to apply. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else? Please come forward, state your name. No, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Mark Johnson. I'm a resident of Fort Bragg and a resident of Mendocino County. I attended the meeting last night with the Fort Bragg City Council, and I'll try to make 2 quick observations. There was criticism made of the county in terms of its internal communication. Fort Bragg City Council seems to be confused as to who they're dealing with. In fact, there was specific questions raised about why are there 2 committees, the coordinating committee that has 2 different supervisors than does the ad hoc subcommittee. So you might want to take that into consideration in terms of making it clear to them who are the negotiators for the county. The other matter that I wanted to mention addresses this question of what Fort Bragg did last night in terms of what their decisions were. It was an informational item seeking direction to staff, which they gave to the city manager, Linda Roofing, to continue negotiations for up to a full year with the county, with the idea being that the city would agree to an increase in the gate fee from $25 to $28, with the notion that at the end of the year they would see how that affected the overall operation of the budget at Casper. And that was pretty much where it ended. And at the end of the discussion, the city attorney, Mike Gonya, asked for clarification as to whether the negotiations for a modified or a new JPA would address the question of privatization. And it was pretty clear that the city council still rejects privatization. The directions given to the city manager were to offer up an increase in the fee from $25 to $28, but for the county to continue operating the site for the next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Please come forward. Seeing no one, it's back to the board. We have 5 minutes. Then we're going to go into closed session. I guess the statement I want to make is I'm somewhat confused too about the coordinating committee. I'd been on this board for a year and a half. Never did I have a report. There's indications that it was inactive for quite a number of years. I think the JPA needs to be cleared up. I think that very clearly is a job that the coordinating committee should be doing with the JPA. I don't know how many meetings they've had in this last year. An ad hoc committee was appointed because it was, I believe, clear to a majority of the board members that there were many remaining issues and we needed to get through those issues and have surety that what was being brought to us was well thought out, that all the issues and concerns, and I think I was the one that asked if the city of Fort Bragg had all their issues and concerns addressed in the agreement that came forward. I was assured that they had, and so it's something we need to get worked out. I support the letter that Supervisor McCowan and Pinchas put together. We do need to go forward. We do have an ad hoc. I'm not quite sure on how the process should work. However, I'm open to hear what my colleagues feel. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I believe the Joint Coordinating Committee is charged with making recommendations for the operations and the budget at Casper. And specifically, they review the budget, they make recommendations to the Board of Supervisors based on the budget, the city council members recommend to their city council on the budget. They get that input. The Joint Coordinating Committee comes back together and then jointly makes recommendations to the board. But then the board retains the ultimate authority to adopt the budget as they see fit, based on all of the input they receive from Fort Bragg and the Joint Coordinating Committee. So the JCC is charged primarily with reviewing operations at Casper and the budget at Casper. The ad hoc committee was appointed to finalize the agreements for privatization and to meet with Solid Waste of Willits for that purpose. So I would, and I think that whether, cancellation is probably not the appropriate action, but I think everyone agrees that at a minimum, the Joint Powers Agreement for Casper needs to be amended. In what manner it would be appropriate to amend it is going to depend on whether the board succeeds in reaching a privatization agreement either for 5 transfer stations or for 6. So, and I think that issue of what specific direction should be given with regard to the JPA can be deferred until we see if there's an agreement before the board that provides for privatization of some or all of the transfer stations. So with that, I would move that the board authorize the ad hoc committee of myself and Supervisor Pinches to continue discussions, negotiations with Solid Waste of Willits, assisted by CEO Angelo, County Council Nadell, DOT Director DeShiel, and Solid Waste Director Sweeney, to attempt to arrive at a privatization agreement for the 5 transfer stations. If information is received from Fort Bragg that there are changes in conditions that would allow them to go forward and include Casper, then the committee could then include that information and negotiate towards the and negotiate an agreement for all 6.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Supervisor McCowan, seconded by Supervisor Pinches. I want to stop right here. Clerk, did you get the entire motion? Okay. Okay. Supervisor Smith.
Madam Chair, I was holding my comments because I believe you said that no matter what we were doing at 11:25, we would break, and so I think we need to continue this till after.
Okay. And we also need clarity of the motion, and I think it's extremely important that this motion be correct and reread, and perhaps each, it was a very long motion, that
So
each supervisor get a copy of it when we come back out from closed session.
And perhaps I could work with staff, including county council, to make sure it passes legal muster? Or do you, on the face of it, do you see any issues?
The agenda basically allows for discussion and direction to staff, so I think that's what you were doing through your
And
motion.
we have, that's 7D, and then we also have the 7E.
For the audience, how long is closed session?
Okay, closed session will be conducted from 11:30 to, I guess it's an hour, and we'll, how do we proceed with that? At 1:30? Okay, but we have a 1:30 timed item. So we do have people here. I think it's important that we set a time. So would this board be willing to come back at 1 o'clock?
Or why don't you just have postpone, continue this item till 3 o'clock?
Can we continue it to 3 o'clock?
Sure.
Board members?
That'd
Are
probably
you-
be the best, as long as they know.
We could do it at 1 o'clock.
Okay, 2 suggestions, continue to 3 o'clock. I want a time for the public plus the media.
Let's come back at 1 then.
Okay. I have 2 for coming back at 1 o'clock, so we will be back at 1 o'clock to discuss this item. Okay, we're going into closed session.
4 o'clock, 6 o'clock.
How long do we have at the moon? It's always changing, so strong. Your face comes shining through, my baby. Can't stop staring. Oh. wild eyes bring me home again. Those walls can crash into the sea, my babe. It's no use crying, it's your
Convening into open session. We went into closed session and came back out about 12:30 in order to have a lunch recess. No action was taken. We will be going back in to closed session at the end of our open session today. So on the agenda, we have items dealing with solid waste issues and board direction. We did have a motion that was made. I asked that because we had a predetermined time and a window of time that we had to meet with staff in closed session and our negotiator. So we do have a motion, and I ask that it be put in writing so each supervisor as well as the public could have a copy and know what the language is in the long motion made by Supervisor John McCowan, and I believe it was seconded by Supervisor Pinches. Is that correct, Clerk? Yes, it is. Okay, I'd very much like for you to read the motion.
To authorize the ad hoc committee to continue discussions, negotiations with Solid Waste of Willits, assisted by the CEO, County Council, Department of Transportation Director DeShiel, and Mendocino Solid Waste Management Authority Solid Waste Director Sweeney for 5 transfer stations, excluding Casper, or for 6 transfer stations if information is received regarding changes in conditions that would be acceptable to Fort Bragg.
Thank you. Is there comments? Supervisor Smith?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Speaking to the motion, my concern is that with the new information from the City Council in Fort Bragg's meeting yesterday evening that was reported here today, previously in our morning session, that this is really not, this is not advantageous. It's not advantageous in terms of how we're working with our partner, and it's not advantageous on the financial side of things either way. So I think it's premature, and I don't think it's timely to go forward with this. I think I'd like to just reiterate what was agreed to by the City of Fort Bragg, not so much the specifics, but the spirit in which it was done, and also remind my colleagues and the listening public that Casper represents over 50% of the total volume of all of the total volume of all the transfer stations. So it's no small matter that we are in this partnership with them. And I think that given their decision last night, their direction to their city manager, which was unanimous, that they continue to support countywide operations by not insisting on the literal and total implementation of that contract, that it's something that the county should take note of. I think we need to start working in new directions on partnerships, and I think that giving this a little more time, that was the point that they made, is that they were giving the county time to look at the solid waste operations, implement the $28 gate fee, and adjust hours accordingly, and that it could be a break-even proposition. And I think with appropriate oversight and management, it could be exactly that. So I think it's really short-sighted on the part of the board to insist that this go forward, especially with the component here in the motion, the direction for the discussion about 5 transfer stations, all of us knowing that really those are all subsidized in some form or another by the higher volumes at Casper. Having that excluded from the negotiations, it means that we're going to be looking at rather increased fees, I would imagine, and that citizens are going to pay, or the county is going to pay, with respect to the board majority insisting that we go forward with the 5 transfer options. And I think that There was nothing final about the decision from Fort Bragg last night, except their intent in terms of cooperative governance, that they give the county the latitude that we would need to work out these issues in the next 12 months. And I think that that was a very magnanimous offer, given how things had come to them with respect to the Casper-only budget, as was discussed prior to our break. It is, in fact, the Joint Council's responsibility to do that. But at the last meeting that we had, there was not a Casper budget to even work with. The first time that the city received a Casper-only budget, which is in compliance with their contract, was on July 23rd, and I believe that's also when the board members received it. It is dated per Mr. DeShield's memorandum, July 23rd. So it might have been available to some individuals before that, but I believe that's when the city received it. So I feel that we're not working on our partnership with the city in going forward in the matter presented here. And I think that's unfortunate, because I think truly they took great steps last night to really reiterate and recommit to the partnership. And I think it's unfortunate if the board doesn't take this opportunity. Thank you.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, if we had all the time in the world, it'd be fine to delay this for a year, but I don't think we do. And in fact, given the proposal for reduced hours consistent with reduced staffing, I'd like to hear from Director DeShield on what his timeline is for implementation of the reduced levels of service based on the reduced staffing.
Well, as I believe I told the board at the meeting of the 13th, we're taking some time to get the business in order, but by the end of August would be our timetable to do that. Just a few comments to what Supervisor Smith had said. In fact, Casper hasn't been able to subsidize any of the other county stations because, in fact, Casper has also needed general fund subsidy. Admittedly, not to the high percentage of the other station. It certainly is the stronger of the six, but there really hasn't been any money to move towards other stations up until the projections for this year. Might add, the projections for this year are based on these reductions in hours that, for the first time that we can project, show Casper actually in the black, which is a good thing. And obviously the city's offer to allow us to use that money for our whole operation is generous, but by my calculation it's maybe $20,000. Right now the budget that I'm in for this year, if we just kept operations the same, has us going in the hole by about $300,000. So there's still a lot of general fund on the table, and I need to make these reductions in order to get us in the black for this coming year. I'm already 2 months, you might say, late on doing that.
So just to reiterate, your projection is the county continues to operate the transfer stations, or the county continues to operate the transfer stations. You're projecting a net county cost of $300,000 for this current fiscal year.
The current fiscal year that we're ending, let me be clear, that'd be the 9-10. Our projections are that we're in the hole. We're in the red by that much.
By 300,000.
About 300,000. I haven't got the exact numbers yet because we're still closing things out.
Well, no, but now July 1st, we've begun a new fiscal year.
That's correct. And we have made adjustments. And going forward, if we're allowed to complete the plan for change, reduction, we should be in the black for that whole budget.
But that's based on drastically reduced hours of service.
That's correct. The proposal or something similar that I brought forth on the 13th.
Thank you.
Supervisor Colfax.
This might be a little bit of a sidebar, but I'd be interested in hearing, Mr. DeShield, your response to the Mr. Sweeney's recent last letter, I believe.
Sure.
In which some of the concerns that we have upcoming would seem to have perhaps addressed some of the more draconian aspects of what you've proposed. And I'm a little concerned here that we have not really given that the kind of hearing or the attention that perhaps should precede a motion where, in fact, we're essentially cutting off. It's either fish or cut bait. So, could you comment about the level to which you could reduce the or increase the? What would you put it this way? What's your response to Mr. Sweeney's presentation? I guess is the most general kind of request I can make of you.
You're referencing the memo he sent me.
Yeah.
You know, it's obviously a very thoughtful, considered, and possible alternative. That doesn't change the fact that on the 13th of this month, this board directed me to go ahead with a plan very similar to what I brought here. I could continue to analyze everything from completely closing solid waste all the way to status quo operation. I mean, and Mr. Sweeney has picked a scenario that's sort of in the middle. It proposes a fee increase to $28 an hour, proposes a much more modest reduction in service hour operations. He also has brought to my attention, and it's true, the renegotiation of the metal hauling from Casper is a plus. There may even be improvements in the recycle market, which is part of what thrust us into the problem we're in now, was the economic collapse there. That's starting to recover. You know, last year at this time, when I put the budget together, I thought I had a budget that was in the black when I submitted it to you. I've got, like I say, $300,000 of red ink on my face right now, so I'm going to be a little leery to be too optimistic about what the coming year might bring. I'm hopeful if things went better and we tried something more in the lines of what Mr. Sweeney's proposed, it may work. Just next year when I walk in here and I have a bleed, you know, I don't think you all are going to be very happy with me. So I prefer to try to pick a course that I'm fairly confident will make the mark.
But my concern here is the course, you're picking a course, survival of the present system, and you can't obviously make this, but this resolution that's before us, the item that's been brought, that we have printed out over lunch, is pretty, is a major shift.
Yeah.
I mean, it's privatization, and we do not have any real evidence that privatization will, in fact, be as effective, particularly when we cut off Casper. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying. So, wouldn't it be more sensible at this point to say, okay, continue as directed? I'm just asking. I don't have a scenario here for you. To continue as you have with the major cutbacks and so forth until that can be analyzed, because that can be analyzed in terms of the universe of variables that you can come back and say, well, it's going to cost us $70,000, it's going to cost us $700,000 to do what Mr. Sweeney has suggested. But when I looked at those numbers and looked at the proposal, I thought this is a third way. Right now, we're all but throwing out the third way and going to, well, let's terminate Casper if Fort Bragg can't get their act together. That might be an option, but I don't think it's one that we should be moving to at this point, and spending a huge amount of time trying to figure out how we're going to deal with Casper, how we're going to deal with the fallout, and how Solid Waste of Willits is going to respond to the non-Casper option that would be presented, I presume, if the committee comes forward with it. So doesn't it make sense at this time to reject the motion that's been brought forward and say, Howard, analyze the material. I know you can't do it endlessly, but again, we hired Mr. Sweeney to do a lot of work for us, and he's put a lot of time into it. Doesn't it deserve yet one more shot? Because there's no emergency here in terms of what you're going to do if this thing does or does not go private. And so there's no need to be to bail out at this time. And I think that's maybe what's happening. We're bailing out that option or we're dropping that option, better term. And I think that's wasting a real opportunity. Or am I way off base on this?
Well, what I love about this question is you've really asked me thing that's a policy consideration for the board. So my advice would be that if the board directs the ad hoc committee to go back and look at another contract possibility, that comes back to the full board and is defeated, very well, you could have the alternate right there, send DOT back to analyze this more middle ground position and operate. I will operate under whatever policy guidance I get from this board, and I'll try to make that work as best as I can. That's really a decision that the 5 of you need to make.
Supervisor Pinches.
Supervisor Colfax, you said that there's no emergency. I think when we're facing here next month, reduction in our service and our hours at our county-owned transfer stations by 50%, I think there is a little bit of emergency here. I'd like to remind this board that of all these financial analyses that have been done, none of them, and I refer back to the almost $1 million injury that happened 5 years ago at one of the transfer stations that had very little activity going on. And so the likelihood of an accident or something with the transportation, because of the high volume there, is a lot greater. But none of these financial analyses show any cost associated with injury, accidents, or liability that we've had. And we have, as a county, because we're self-insured, we have to deal with. Where if the private operator had their insurance policy, it indemnifies the county and keeps us from that possible cost. And like I say, the last time we had a possible cost of just under $1 million. So I just want to remind the board of that. That's something that weighs heavy on my mind.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This motion does not reflect a major shift. It is entirely consistent with the direction that this board gave on June 22nd. And proceeding forward along these lines is the only thing that will guarantee that the county will not have a net county cost for operation of the transfer stations for the current fiscal year or any other fiscal year, at least through 2024, resolves every county solid waste issue through 2024, and retains the current hours of operation and service at all of the transfer stations. Nothing else is going to accomplish those objectives that the county has set out. So we're really just rehashing the disagreement that we had on June 22nd, and I suggest we vote.
Supervisor Colfax,
Well,
very quickly.
it's hardly a rehash. I mean, we're talking about something, the 2 words, excluding Casper. That's not a minor thing, and it's also something that affects 2 supervisors' districts who happen to be in a minority here. It's wonderful to hear the Ukiah supervisor being so upbeat and confident about this. But the fact of the matter is here is that in this particular thing, when you say it's a continuation, once again, I have to say, no, it's not a continuation. It's something very, very different, and it's as if we're driving down the road. Maybe I don't agree we're going in the right direction, but now we're going in the wrong direction and we're swerving off into the trees. And I do not quite understand here why the confidence that you see there is not shared by a couple of supervisors who have been dealing with the Casper situation and have been back and forth and have been meeting over and over again and have tried to resolve some of these issues and have had a little more of a history than the supervisor from the 2nd District.
Supervisor McCowan.
Perhaps because in line with the board majority, I am pursuing the county-wide objectives of the board rather than the narrow focus of Casper only, which does nothing to achieve the long-term objectives identified for the county, including the solution for what happens at South Coast if the tipping fee at Annapolis continues to go up and up and up. Working out some arrangement for Casper does nothing for your constituents on the South Coast who are currently hostage to the gate fee at Annapolis.
Supervisor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, contrary to that, Supervisor, it isn't a small matter with, just Casper and just 2 supervisors on the coast. The actual volumes of that one site are more than the collective volumes of all the other sites. What happened last night in Fort Bragg is that they extended themselves as a partnership. They talked about, we listened, they talked about an enterprise zone and that this is how this should have been managed. And when I made my comments, I said this supervisor has been attempting in her votes over the last 5 years to try to operate the solid waste transfer stations as an enterprise zone with appropriate management, not looking at the budget once annually and then just waiting a year and coming back. It takes constant vigilance and monitoring. Mr. Sweeney could give us details on the increased rates of the recyclables. There also are the metal increases that have already been documented. I mean, this is a changing framework moment to moment. And I just believe it's really in the interest, when we're talking about more than 50% of the volume in the entire county, that we work with our county partner and not throw away that relationship in the insistence that we move forward in this rapid fashion. I think that that's not good for building partnerships. And I disagree. I think that with the $28 gate fee that we can institute, as per our discussions all along, that went along with privatization, or if the county was going to continue to operate it as we have been, the $28 gate fee was part and parcel of that. So with the same kinds of fee increases that we've experienced under the current proposed privatization model, I believe with the budget that we did receive and the scrutiny of the services at all the transfer stations, and with the assistance of the city of Fort Bragg vis-a-vis not insisting that they impose the literal contract language on the county, that we can actually balance this as a county operation. We can do it. It's possible. And I think that is what we need to step up and we need to do.
Supervisor Pinches.
Supervisor, you say that we can do it. Last year, I remind this board that we took the $295,000 5% franchise fee, put that into Budget Unit 4510. We had about a $200,000 budget cost in 4510. Then we had about a $200,000 budget overrun. So that means right around $800,000 was our actual cost to the general fund to run our transfer stations last year. Now, if the city of Fort Bragg offers up another $20,000 or $30,000, that doesn't change the overall picture we have significantly. And I've been hearing this for how many years now, since 95 when I come on this board, that, well, every year we're going to do better in Budget Unit 4510. We're going to get the cost so there's no general fund. And if you add it up and go back to that period of time, you're talking $10, $11 million. And I hear the same argument, well, we're going to do better. Well, we'll raise the rates more. Well, that's fine. The more you raise the rates, as Howard said last time we talked about this, it gives people other options, dumping it over the bank or taking it to other places and whatnot. It just doesn't work that way. So I appreciate Fort Bragg offering up another $20,000, $30,000 a year, but that's not going to significantly change the cash drain that we have in this chain. We have a company that wants to take over these transfer stations and give better hours of service, give buyback opportunities and everything, put improvements at the South Coast. Those are things that aren't even proposed for us to do in the future. It's a clear choice. The reason I support privatization, because it works and it's going to give the taxpayers better service and save the taxpayers a lot of cash. And to prove that, look at the history of the 3rd District in the last 15 years. What privatization? It's been in place for 15 years up there.
We'll see.
Okay. No more discussion. Clerk, once again, please read the motion, and we're going to be voting by the button.
That the Board of Supervisors authorize the ad hoc committee to continue discussions, negotiations with Solid Waste of Willits, assisted by the CEO, County Council, Department of Transportation, Director DeShiel, and Mendocino Solid Waste Management Authority Solid Waste Director Sweeney, for 5 transfer stations, excluding Casper, or for 6 transfer stations if information is received regarding changes and conditions that would be acceptable to Fort Bragg.
Okay, let's vote.
Motion passes with Supervisors Smith and Colfax dissenting.
Okay, thank you, Clerk. Now, we do have a timed item. We are a couple of minutes early.
Well,
Oh, wait, we have 7E.
Well, if you would like to take that item up now, it is a letter intended to ramp, notwithstanding the discussion we've just had, the letter is directed to the city of Fort Bragg. It's intended to ramp down the polarization that unfortunately developed around this issue and make it clear to the city of Fort Bragg that if they do have suggested changes in conditions that would allow them to go forward with the agreements that are currently on the table, that the county is more than happy to entertain those changes and to attempt to negotiate them into any agreement. It also makes clear that the county and the city may have different policy objectives, and if that's the case, we need to recognize that. And if the city of Fort Bragg is intent on a Casper-only solution and how to make Casper function the best that it can, that may work for the city of Fort Bragg. It does not fulfill the county objectives of guaranteeing no net county cost going forward, and also resolving other county solid waste issues such as South Coast. So it's intended to provoke a frank discussion on the part of Fort Bragg as to what their interest is. Do they wish to participate in the county on a solution that will also guarantee them no net county cost? And if they have other particular conditions that will help them agree to these agreements, we'll entertain that. But if they really are focused on maintaining operation of Casper as a publicly operated entity with the potential risk and benefit that goes with that, then the county will not stand in their way. But so we just need to recognize we'll work together if we can, but we may have different objectives, in which case it may make sense to review the joint powers agreement. And so I'm hoping that even though we disagree on the basic issue, we would agree with the sentiments expressed in the letter, which essentially are, let's find a way to work together on these issues. And if our interests coincide, wonderful. If they don't, then we have to figure out cooperatively where to go from there.
Thank you, Supervisor McCowan, and I feel the item, the letter itself gives the history from the perspective of, what has occurred the last 2 or 3 years. I think it's important that we have written documentation. I think it's important that we continue open lines of communication with the city of Fort Bragg, and it's an excellent letter, and I'm going to vote in favor of it if we have a motion. Okay. Public comment. This is addendum item number 7E.
Which was an addendum that came out on Friday.
Yes, the addendum came out on Friday. Letter to Fort Bragg City Council regarding solid waste issues and board direction on 7D. Supervisor Pinchas.
Madam Chair, if there's no public discussion, I'll make a motion to send the letter to the City Council of Fort Bragg.
There is a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay. Supervisor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think with the really progress and discussion and the outcome of that discussion at the City Council meeting last night, that really it would be appropriate to revamp this letter in the spirit in which they gave their direction to the city manager last night. So I don't think that the letter is on point on a number of the areas. I don't think we really have time to discuss it today. And in light of the decision that the board majority just made on the previous item 7D, I think that we really should let that process go forward. And I think that the city extended itself last night, and I believe that they did it in a unanimous and a magnanimous way, and I believe that it really is just a slap in the face to have the board go forward with what we did under item number 7D. I think it's not really recognizing and honoring that partnership, and I think that that's unfortunate. So I don't think the timing nor the content of the letter is appropriate at this time.
Supervisor Colfax, were you first with, go ahead.
I think I may have been. Go ahead. But
Oh, okay.
to the
Supervisor
contrary,
McCown.
to the contrary, Supervisor, the letter was written based on the assumption that the board would take the action that it just took. So it is timely, it is on point, and it's directly in line with the action we just took, but putting it into context and making it clear to the city of Fort Bragg that although we've clearly said what the county policy objective is, we are more than open to working with the city of Fort Bragg. Now, I do agree that based on the action the city of Fort Bragg has taken, for which we have not really received official notice, the county should have a response to that, which I think we can consider for our August 3rd agenda. So we should have a placeholder on that agenda so that we can have a letter responding directly. And on one level, it seems that Fort Bragg really doesn't quite understand what the interest of the county is. So I think the subsequent letter should probably be quite a bit shorter and more direct, and just frame the issue in very narrow terms that the county does intend to go forward, and Fort Bragg is free to decide whether they wish to go forward with these agreements, or if not. And if not, then that provokes another discussion regarding the JPA. But I think the letter is appropriate. It's intended to be conciliatory and explanatory, and I do support the motion.
Supervisor Colfax.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this letter is going out over your signature, has been put on the agenda over your signature. Are you the author of the letter?
No, it was the ad hoc committee, Supervisor Colfax.
Okay, thank you.
Working in their capacity.
Yes,
that
I understand.
was
Okay, I
given by the
understand that.
board.
I do not think this is documentation. I think this represents a particular perspective, and it's been summed up that somehow or other this is in the interest of the county, when in fact we've got a couple of supervisors here who feel that the direction we've gone now on 2 occasions have been in the minority. I do not feel this letter fairly and adequately addresses this. We are not a Supreme Court in which we issue or present manifestos and then either endorse or not endorse them. And so I find this letter to be in some ways a case for rather than a representation. And if this is going to be entered as documentation, I would like to be on record as saying it is far from documentation. It's merely a perspective that represents a particular and perhaps not adequately informed or biased perspective on the part of those who prepared it.
Okay, we do have a Supervisor McCowan.
Well, I'm curious, Supervisor, perhaps specifically you could cite those items that you think are not factual. Since you have read the letter and fully understand it, it should be easy to point out those specific areas that are in need of improvement.
I don't make a habit of reviewing flawed documents or defending flawed documents that are brought forward to represent a particular perspective. I would approach this altogether differently. One thing I would not have done is gone on and on, page after page, alluding to so-called history and understandings. You made it very clear what your perspective is on this, and the rush to privatization here, I think is something that future boards of supervisors might wonder where we were back in 2010. As you well know, and I've said it many times here, The fact that there is somehow an inherent efficiency built into the privatization ideology is something that I find ludicrous in this stage of capitalism in the USA and the world today. Privatization does not answer questions. That's where I would have started, but I'm not about to give you a course in basic economics from the dais here. I don't know that you'd be interested in having me do so anyhow.
Okay, we need to wrap this up. We have a 1:30 timed item. We're 10 minutes past that. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Supervisor, or Madam Chair. In response to my colleague, I have not been a champion of privatization. There was nothing in front of us that I could vote to support prior to June 22nd. But one question that has always puzzled me, garbage is privatized countywide except for these few transfer stations that the county operates. So somehow we trust the private operator to pick up the can in front of our house or at the end of our driveway, and the world doesn't collapse. But if we privatize these remaining transfer stations, which the county has a poor history of operating, and we do it in a way that guarantees no net county cost and solves other outstanding solid waste issues like what to do at South Coast, it's the end of the world. Forgive me for not understanding. I think it's a good move forward for the county, making the best of a bad situation.
And I have to agree with you, Supervisor McCowan, and I'm going to support the motion. I think I indicated that previously. I believe we need this written documentation. The city of Fort Bragg was able to have a letter given to us overnight the last time we were at this issue, and I believe that was on July 13th. I don't have anything in my hands today, and I think it does keep the lines of communication open. Therefore, I'm going to support the motion.
I also don't understand the objection to sending a letter that, had you read it, it would be clear that the tone is conciliatory and seeks their cooperation.
Therefore, we're going to vote, and we're going to be voting by the button. Please vote.
Motion passes with Supervisors Smith and Colfax dissenting.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we're on to our 1:30 timed item. We'll need to go to that.
The notice public.
Yeah.
Notice public meeting.
And it is a notice public meeting. I'd like for, clerk, what item was that?
6B.
More binders. Oh, my. I know.
Sure. Well, I'm getting organized as well, so. Okay, I will, as we gather the information needed, I will read the actual item. It's discussion and possible action on appeal made to the Planning Commission approval of a use permit and reclamation plan U4 2008 Granite Construction.
Madam Chair, can I make just a brief comment?
Yes, sir.
How come in Mendocino County, all of our biggest battles are either over trash or rocks?
Well, we're going to move forward, and we're actually going to distribute materials. These are last-minute materials coming in. Does our planning director and staff?
That's yours.
Okay.
Madam Chair, may I address the board?
I think I'm feeling the same concern that you are, Mr. Shaw.
I just wanted to get a copy of the documents, if that was okay.
That was my concern as well.
The Riverkeeper?
Please, why don't you enter your name so we know who was speaking?
Tony Shaw, Granite Construction Company.
Okay. The other is a handout this size.
Tammy, this is appeal set.
Okay, thank you.
Right, I know, we're gonna have to, yeah, I know, this is outrageous.
Okay, we're going to start in, and I would like to go to staff. Director Nash Gonzalez, can you please?
Hold up. Madam Chair?
Yes.
I just have to state for the record that when this appeal was first noticed with the clerk of the board, it was made very clear to the appellants that all documentation in support of this appeal was to be provided to the board and council and staff well in advance of the hearing. Handing out a notebook, 3-inch notebook, and additional information at this point, thank you, is extremely problematic, and we need to have copies for all members of the public who are sitting out there who have not had an opportunity to look at these documents. So I guess we either need to take a continuance now or break now and get copies made so that it's available to the public, or if you have additional copies, you need to put them in the back room. And the board's going to need time to digest this information.
Isn't there another option to reject these late?
Unfortunately, our rules do not specifically give a time frame, but we do make that statement to the appellants when they do file appeals. But this is, this is kind of ridiculous.
Well, what it is, it's a real disservice to the public by people who are claiming that they're making this appeal in the public interest.
Okay, are there extra copies? Okay, County Council, evidently there are some copies available.
Not enough for the whole public.
Okay. Director Gonzalez?
In fact, I would agree with County Council. In fact, I would suggest that the appellant provide copies for every member that's here in the public.
Okay.
Because there's only 3 binders that I see back there, and yet you're going to have a majority of the public here not being able to view this information.
Well, even if we get the copies made, there really isn't time for supervisors, for the public to go forward in reviewing the documents. County Council, I'm asking for direction, please.
Well, it's certainly up to the board in terms of how you want to proceed and whether or not you feel that you can adequately digest the information during the appeal process. I mean, the applicants do have an opportunity to present information, and they can certainly walk you through the written documentation, but you do not have you have not had an opportunity to review this in advance, and that's really up to you as to whether or not you can render an adequate decision based on information you just received 3 minutes ago.
Okay, I think we do need to take a brief break and get further copies made. Supervisor Colfax?
Well, the issue of copies is not going to be dealt with by getting this kind of material out. This is an appeal, and my feeling here is because it's an appeal that's flawed, and therefore we judge it accordingly. I mean, I think this is outrageous that this would be brought forward to us in this fashion. And so I would simply say, okay, it's here, but I'm not going to try to speed read. And I'm a fast reader, but even I am overwhelmed by the amount of material that's brought forward. But it's an appeal, so let's proceed with the appeal. I mean, we could take a break, make copies available for those who also want to speed read it, perhaps turn to the right page at the right time. But I can guarantee you, if we try to work on this, it's going to be, where are we in this document? What page are you on? What nugget have you found deep in this document? I think it's on the face of it, shows contempt for this process and for this Board of Supervisors and staff. So in that regard here, let the appeal proceed. But I can tell you right now, I'm not in a very good mood about it, and I think the rest of you should be as unhappy, perhaps, as I am at the moment, about having this brought to us in this fashion.
Madam Chair, members of the board.
Just one moment, sir. Supervisor Pinches.
Well, I concur with Supervisor Koufax. This is an appeal. I don't think that if delaying a project or anything just is as simple as bringing in a lot of information at the last moment, if that was just, that's certainly a quick and easy way to stop anything from happening in this county. This is appeal. The appeal process needs to go forward. If the appellant brings in late information, then they can assume that it's not going to get reviewed maybe to the highest degree that it should be. But that's the appellant's decision to do that. It was their decision. They could have brought this information to us the day after they filed the appeal. But in no way I want to see this be delayed. I think this appeal process needs to move forward.
I think the hearing actually needs to happen today, absolutely. I'm just concerned that County Council has pointed out that the public deserves to have the information, the same information that we're all looking at, and they haven't had the opportunity either. Sir, whom do you represent?
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is David Tembletter with Diepenbrock Harrison, and we're counsel for Granite Construction Company, the project proponent. And I appreciate the comments of Supervisor Colfax and others regarding the lateness of this particular information. However, I do want to express Granite's desire, as has already been indicated. They've been at this process for several years now. They're very confident in the work that they've done up to this point in time, and they'd very much like to see the hearing go forward. If it's the board's pleasure at the end of that public process to continue the matter, obviously we're not going to stand in the way of that. We've been at this for a very long time, and we think it's appropriate to allow this appeal to go forward today and be heard. So with that, I would
And
close.
I agree with you.
Thank you very much.
Supervisor Smith?
Thank you, Madam Chair. With the chair and other comments, perhaps what we could do is, because I think the public really should have access to this information. The board now has it. Obviously, the detail or the time we can sort of devote to the detail is we're compromised on that level. But I think the public deserves copies. So my proposal would be that the chair could poll those in attendance, see how many copies are desired. Those can be made, brought back with all due haste, and then we can proceed with the hearing, and then we'll see how the hearing goes. If there's any reason to continue it because of lack of time to absorb data or any other reason, we always have that right to do that. But if not, we can conclude it today. I mean, it just depends on how it goes. But then the public has had the right to have access to the information to the highest degree possible under the circumstances.
Okay. County Council, can I pull the public here?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. There were some copies in the back. Anyone that didn't get one, do you desire one that we can take a recess? Clerk, can you please count? Okay. We're going to take a recess for 10 minutes.
Well, I think the applicant would need to produce these copies now.
Why do we have to do anything?
Okay, whatever.
County Council.
Yeah, let's just go ahead and make copies.
Okay.
Quite a bit of volume.
Okay, the clerk is saying there's quite a bit of information. They will be running 2 copy machines, so we're going to take a 15-minute recess. Supervisor McCowan, very quickly.
There's 49 pages of their argument relating to the EIR, and then there's about 100 pages of boilerplate. I wonder if perhaps, with the public's assent, we could skip the boilerplate and give them the 49 pages of argument for now. Or we could ask how many want the whole deal. I mean, this is really ridiculous.
Yes, it is.
If anyone were trying to sabotage the appeal hearing, they found a way to do it.
Why?
It really doesn't serve the public. It doesn't serve this body. It's really not a smart tactic.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to do something right away.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Pinches.
why don't we treat treat it just like late information we do on every other issue and every week in this boardroom. We accept it, we have it if we want to review it, but it doesn't stop the process moving forward. We
No,
need to
it
move
shouldn't
forward with
stop.
a public hearing in this appeal.
Yeah, we
But we also need to be respectful of the public's right to have information submitted at the meeting, and that's a Brown Act requirement.
So Supervisor McCowan, you're saying the first section, but not to include National Marines Fisheries Service, the gravel extraction guidance, and other public documents that are just attachments to what we have.
And
Is
if
that
anyone
correct?
wants that information, they can request it.
Yeah, that's-
Okay. Does that work?
So why accept documents that refer to the EIR without having a copy of the EIR? Where do you
Because
stop on this
It's already a
document
public
process?
record.
It's already
It is part of
public
the public
record and been
record, already
posted.
available.
Okay, clerk. So we're going to take a 15-minute break. It is just the opening statement in the binder.
Yeah, and the Russian.
And then Russian River Keepers. It is now 5 to 2. We'll be back in session at 10 minutes after 2. Supervisors, please be in place for that. Thank you. Okay, we're going to reconvene, and I'd like to ask Director Gonzalez for a report, anything on the amnesty program or any other matters for planning and building services.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I do not have a formal director's report prepared this afternoon, but I can report on the status of the amnesty program to date. I think it was when I came before the board in June, I think it was the 22nd of last month, I had reported that we had received 50 applications to date. And so as of today, we've received 69 applications in Ukiah, 19 in Fort Bragg, for a total of 88 applications. So I think a lot of this really had to do with the extension of the amnesty program. So they're small, things like carports, additions, and so on. But in any case, these are permits that we would not have received unless we would have had an amnesty. So 88 total to date.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other planning matters?
No, not at this time.
Okay. Supervisor Smith?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just would like to use this opportunity to commend your office. I happened to visit the Fort Bragg Planning and Building office last week and was able to meet with the code enforcement officer who has many before and after pictures in terms of her due diligence on the coast, in the coastal areas. And when you sort of look at the amount of degradation and the amount of debris and things that the public, in unfortunate circumstances, occasions, engages in, and the amount of effort that it really takes to sort of get compliance on those issues. I heard a number of stories. I think she definitely works with those individuals that you can work with, but this is truly a valuable program for the quality of life in Mendocino County. I think it's unfortunate that we don't have many more code enforcement officers, but she really is very diligent, and I've gotten other good reports. She follows up on those very egregious situations that are brought to her attention. She follows up with board members. She follows up with other members of the public. And it really is a public safety issue, and I think that against many odds, I think she's doing an excellent job on the coast, and I wish that we had more code enforcement officers to deploy throughout the county, because this county has some very serious issues, as I'm sure you're well aware of, with debris, environmental impacts that we really need to bring folks into compliance on. So I really want to thank your office for that.
Thank you.
Okay. And to the public, I guess they're still photocopying. Staff will be coming in and walking down the aisles and giving copies out of what was turned in at the last minute. So we're going to go forward now. Has proper notice been established?
Yes, it has.
Okay. I'd like to ask each of the supervisors to state or acknowledge any contact with proponents or opponents of the item before us before we go into the public hearing process. Okay. The proceedings today will open the public hearing. We'll hear a staff report. Supervisors will then have the opportunity to ask questions. Then we'll go on to the appellant presentation. We have two. That is Masonite and Riverkeepers. Then we will hear following, and that's a 20-minute maximum presentation. That'll be followed by the applicant presentation. And then we will be noting any other correspondence or telephone calls received. We will go on to public input, public comment, and then we will have final remarks by both the appellants and applicant, and staff will present their final remarks. The board will ask questions of all, and then we'll close the public hearing and go into our own deliberations. So we'll start off with the staff report. Director Gonzalez.
Madam Chair, members of the board, what this is an appeal of the May 20th, 2010 Planning Commission action, which certified a final environmental impact report and approved the use permit and reclamation plan number U4-2008 for a proposed terrace mining operation that would allow an estimated extraction of 2.25 million cubic yards of material, or up to 167,000 cubic yards per year over a 25-year period. And so this pit is to be developed through a three-phase process totaling 30 acres with a maximum depth of 65 feet. The appellants, as you well noted, Masonite and Riverkeepers, have filed an appeal of this decision. And how this is going to work by staff is Brian Gradage, project manager with ESA and Associates, is here to provide technical background on the environmental impact report. But Brian's going to go into a discussion item on the EIR process. We did the same thing for the Planning Commission. We feel that it is a benefit for the board to understand how this process works. And John Speaka, the project planner, will go ahead and deliver the staff report. So at this time, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Brian, who will run you through a quick presentation on the EIR process.
Thank you, Nash. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. Is this? It's on. Okay. And I'll try and go through this fairly quickly, understanding we're almost an hour behind where we wanted to be. And I'm just going to briefly go through the CEQA process that the county went through and the action that the Planning Commission took, and then some of the issues that were raised during both the EIR process and during the appeal process. This is the project site. As you can see, it is east of North State Street there at Kunzler Ranch Road, where Ackerman Creek joins the Russian River. I think John has some better drawings in his presentation. That's just another overview where you can see the highway. And the circles are study intersections that we did for the traffic analysis in the EIR. And the hatched area, of course, is the project site. This is the CEQA process. Approval of an aggregate mine is, of course, a project subject to CEQA. So the county began that process a couple of years ago now through their early consultation process and reviewing preliminary studies. They determined early on that an EIR would be necessary. An EIR, environmental impact report, is the path you take for CEQA compliance when there is substantial evidence that the project may significantly impact the environment. And that process is basically a three-part process of scoping, releasing the draft EIR, and then preparing the final EIR. And I have a little bit of detail here. The notice of preparation, this is the beginning of the scoping process where the county asks both the public and other public agencies for their input on the range of issues that should be included in the EIR, including recommendations on particular impact analysis and particular mitigation measures that should be looked at in the EIR. So that comment period closed November 26, 2008. We did not receive any comment letters during that period. However, we did hold a hearing here in this building where we received some verbal comments, and those were primarily related to traffic, and then the water agencies, of course, raised issues regarding water quality and the issue of impacts to salmonids, the fish capture issue that I'm sure we'll be talking about here shortly. So once you get through scoping, that takes you to the draft EIR. An EIR is a detailed informational document. This, of course, is it right here. But it focuses on the potentially significant impacts and feasible mitigation measures or alternatives to reduce or avoid those impacts. That's kind of one of the points of scoping, is that you narrow down to those issues that you know are reasonably foreseen to be significant issues that need further analysis. That is circulated for 45 days of public review. That began on September 23rd of last year. Again, a public hearing was held in this building where comments were received. And in addition, we received 27 comment letters, both from public agencies and from interested organizations and individuals. These are the impacts that the draft focused on. These are the areas where there were potentially significant impacts. And I keep saying potentially significant. That's prior to mitigation. And then we'll look a little bit at what happens once feasible mitigation measures have been identified with regards to those impacts. So the agricultural impacts, there is an area of the project site that is designated as prime farmland, so that was identified early on as a concern. Air quality, biological resources, and again, the main focus there is the salmonid entrapment, which basically is in a flood event, fish from the adjacent Russian River could potentially be pushed over into the mining pit and trapped there. Cultural resources were examined, hazardous materials, pit capture and erosion, and that's water quality issues, but again also tied back to the salmonid issue, and then of course traffic impacts. The final EIR, after the comments were received and analyzed, was issued in May of this year. The required contents of a final EIR are comments received on the draft, which we printed verbatim, including responses to substantive environmental comments made during the review period, minor revisions to the draft EIR resulting from those comments. And so then that draft EIR and then that information in the final becomes the final EIR that the county then decides whether or not to certify. Kind of some highlights of the final EIR. Again, you know, the point of the EIR process is to take this agency and public input and to provide the information that you as the county's decision makers need to act upon a project. So there was some areas that we looked at in response to those comments. One of those was cultural resources. We received letters both from the Pinolville Pomo Nation and also the county's own Archaeological Commission. So as a result of that, we did some further site investigations which confirmed the analysis that was contained in the draft EIR, which is that it is not likely that there are significant cultural resources on that site. In terms of traffic, as a result of comments both from County DOT and from Caltrans, California Department of Transportation, we modified some of the traffic mitigation measures to further reduce the impacts at least in the near term and in the year 2015. We took 3 slices at traffic. We basically looked at opening day, 2015, and 2030. In 2030, as we'll discuss, there are what we call significant and unavoidable impacts, meaning there are certain intersections within this area, within the Ukiah Valley, that are not going to operate at an acceptable level of service, meaning the amount of delay you experience at those intersections. And they're not going to operate that way with or without this project. But as a project that's going to produce some sizable traffic, they contribute to that. So it's something we disclose in the EIR as a significant and unavoidable impact, despite, as you will see, several mitigation measures that are applied to traffic. In the draft EIR, in the alternatives analysis, we looked at, as required by CEQA, several alternatives. We narrowed it down to 3 alternatives from 12. We started with 12. 9 of which were alternative locations, many of which were screened out according to the procedures of CEQA. So we ended up with 3. One of those is an on-site alternative that we call the River Pond Connection. In the draft EIR, we identified that as the environmentally superior alternative. This is something you have to do in an EIR analysis. And we did that because it substantially reduced the impacts with regards to salmonid entrapment and also some of the pit capture and erosion issues, and it did so without significantly increasing any of the other impact areas. So that was identified as the environmentally superior alternative in response to comments received in the draft EIR, both from the County Water Agency and from NOAA Fisheries. That alternative was further refined in the final EIR, notably what's called the floodplain benching component was removed. Originally, this project would have done some improvements in Ackerman Creek. Those were eliminated due to potential concerns both with water quality and impacts to riparian habitat. And a 50-foot depth limitation was placed on this project alternative. And a revised reclamation plan that reflected that alternative was prepared and circulated in the final EIR. So with that information, the Planning Commission certified the EIR with the appropriate findings. Those are the findings required by CEQA in the certification process. Those were properly made. For each significant impact, a finding also must be made, which the Planning Commission did, and they adopted the required mitigation, monitoring, and reporting plan. And that's a plan that describes exactly when and who is responsible for these various mitigation measures and who's going to be monitoring that. Quarries under SMARA are also subject to an annual inspection. So in that regard, there's an available tool for many of these items because these facilities are inspected annually for compliance with local and state regulations. So as I mentioned, the final EIR identified 2 significant and unavoidable impacts. One of those is the loss of important farmland. As discussed, there is prime farmland on the site that would not be reclaimed, and the other is this cumulative 2030 traffic impact. So with that, according to the requirements of CEQA, the Planning Commission made what's called a statement of overriding consideration. This is based on the idea that CEQA, in terms of being a procedural law, requires you to analyze, disclose, and consider the environmental impacts of a project, but it also recognizes that those are in a context of other policy objectives, social, technological, economic. And so the Commission made the statement of overriding consideration, identifying the general plan goals that the county adopted in its most recent general plan for responsible extraction of mineral resources, and also the issue of local sources of aggregate in addition to economic benefits. One of the issues raised in the appeal, and I'll touch on those briefly, was looking at this issue of economic benefits. So I just wanted to point out up front that that was actually one of only 3 parts of what that override consisted of by the Planning Commission. what I have a synopsis of the appeal considerations. Obviously, we have some additional information regarding those, and I want to be respectful of your time. My original plan was to go through here and briefly highlight the responses that are contained within the staff report to each point of appeal. To the extent that I can incorporate some of the additional information that was brought to the board here this afternoon, I can do that as well. But I guess I'd like some direction from the chair on if that's how you'd like me to proceed, or if you would just rather dive straight into questions, or have John present his recommendations first.
Board members, what are your feelings? I think just go straight forward with what you have rather than get into questions at this time.
Okay. Thank you. One of the issues is regarding public notice, and I'll let John and Nash delve into that a bit more. But as somebody who obviously does this for a living, I'm confident the record shows that proper notice was followed. One of the issues was regarding available of the final EIR. The only circulation requirement for a final EIR, other than the Brown Act, is that a public agency that comments, so for example Caltrans or Department of Fish and Game, that they receive a response to their comments 10 days prior to the hearing. That's typically done by just providing them with a copy of the final EIR, which is what we did 10 days prior to that. It was noticed in the appeal that this was inadequate for public review, but that's actually beyond what CEQA requires for review. I actually wish I had 10 days to review this, but we'll proceed ahead. Recirculation is another CEQA-related issue. Basically, recirculation is what's required for an EIR where what's called substantial new information is introduced into that document, basically from the stage that it's a draft until it is certified. But within CEQA, it's actually a fairly narrow meaning. It really has to be one of three things, one of which is a new significant impact would result from the project or from a new mitigation measure that was introduced to the project. That did not occur in this case. The second one is a substantial increase in the severity of an environmental impact would result. And the third is a feasible project alternative or mitigation measure considerably different from the others previously analyzed would lessen the environmental impacts, but the project proponents declined to adopt it. The process in this case was basically a refinement of the existing mitigation measures which the applicant agreed to, which overall resulted in a lesser level of potential impact on the environment. So it does not meet any of these thresholds under CEQA Guidelines 15088.5a. The issue of conflict with applicable land use plans, policies, or regulations, I'll defer most of that to John. From a CEQA perspective, an EIR does analyze consistency with applicable land use plans, such as the general plan, zoning ordinance, other environmental management plans that cover that area, which we did. In the appeal, there's a concern that the analysis perhaps is inadequate just due to the intensely regulated nature of the resources that we're talking about, since we're talking about aggregate mining and we're talking about surface water. I would say quite the opposite is true. Those standards are incorporated into the analysis that we do and into the thresholds of significance that we use when we look at these issues. There is no specific regulation that was pointed out to us that is inconsistent with the project, but that's basically how we try and incorporate that regulatory aspect into the CEQA process. The alternatives analysis, I touched on that briefly already. There was some concern that there was only one alternative that was presented, and that was an alternative location that was close to a school. As I mentioned, we looked at 12 alternatives, including 9 alternative sites. We then screened that down to potentially feasible alternatives of one alternative location. The no project analysis, which is required, which is basically the project is denied and what occurs at the site. in the future on that, based on that denial. And then, of course, the third being this on-site alternative, the river pond connection, where there's actually a physical connection in the future between the mining pit and the Russian River. Water quality, obviously that's a key issue that we've looked at from day one at this site with regards to surface water. You have the Russian River and Ackerman Creek there. Groundwater, you've obviously have aquifers there and several wells in the surrounding area. One of the concerns was an inaccurate portrayal of those surrounding land uses, which seems to stem from the original application that identified the Masonite site as vacant. In our analysis in the EIR, we assumed that that property could be used for its existing zoning, which is industrial. So we assumed that those uses could continue. With regards to the wells themselves, we based that on the beneficial uses of water within this watershed, which is agricultural, industrial, and domestic. So that was not a factor that influenced the analysis that we did. The cumulative watersheds analysis was raised in terms of, and again, there's no specific issues raised in the cumulative scenario. Under CEQA, when you look at what's called a cumulative analysis, you don't just look at the effects of your project. You see if there's other projects that combined with yours could have a significant effect. And you can do that either one of two ways. You can make a list of probable future projects as well as recently approved and past projects that continue to have an impact. Or you can rely basically on another CEQA document that addresses those resources. In this case, we relied on the general plan EIR, as that was just adopted last year, because as you imagine, doing a line-by-line list of every project within the watershed is fairly cumbersome, and there's a pretty good chance it's going to be out of date from the time you said you were going to do an EIR by the time you got to the hearing. So we did that. That's one of the two allowable approaches under CEQA. Mercury, obviously a concern in the state and the nation. We looked in that in great detail, both in the draft and particularly in the final, in terms of identifying the sources of mercury in the area, both regionally and locally, possible presence on the site, and then I think most importantly, how that translates into an impact that's attributable to this project. It's obviously not enough to say that mercury is an environmental issue. We know it is. The question is, how does this project specifically increase that problem in a way that's going to impact either human health or the environment? For example, impacting protected fisheries. Salmonid entrapment, I've mentioned that one of the criticisms is that the mitigation measure is too vague. There actually were two approaches to mitigation. Under the traditional mining plan, basically you have to implement a rescue program for endangered species that are trapped in there. This is a fairly standard operation at this point. You do this in consultation with Department of Fish and Game and NOAA Fisheries. In the long term, this river pond connection basically avoids that problem by having a high water connection back to the river. This is the approach that NOAA wants to take. It's consistent with their recommendations on how they want to deal with aggregate mining operations in the future to reduce these impacts to less than significant. That was described in the draft EIR, and it was carried through in the final. I mentioned the economic issue, agricultural impacts, discussion of feasible mitigation measures. I'll take a moment to touch on that. The issue that's frequently raised with agricultural impacts is why don't you require what's called an agricultural conservation easement, basically to compensate for the loss of agricultural land. There's basically 5 ways you mitigate an impact under CEQA. You either avoid it, which that was the point of us doing the alternatives analysis, because to avoid it you have to mine somewhere else. Preservation is the same issue. In this instance, you're not going to be able to preserve that land and still carry out the project objectives. Minimization that's incorporated into the project to an extent because it is a phased project. There are 3 phases to it, and agricultural operations will continue on those phases that aren't being mined, so that it's not, the operation is just not extinguished, it's phased in. That's an attempt to minimize that impact. Restoration is infeasible as the final depth of this project will be below groundwater, which leaves compensation, which gets back to the easement question. And then just given the circumstances, I'll briefly talk about my background in this area. I've performed the nexus studies and written the agricultural mitigation requirements for several cities in San Joaquin County, including the city of Stockton, so it's an issue near and dear to my heart. The basic purpose of an agricultural conservation easement is to avoid the secondary impacts that are associated with conversion of agricultural land. Sometimes considered the so-called domino effect. As you extinguish operations, now you're putting development pressure on the next farmer, and you're causing nuisance issues that are going to make life difficult for him and make it more likely that operation's going to want to sell. That's dust, that's noise, garbage, it's residential pets, it's cats and dogs getting into the field causing havoc, these kinds of issues. So that's really what you're doing, because you're not replacing the resources. We can put an easement somewhere else, but it's not going to recreate those few acres of prime farmland that are present on that site now. So that's how we approach that analysis. And you have to look at the circumstances of the project. If you're building houses on the end of an agricultural area, if you're doing commercial development, such as the Lent Ranch case in Elk Grove, then there are good rationales for doing that. In this case, as the appellant has pointed out, it's not farmland, it's industrial land that has plans for future development. The nearest active agricultural operation is across the Russian River, which acts as a natural barrier in terms of what I would call these nuisance or domino effects. We did look at those effects. We looked at dust, we looked at noise, we looked at air quality emissions to see what the effect would be on surrounding properties. And so given that, the conclusion of county staff was that an agricultural easement was not the appropriate response in this case. Traffic issues. There was some concern that the measures contained in the staff report were not the same as in the final EIR. For near-term impacts, these are the opening day impacts, the final EIR identified 4 different sets of mitigation measures. Right turn restriction out of the site, PM peak restriction on trucking operations, alternative haul routes, and construction of signals. 2 of those were carried forward. Construction of signals was carried forward, and PM peak restriction was carried forward. Right turn restriction was eliminated because Caltrans had concerns with turning everybody right on North State Street, because some of them are going to turn around. And the concern was, where are they going to turn around? Are they going to head back on the highway and then cause additional impacts down the highway? Because our analysis already showed that in future years you start to build up impacts in places like the Talmadge Road interchange. So that was rejected. The alternative route was rejected because, knowing what we know now about the alternative route, A, feasibility and access is a problem, but B, you get, again, secondary effects in the roadway system. So those were rejected, and the other 2 mitigation measures were carried forward and adopted as part of the staff report. We found AM peak hour restrictions to be infeasible. Basically, with the PM peak restriction, we avoid all significant impacts until 2030. So the question then comes up of, well, can we add more restrictions? In theory, an AM peak restriction would reduce, but perhaps not avoid, 2030 cumulative impacts. That was rejected as infeasible for a couple of reasons. The primary one is that's when quarries do business. So you're basically calling into question the feasibility of the project itself by saying they can't do business at 7:30 to 8:30. As many of you know who've dealt with construction and development, that's when that gets done. That's when Caltrans wants their materials. That's when contractors want their materials. They're basically saying you can't provide construction materials if you're doing that. The second part basically had an issue of both enforceability and fairness, which is the county would have to come back in 20 years to the operator, who at that point is actually winding down their operations because it's a 20-year mine, and saying you're not going to do morning business anymore. So it was found infeasible for those two reasons. That doesn't call into question the viability of the PM peak, because that's something that's going to go into operation right now, and operators have more flexibility in avoiding the PM peak, because at that point either the trucks are coming back for the night, or after the afternoon commute, if they're having to serve some special needs project that needs evening materials, they can accommodate that by moving around that commute hour. Kunstler Ranch Road, we examined road wear as well as delay at the various intersections. We found, based on what's called the traffic index, where you just take the number of axles of heavy trucks that are going to roll over these roads, we found that the public roads were fine, but that the private road of Kunstler Ranch Road would be impacted in the future. A fairly detailed study was done on the condition of that road and what should be done, and the applicant is responsible for carrying out future mitigations in cooperation with all the users of that private road. Obviously, it's a little tricky. You want to be careful in how you have the applicant deal with a problem that's basically on private property, as opposed to one if it was a public road. Fair share calculations, this gets back to the signals. I want to just highlight the fact that should these signals become programmed, if there are plans to put these signals in place that would deal with the issues at some of these intersections, the mitigation in this EIR is not tied to a future nexus study or a future countywide fee. That is an option. We wanted to be consistent with any future capital improvements program or traffic mitigation fee that is done. But if such a study and such a fee is not done, the applicant still has to provide their fair share within 6 months of being requested by the county. So that's not an issue of deferring a study. We've calculated what their share is based on their percentage of traffic that they're putting through these intersections, and identified exactly what they're going to owe the county at such time that these improvements go forward. That last bit regarded level of service. Do you want to cover that when we get to the general plan? Okay. Finally, air quality analysis was mentioned in a couple places, one regarding toxic air contaminants. Again, we looked at that in fair detail. We used a dispersion modeling tool that's approved by the Environmental Protection Agency called AirMod to analyze all the emissions that have health risks associated with them, what are called toxic air contaminants, both cancerous and non-cancerous risk. We used that modeling result and compared that to the standards used by the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment, that's a state office, and found that those levels were less than significant based on commonly accepted standards for environmental health. Similarly, in terms of greenhouse gas analysis, obviously that's a key issue. I'd point out that I mentioned cumulative impacts. Greenhouse gases, fairly recognized that that's a cumulative issue in and of itself. There is no project that the County of Mendocino can or cannot approve that is going to individually affect future climate change. It's a cumulative impact, and that's how we approach it. What we did, consistent with the recently adopted CEQA guidelines and also interim guidance issued by the Office of Planning and Research, it's basically a three-step process. We quantitatively evaluated all direct and indirect sources for the project with regards to all phases, both construction, operation, and reclamation. We then compared those to a threshold of significance. As you probably know, there is no universally adopted threshold for greenhouse gas emissions or climate change impacts at the state, local, or federal level. So based on the best available information and several studies that were out there, we consulted with the Mendocino County Air Quality Management District and agreed on a threshold of 4,000 metric tons per year. And we did this before we ran the numbers. That's considerably less than another common threshold, which is 25,000 tons. That's the point at which you have to file a report with the state. So it's commonly used for large development projects as a standard. In this case, we wanted to be conservative. We lowered that standard to 4,000 tons. We ran the numbers and found that the annual emissions were just under 3,900 metric tons. However, if you take out the emissions from the existing Redemeyer Pond operation, which this project, one of its objectives is to replace that material which is running out, you actually then drop down to 1,900 tons. So our analysis actually assumed, which we don't think is going to be the case, that there's going to be 2 quarries operating instead of 1. Finally, long-term destabilization of the Russian River. That's something, again, the information presented was fairly general, was not site-specific. It's something that we looked at as a site-specific nature, and also something that was considered in this construction of the river-pond connection, because you reduce the hydraulic pressure that's there, you reduce the maintenance costs. Otherwise, you have to develop a weir system that somebody has to pay for down the road. So this is basically trying to recreate a more natural system that's more stable and more cost-effective down the road. I have with me Mr. Justin Gregg from ESA. He's one of our senior hydrologists. He literally spent a couple hundred hours specifically analyzing this site, so he's available for any questions that you may have regarding that. That's the end of my show. I went a little long, but I think there's a lot of issues, so I wanted to get as much out up front as we could.
Thank you, Brian. Madam Chair, members of the board, John Spica, planning staff. I want to make my presentation as brief as possible. I want to basically explain the specifics of what the project entails, and there's a lot of overlap with what Brian just went over, so I might be able to skim through a few of these items, including the purpose of the hearing today, and basically deciding on the appeal of the Planning Commission decision to certify and approve the project. The project itself has been noted. It's a use permit to excavate about 30 acres of cubic yard, or I'm sorry, 30 acres of 250,000 cubic tons per year of material over a 20-year period with a 5-year period of reclamation. The current property characteristics include basically the property is zoned general industrial, an I2 zone. It's about a 65-acre site. Currently there's an existing truck shop and vineyard on the property, and the surrounding land uses include industrial uses. And the ag uses are, as Brian noted, are across the Russian River primarily, which would lessen any impacts in that area. So here's my maps just showing Ackerman Creek running west to east, and Russian River running north to south, and where the two meet is where the project site is located, about 2 miles north of the city. Here's the existing site conditions. Basically, the truck maintenance shop, as we talked about, is up in the northwest area. You can see vineyard covers almost the entirety of the site as it exists. And here's a picture of the vineyard facing west towards the hills, standing near the Russian River. So the proposed operation, this is just kind of a map showing, you know, the dimensions of where the pit would be located on the property. As you can see, it's most of the property would be taken up by the pit itself, with the processing plant being where the existing truck maintenance shop is now. Now this is, I need to explain that this is the phase 1 of the project. However, this was, as the project was originally designed, what was actually approved was a modified version of this that reflected the environmentally superior alternative. Just north of this phase 1 area, as seen here, is this flood control weir that was to be constructed that would basically offset some impacts from any flooding events. The problem with it, primarily that a lot of the agencies had a problem with, was the manual operation of releasing fish, and the upkeep of this over time, even after reclamation, would be problematic as far as the long-term impacts go. So basically where this phase 2 is would be phase 1 as the project was approved. That river pond connection that Brian discussed would actually take place at the southeastern portion, connecting from the Russian River to that lower area that's shown as phase 2 here, which would actually be phase 1 with the environmentally approved option that we went with. And then phase 2 would be the one just above it, which was phase 1 in the previous slide. And then, of course, phase 3 being this final section here. Again, as Brian noted, as phasing in the different components of the project, you would be preserving what vineyard was left at that point. Here's the revegetation, would consist of native grasses and basically retaining the pond at a specified level with after consultation with NOAA Fisheries to protect any of the salmonids that may be trapped there over time. So a lot of this Brian has already talked about. The EIR addressed several areas that required some type of mitigation to maintain them below a level of significance, including such things as air quality, water quality, and biological resources. I don't want to go over this again at this point. We could certainly discuss it as we go on. The two significant impacts that were identified, again, are the permanent conversion of prime ag land and the 2030 traffic impacts. And I was going to go over each of these briefly, but as Brian has pretty much covered a lot of this, again, you'll need the statement of overriding consideration recognizes the fact that there would be a significant impact, but the project as a whole could be approved given the circumstances of other benefits that may be involved. Again, the traffic impacts were broken down into the immediate with project time frame, the kind of interim 2015 time frame, and the 2030 time frame. There were a significant and unavoidable impact was noted with the 2030 project time frame, as over time all the intersections would just become so tied up because of just increasing traffic in the area that one would be unavoidable. So the traffic mitigation we chose originally to basically mitigate most of the impacts would be a PM peak hour restriction, basically not allowing hauling activities between 4:30 and 5:30 p.m. would take away most of the impacts for the immediate and the 2015 timeframes. Now, again, the problem would be with the 2030 impacts, that wouldn't be enough. You would also have some significant impacts with the AM hauling activities, which we determined would be infeasible to implement, therefore a significant and unavoidable impact for that time frame. We've also talked about the fact that this restriction would be able to be lifted once intersection improvements were in place and fair share contributions were paid by the applicant. So this in itself would only be sort of a backup mitigation to lift the restriction, although with the improvements made to the intersections, the significant impacts would be removed even from the 2030 scenario. Of course, these payments would rely on the fact that we need some type of mechanism in place, such as the UVAP impact fee nexus study, which has yet to be adopted, but that would be a mechanism with which to put these into action. Again, the statement of overriding considerations for the 2030 impacts was included within the project approval, and that, with the improvements, that the significant impact would go away. Some of the concerns brought up by the appellants they both provided letters, which are included within your packets. There was a list of 10 items that were mentioned by Masonite Corporation representatives, and Russian Riverkeeper had 11 items that were noted. Not having had a chance to go through the information that was provided today, we just kind of went over the 21 items that were listed in these original letters. As far as the noticing goes, they were both mentioned in the appellant's letters of appeal. The standard noticing was done for this project. The adjacent property owners were mailed out noticing on May 3rd, which is well in advance of the hearing. The local newspaper published a notice on May 9th, which again was 11 days prior to the hearing, 10 being the requirement. And as far as the Russian Riverkeeper actually had a concern as well, that they weren't notified of the public hearing or the fact that the final EIR had been released. Brian noted that CEQA requires public agencies be notified. The county typically will accommodate any other private individual or group that requests to have noticing provided to them prior to a hearing. In this case, they weren't on the list of people making those requests. But legally speaking, we, did our due diligence. Just to touch on the general plan consistency, the concerns of the appellants talked about certain areas that they felt to be inconsistent with the general plan. Now, the general plan itself, the policies are often conflicting in their own right. What the board's role is to determine which policy or the project is it meet these consistency requirements. Nothing specific was noted in the letters from the appellants as to which policies were that the project was inconsistent with. However, they just mentioned that traffic policy was inconsistent with these areas. There's no requirement anywhere in the general plan that says if there's a significant impact, such as with traffic or agriculture, that you need to deny the project. Going through the CEQA process, we did the statement of overriding considerations and noted and analyzed those significant impacts, which would have covered that. Issues of water quality and air quality basically were analyzed within the EIR and found to be less than significant. And in my staff report and also in the memo, I point out some of the areas that the general plan talks about, which the project would appear to be consistent with. Finally, with land use, again, prime agricultural land would be permanently converted. However, the main issue here is the intended land use, which is zoned for industrial use, which basically prioritizes industrial uses for the property. Even having noted that, we basically analyzed the fact that there'd be significant and unavoidable impact, and that there was a statement of overriding consideration made in that area to address that fact. Just some items that came in within the last day just to make note of. The applicant provided an economic benefit analysis that I believe the board was provided with, dated July 23rd. Other items, there is a list of signatures of over 30 signatures of support for the project, and specific support came from the Carpenters Union, Local 751, and Potter Valley Community Parks and Recreation just came in within the last 2 days. From there, I'm open to questions, although I believe the applicant would probably like to present something of their own.
Okay, thank you. Supervisors, do you have questions of staff? presentation. Okay. Did you have a question?
I'll hold them.
Okay, thank you very much. So now, I guess we need to get set up. Are there PowerPoints? We're going to go to the appellant presentations. And County Council, I'm not clear. Do they get 20 minutes each or 20 minutes?
No, they're two separate appeals, so it would be 20 minutes each, which will allow Granite to respond to each separate appeal. So technically, Granite would have up to 40 minutes.
Okay. Then I would like to ask the public, did everyone get the documentation? I want to satisfy that particular legal notice issue. Okay.
Let the record show that everybody
Yes,
received
absolutely. Pardon? That is this particular book. Yes, that is the main part. There are other sections that, okay. It is out of the binder, the copies. Did you need any more, Mr. Johnson, or do you want to look up my binder? Okay. Compare it to what you received. Okay, I guess we'll begin then with Masonite. Representatives, please know that you have 20 minutes. So at 3:30 will be the end of your time.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and Board. My name is Scott Stever, law firm of Lanahan, Stever & Anderson, representing the appellant Masonite. Also joined today by Jared Carter of Carter & Monson Law Firm, and by Daniel, a CEQA expert we have, a sole practitioner. Dan is also here, and SCS engineers will be providing technical support. The areas we're going to cover today, and we're very sorry for our late submittal. It was a very complicated analysis for us. There's no information which was presented that was not covered in the 10 items listed on the appeal. It was just our analysis. And Jared's going to have some opening remarks. And we'll be covering today basically 4 basic topics. First, the project's numerous impacts on sensitive and highly regulated natural resources we believe warrants this process to be looked at again. And that to look at whether this project is suitable to be on the banks of the Russian River and next to the largest city within the county of Mendocino. Second area we'll touch on is that we believe the project will severely impact the adjacent landowners in issues as to water, the transportation network, and also believe a third issue, the project would be likely on precedent setting, which would be establishing the potential for more mining pits along the Russian River. This is what other counties have gone away from, the mines next to the river. And we also believe that the planning process was tainted by defects, which we will bring up later. Jared now has some opening comments.
Thank you, Scott. Madam Chairman and members of the board, again, please understand, we got our materials together about 11 o'clock. It hasn't been as though we weren't working on them. We have been. This has been a truncated process. We haven't been involved all the time. So we apologize. It's not as though we're trying to sandbag you. And it's a complicated, difficult process. Partly explained, if you will, you wouldn't know. There were very serious, we think debilitating, crippling difficulties under the Endangered Species Act. You wouldn't know that from the representations that you've had so far. So we've had to work hard to come up with the kind of presentation that we've made. We're not going to talk about all of the issues that we've submitted written material on because we don't have time. But we've got to exhaust our remedies. if we want to take these issues to court. So we're asking your indulgence. We haven't tried to sandbag you, and if we have done an inept job, it's because we didn't have time and we're inept. It's not because we were trying to cause you difficulties. The context that I want you to listen to our input in is that we assume you want to uphold the Planning Commission and encourage this economic development. We're not going to belabor every legal issue, but I do want to tell you that 3 experienced law firms, including mine, believe that this EIR is legally flawed and the project cannot now be legally approved. We've explained that in our written comments. I'm not going to beat that problem too badly here. Our minimum request is that if you now think you want to approve this project, you need to order the revision and recirculation of the EIR before you can do so. If you approve it without doing that, it's dead in the water, in my humble opinion. Our major points, however, are really different, and that is there are very strong reasons, several of them, why you should not, as a matter of policy, approve this project, even if you could legally approve it. The second is there are a few tough legal and practical problems that we believe will prevent this project from being implemented at least for several years, even if you take the time and incur the cost to overcome the obvious deficiencies in the current EIR. These 2 points are interrelated, and they stem from the following undeniable and unalterable facts. First, this project will, quote, take, close quote, salmonids that are protected by both the federal and state Endangered Species Act. You haven't seen a very good discussion of that, but that's undeniably true. This means that an incidental take permit must be obtained from either or both the federal or state wildlife agency before the project can be implemented. Second, because of the proposed pond is connected to and will affect underflow of the Russian River, an NPDES permit must be obtained from the Regional Water Quality Control Board before the project can be implemented. These are separate and distinct proceedings from yours. And these agencies have been denying projects along the Russian River. And your decision doesn't have anything to do with whether they're going to approve it, except it won't get to them until and unless you do. Success in obtaining these permits is not assured, and in any event, each permit procedure is subject to its own separate legal review process, and each of those processes is subject to judicial review. We believe there are 2 additional extremely important facts that dictate denial of this project. We don't think anybody can disagree with those 3 facts I just stated. We think people can disagree with the 2 I'm going to now state, and they will. But the first one is, this project will create great confusion and many future disputes between affected landowners regarding the actual configuration and operation of the road system and the cost of constructing, repairing, and maintaining. This is a private system. It's a private road. People are relying on a 845 of the Civil Code, which in 45 years of practice I've had to litigate, I think, 2 or 3 times over picky little problems. I can guarantee you this issue about who pays for what part of this road and its repair and maintenance is a huge, complicated problem. The second is that the mining operations and the resulting deep pond will adversely affect water quality and quantity available to several water users in this area. We're going to have a 50-foot pond on the bank of the river. It's going to be taking underflow. In addition to causing all kinds of endangered species problems, it causes a whole bunch of other problems. Now, the main thought I want to give you here is that all of these conditions and problems will combine to discourage any development on the lands in the neighborhood of this project for several years at least. Nobody knows whether this project's going to be implemented. If you approve it today or in 6 months after the EIR is redone, we don't know whether an incidental take permit can be obtained. We don't know whether an NPDES permit can be obtained. We don't know how long the legal procedures to review those processes will take, and we don't know what the results of them will be. So for all of that period of time, everything out there in this area is going to stand down. Nobody as a neighbor is going to invest in improvements. This is so legally weak, the chances are they go to an objective third-party lawyer that's not involved. They're going to say, this project has been illegally approved. We don't know what's going to happen next. People aren't going to invest money in the surrounding properties. So what you got is an intrusive mining operation out there, kind of hovering like the sword of Damocles over everything going to go on in that area for 5 to 10 years. Now, our position is it ain't worth it to you. It's certainly not worth it to us, because the value of our land, our client's land, is going to be severely impacted, and we and others are going to object to the process. So that's our overall comment about it, and we want to get on with the presentation. Thank you.
And on that note, SCS engineers will be going over the impacts on the sensitive habitat area and on the alternative sites.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Wisniewski. I'm a geologist for SCS Engineers. I've been a part of this process since September of last year. Got just a brief slideshow of some of the alternatives. And so it had been mentioned you can't mitigate the conversion of farmland, and you can't prevent this prime farmland from being lost except through avoidance. And so what I've analyzed is avoiding the impacts by going somewhere else, somewhere that's not in the 100-year floodplain of the Russian River, someplace that's not on prime ag land. So we took a look at some maps and did some brief analysis, and by no means is this an exhaustive approach at all, but we came up with 4 different alternatives to the project that don't have these sort of fatal flaws that the other 12 projects or alternative projects that were analyzed in the EIR found to be infeasible just straight off the top. One of them, wish I had a laser pointer, but up in the right corner you see Lake Mendocino. That's one of the alternatives. At low lake stand levels, you could mine the gravels out of this lake. There's significant probably millions of cubic yards of gravels that could be mined out of the lake. The other one is off to the northwest corner of Ukiah Valley, Masonite Truck Road property. This is it's a property that has significant aggregate resources. One to on the east side of the valley, there is I can't really read that, but there's another alternative that we've identified, and then down in the southern part of the valley is Old River Road property. It's actually somewhat close to another property that was analyzed in the EIR. Just like to point out that Granite has a number of properties that they own. 26 of them in Mendocino County are all along major rivers. So this is the business model. Here they are, 26. Here they are in Longvale. Here they are in the Calpella area, thank you. Here they are in the East Ukiah area. Here they are at Talmadge. So here's the comparison chart that I put together, and it's in the packet we gave you in the binder. Kunzler project, the extent of the aggregate they propose to mine is 30 acres approximately. Here's their zoning, all the information across the board. They're in the floodplain here, and prime ag land, yes. So we've got Masonite Truck Road properties, 43 acres approximately of out of the floodplain mineable aggregate. The zoning's not correct, but I would like to point out that the zoning on the Kunzler project originally was agricultural, was shifted over time, actually in 1982, to be used for industrial purposes, and it has a long history of agricultural use, whereas the Masonite Truck Road property does not. It's not in the 100-year floodplain, not visible from the highway, not prime ag land, not Williamson Act contract. It does have some small, very small residences. I believe they're single wides or very small, maybe 3 or 4 houses that are located on one parcel at this Masonite Truck Road property. Again, the zoning is not correct for the industrial use, but it could be changed just like the one for the project was. Here's Lake Mendocino. I put greater than 500 acres of mineable gravel. It's significantly more than that's probably in the thousands. You could mine the perimeter of the lake at low stands. And here's the old River Road property. And again, just comparison, not in the floodplain, not on prime ag land. And also, just to touch back on this Lake Mendocino property, you know, this is already a watershed that's been completely impacted. It was dammed up in 1956. The whole watershed's impacted. Why not go and mine this instead of proposing a new mine that's going to have all these significant biological impacts and potential destabilization of the Russian River? Along similar lines, Felice Creek property, this is just near Hopland. Granted, the zoning's not correct, but you've already got an impacted river here. It's a small dam, one of 22,000 estimated in the Pacific Northwest that are slated for removal in the next 20 to 25 years. And basically what's going on here, these are small dams that have been placed on creeks for agricultural supply of water, and they've filled up completely. There's no use for them. And they're blocking fish migration upstream. They are impacting the natural system, and so they're slated for removal. They have no use anymore. But this has about 250,000 cubic yards of gravel impounded behind the dam. Fish and Game wants to remove this. I've actually studied this reach, so I know something about it. And so, you know, it's only 9 acres, but, you know, you got 22,000 of these in the Pacific Northwest. Seems like we should be changing our approach on how we're mining, which brings up another issue. So here's just a brief overview. This is the Masonite Truck Road property. Before I get into that next issue, this is up near the west side of Ukiah Valley. This is Lake Mendocino alternative. This is the old River Road alternative. One of the alternatives that's outside the Russian River 100-year floodplain. Here's the Russian River here, and here's the property on the other side. This is the prime ag land that's next to it. This is the one house that would be impacted here. There's a couple little small houses here. Granted, the zoning's wrong, but there are significant aggregate deposits here. Not in the floodplain, not prime ag land. Here's the Felice Creek property, approximately 9 acres of aggregate that's impounded behind the Felice Creek Dam, which is about right here. There's one house that's right here, owned by a homeowner that's willing and able to allow Fish and Game to come in here and do what they need to do to give access to the migrating salmonids. So just to touch back on this, so in order to assess this, I had to go out and take a look at these alternative site locations and did some field reconnaissance. This isn't an exhaustive approach at all. This is just a first cut. And on a first cut, I was able to find 4 feasible, viable alternatives to the proposed project that could be easily, maybe not easily implemented, but could be implemented, and doesn't have the fatal flaws that we see in the project itself. The other thing one last thing I'd like to point out, and then I'll turn it over to Dan Muller, is that the no project alternative wasn't really adequately analyzed. Do we really need this gravel? And the answer to that, I think, is basically no, we don't. Granite needs the gravel to do a vertical integration so they can have their processing facilities located close to where the source of the material is coming from. Does the industry need it? No. In 1997, the Upper Russian River Aggregate Resources Management Plan was created for Mendocino County, prepared by the Mendocino County Water Agency by Philip Williams and Associates. And I will provide copies of this because this actually is not included in our packet. but it says here that projections indicated a 50% growth in the population by the year 2010 for the Upper Russian River market. The population has grown 6%. Demand is actually lower than what they projected. So I would argue that it's not needed by the industry, it's needed by Granite, and they could avoid the biological impacts, the impacts to the river, by simply going somewhere else, namely one of these 4 alternatives that I proposed. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think you have about 1 minute, so let's hurry along.
I will be quick, Madam Chairwoman and board members. My name is Daniel Muller, land use attorney, CEQA attorney for Masonite, and I also echo the apologies on our team, and the ineptitude was hopefully excusable, but I understand if it may take a little while, and I appreciate your patience. It was my fault that things happened as late as they did, and not the other team members. I'm speaking briefly, hopefully, well, admittedly, regarding traffic impacts and the related mitigations relating to traffic. There are 2 types of, I think we've gone over this to a degree with staff's presentation and a little bit of the others' discussions. The 2 types of traffic impacts that were considered significant were the roadway wear from heavy trucks and the resulting need to upgrade and improve some of these roads, particularly Kunzler Ranch Road, which is a private road, and the congestion and congestion at unsignalized intersections, creating unacceptable wait times and safety issues at those intersections because of left-hand turns by trucks go like a snail's pace, and so that creates problems. One of the main problems we believe, and I've articulated in our brief, is that somewhere in the process, and I see I've got 9 seconds, so I'm not sure I'm going to get anywhere.
Just go forward, please.
Thank you.
Very quickly.
One of the main problems is that somewhere in the process of analyzing the traffic impacts and the mitigation measures, things became very muddled. We believe that things got progressively watered down and changed from the beginning point, which was the consultants recommending certain things, to the end point. The most significant change that ended up sort of changing the mitigation to a point where I think, frankly, and I think under the law it's probably not going to hold up, is the private roadway improvements as to Kunzler Ranch Road. Throwing the solution from where it was with the traffic consultants, which was it shall be done, to when the private owners and users of Kunzler Ranch Road elect to do repairs, then they will go through a process under the civil code, as Jared mentioned. That is not adequate mitigation under CEQA for a significant impact, and it's not going to satisfy the general plan requirement. Those 2 requirements are really similar, but they're slightly different. Under CEQA, if you have a significant impact, you can override it, and that's okay for the most part. If what you're doing violates a general plan requirement, you're done. You can't do that. The way that I hear staff responding to that argument of ours is that, well, the general plan policies always are kind of mushy, and some of them are going to be inconsistent with others. So if you satisfy a few, but you don't satisfy others, it's all kind of comes out in the wash. I think the cases that say that are wrong. There are a few cases that say that, and the ones that are cited in this memo attached to your agenda report say such things. However, there are other cases that are more recent, such as the Napa Citizens case, that say things like, you have to show that a project actually furthers a general plan policy as opposed to being either neutral or completely undermining it. And we believe that both the roadway wear and tear impact mitigation and the provision that that the applicant can have turning restrictions until such time as they fund and have improvements built, both run afoul of those 2 principles, the general plan requirement and the CEQA requirement. And there are other things listed in here, but I've already gone 2 minutes over plus. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now we're going to move to Granite. It's representative. You said that.
I know, they each get 20 minutes, but you might want to
Okay.
hear from the other appellant and then let Granite respond to all of it.
Okay.
Certainly ask Granite to testify.
Okay, thank you. River Keepers, your representative, please. The time will be set 20 minutes.
I won't even go to 20, I promise that. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Don McInhill, and I'm here today representing Russian River Keeper to appeal the Planning Commission approval of a Kunstler Mine EIR and use permit in support of our mission to protect and preserve the Russian River's water quality, habitat, and endangered fish. I'm not going to speak to the issue, well, actually I will speak to the issue of late stuff. I was up till almost 1 o'clock finishing my comments. I don't have the resources of either of the parties in this room or the county. I have a couple of interns and I'm working by myself, and it was all I could do to pull this together. So I apologize for bringing this in late, but it should be noted all the concern expressed by the board about public involvement is certainly not reflected by your staff. Who, one, I've never, ever in 30-plus EIRs ever not been notified of a final EIR when I've submitted draft comments. Now, they cited that CEQA bare minimums allow them not to notify me after I've submitted comments, which obviously indicates I'm an interested party. CEQA bare minimums also allow me to bring anything into the record up until the last minute of this hearing. I certainly do not mean, it doesn't do my case any good to bring information in late, but my workload did not allow me to work on this until just the other day, so I apologize. I have reviewed dozens of EIRs and over 11 mining EIRs. We've litigated against several mining EIRs, so I'm quite familiar with pit mining and EIR requirements and what constitutes an adequate EIR under the law. In Sonoma County, years ago, pit mines were first approved based on the assertion and mitigation that pits would be refilled and reclaimed to land reclaimed to agriculture. This was all the consultants' assertions. After the pits were dug, surprised, we could not find enough material to refill the pits. So again, the consultants went back to work and said they could reclaim the pits to ponds or open space, but would have to keep the pits separate from the river. Again, this proved impossible during flood events. So today in Sonoma County, we're not quite sure how we're going to reclaim the pits. And some pits are now owned by the county, and us taxpayers are now on the hook to forever maintain these pits and their failing levees and weirs, while the miners have left town with their profits. The EIR before you today does not meet legal requirements of CEQA, and one of your jobs here today is to determine whether this EIR has in fact met the legal requirements of CEQA, as well as determine the merits of the project to the community. Based on our, I have 5 reasons why this does not meet CEQA legal criteria. First, several critical mitigation measures are deferred, and this is illegal under CEQA. The council should study Communities for a Better Environment versus the City of Richmond. It is clear that deferring several of the mitigations, principal among them the fish rescue plan, until after project approval is illegal. The appellate court said so. Second, there's no substantial evidence to support key assertions, key points in the EIR as required by CEQA. One of the largest potential impacts of this project is increases in fine sediment and turbidity to the Russian River. The Water Board, the North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board Basin Plan for the North Coast, a legal document, says in Chapter 3 on water quality objectives, when other factors result in the degradation of water quality beyond the levels or limits established herein as water quality objectives, then controllable factors shall not cause further degradation of water quality. Controllable water quality factors are those actions, conditions, or circumstances resulting from man's activities that may influence the quality of the water of the state. I strongly urge County Council to review Friends of Pinner Creek versus US EPA. In that case, it clearly established that no water board, no EPA delegated entity that administers the Clean Water Act can permit additions of an impairing pollutant to an impaired waterway. The EIR completely punts on sediment and turbidity and blithely claims and asserts that the mitigations applied in construction, stormwater, and also during the pit reclamation will reduce the impacts to less than significant. But they have not provided any substantial evidence that those proposed mitigations will in fact reduce those levels of turbidity and suspended sediment to less than significant. We have certainly submitted information that shows, and a U.S. Supreme Court affirmed case, that the construction stormwater permit reliance on BMPs is, one, illegal, and two, not protective of water quality. So I spend so much time, I spend almost my entire rain season inspecting construction sites. I've spoken to several construction-related groups. I'm going to be a guest speaker at the Redwood Empire Remodelers Convention or meeting in September. And what I talk to the construction industry about is how they can stay in compliance with the law. My interest is not in enforcement, but in compliance. And I can't tell you how many construction sites I've been to where they have all the beautiful BMPs laid out, and I'm looking at dirty water going into our river. Also, the issue of mercury was not dealt with by taking sediment or tissue samples from Granite's existing pits, which would have provided direct information to assess this potential issue, but instead decided to address the issue by citing papers that claim there are no mercury sources in the watershed. So where does all the mercury that's in every single North Coast impoundment coming from? It's coming from our geology, airborne deposition, and historic faults and geothermal activity. And our data shows that in the former pits in Sonoma County, largemouth bass have almost 3 times the health advisory thresholds for mercury. So this is a potential impact that has not been fully addressed or mitigated under CEQA. The third issue is the project would result in potential harm to endangered fish, which is a very significant impact. There is no written fish rescue plan, and there certainly is no long-term plan after Granite is finished and 25 years is up. Who's going to rescue those fish in year 26, year 50, year 100? The pit connection to the river has never, there are some studies from Oregon that are based on less than 10 fish that assert that connecting pits to the river could be beneficial to the endangered fish. No pit reconnection has ever been attempted in the state of California, and we have almost 27 pits up and down the Russian River we could experiment with before we dig a whole new one just to call it fish habitat. Also, the EIR is extremely deficient, and there's no predatory studies on what is going to populate that pit. I can tell you from looking at every pit and being around most pits in Sonoma County that there are smallmouth, largemouth bass, and pike minnow. Each one of those prey on juvenile salmonids. There's nothing in the EIR that addresses or mitigates that issue. The project is also contrary to the county's own Upper Russian River Aggregate Resource Management Plan. The setbacks for excavation pits are supposed to be at least 1,000 feet from the main channel of the Russian River, measured from the top of the bank, or above the 25-year flood inundation level to avoid river capture, fish entrapment, and encroachment into the riparian zone. This is right on the river. The extraction depth should not exceed, this is reading right from your own ARM plan, the extraction depth should not exceed that of the channel Thalwig, the lowest point in the channel, in the same cross-section to avoid creating a sediment trap if the river is captured by the pit. Here again, we're going well below that level. The side slopes of the pit excavation should range from 3 to 1 to 10 to 1. We're at 2 to 1 and 2.5 to 1. That is a big problem. Some of the pictures in my letter show what happens when you have a 2 to 1 slope and your pit floods. The slopes cave in. Also, placing stockpiled topsoil above the 25-year floodplain to avoid erosion of the stockpiled material and contribution of fine sediment to the river is another recommendation or a guideline in the plan. And in both phase 1 and 2, the soil will be stockpiled in the 25-year floodplain. Lastly, my fifth point is that demand for new aggregate sources is not supported by the information provided in the DEIR. In the DEIR, they refer to the 1997 ARM plan, which had a population projection which was the basis for their demand projection of a 50% increase. And as Paul mentioned, it has been 6%. The other thing that the demand projections do not take into account is the fact that we've had an extreme economic downturn. Commercial vacancy rates and inventories of unsold homes are at a 25-year high. We have plenty of inventory. Construction activity is down quite a bit. I'm not sure what it is in Mendocino County, but it is off almost 50% in Sonoma County. We don't need this much aggregate today. In summary, the project, actually, let me go back to another last point. Lastly, this project, due to the direct connection with the river, will require, as mentioned earlier, both an incidental take permit from NOAA and California Fish and Game and an NPDES permit. The court decision, which was affirmed by rejecting an appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court, declared the Hillsburg-Sires basalt pit, which is right next to the river and about the same position and distance as this pit, to be waters of the U.S. because it is hydrologically connected to the Russian River. We're mining here because this is sand and gravel, which does not, there are no clay layers in the embankment between the Russian River and this pit. This will be considered and deemed waters of the U.S. They will need to get an NPDES permit, and I would be astounded at an NPDES permit being delivered that allows turbidity in the Russian River when it's impaired, and court cases have shown that's illegal. We urge you to direct staff and the applicant to fix this flawed EIR and provide some indication that the project could, and provide an indication that the project could someday be granted an incidental take permit or an NPDES permit, rather than approve this EIR today and spend time in court, which would again just delay the project from moving forward. I thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Just one moment, please. Did you also turn in a speaker card?
I sure did.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So I won't call you up during public comment? Okay.
Thank you.
If staff could just make one comment. Twice the aggregate resource management plan was referenced by both appellants. That was a document that was never adopted by the board. So
that was going to be my question.
Okay.
Okay.
So sticking to those guidelines would be less problematic.
Because that's how I remembered it.
Right.
So. Okay. Next, we'll have Granite. Know that you have 20 minutes. Please introduce yourself or any other speakers into the record.
They may not need it. I believe they have 40.
Oh, they have 40?
Equal time.
We're going to use all 40, John.
Excuse me.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Jordan Main. I work for Granite Construction Company. I'm not an attorney, so I won't be responding to some of Mr. Carter's legal points, but I did bring an attorney who you met earlier, David Temlador, who will be responding. I also brought Tony Shaw from Granite Construction and Mitch Swanson, who's the hydrologist that did the majority of the hydrology work on the project. I feel compelled to at least respond to a couple of the points now. I have a very brief PowerPoint that gives you an overview of the project and kind of how we got here, but at least since our business model was referenced in SCS Engineers' presentation, I did want to comment on that. One is we purchased these sites from Parnham Paving. What was shown was 4 sites, I think, in total. That's summed, it sounds like 20-some parcels. One's a hot plant site, one's a concrete plant site, another one's a hot plant site in Longvale. So we purchased these sites. Our business model certainly is to supply a local source of aggregates where we do construction business. So gaining aggregate from 22,000 dams in the Pacific Northwest and haul it in Ukiah would not fit our business model. And with respect to demand, we have we have fantastically clear idea of what the demand is since we operate here currently. This isn't a new site, it's replacing our existing gravel site, which is the Redemeyer Pond. And if there truly is no demand, we'd be out of business very quickly. So I did want to make those points before I started. Again, briefly, Granite, we purchased the assets to Parnham Paving in 2002. We're a heavy civil construction company, primarily a builder of roads, highways, bridges, and public agencies such as the county, the city, and Caltrans are our #1 customer. Locally, our headquarters for the North Coast area is in Ukiah, and we support approximately 34 salary and 162 union jobs, depending on how much work we have at the given time. We are known for our environmental and community accomplishments. We have a few of the agencies, organizations we support shown on the bottom. We're a very active member of community. And our operations truly rely on aggregates. We have an asphalt plant on North State Street and a Talmadge plant on Talmadge Road. We take the aggregate and make finished products with those that we then build construction work around. So why did we go after a new aggregate source? The reason is that our existing aggregate reserves are either depleted, such as the ponds, the Redemeyer Pond, which has been referenced, and the Ford Ponds, which are at our Talmadge facility, or unavailable, and that's really the Russian River gravel bars. We have vested rights on a few gravel bars in the Russian River. In consultation with NOAA Fisheries 7+ years ago, when I first got involved in this area, it was very clear that they were opposed to continued extraction in the Russian River. We met with NOAA Fisheries and the Mendocino County Water Agency. They encouraged us to pursue another source, so we went and began the search for appropriate material in the local area that can supply our aggregate needs. We landed on Kunzler. We do our own alternatives analysis, obviously, internally. One limiting factor when you're dealing with the natural resources is that these things exist where they exist. So quality aggregate isn't found in all locations in Mendocino County. This is round rock with very competent material, very durable, high strength that we can incorporate into concrete. Kunzler itself was industrial zone parcel. It's not in the Williamson Act. It's central to our two operations. It's about halfway between the Talmadge and the North State Street plant. It would be able to supply a local reserve of this construction grade aggregate material, and the site itself is consistent with the county general plan and SMARA requirements. So we in Granite, we do our own environmental analysis and try to build the project around the results of that analysis. So before we submitted, we went off and did a number of independent studies. Some of them are listed on the right. Built our project around these conditions. We consulted with NOAA Fisheries a number of times, as well as the Water Agency, and that led to the weir structure that was originally proposed. I'll get to that, back to that in a minute. This process is very similar to the ones that exist in Ukiah at the Redemeyer Pond and the Ford Ponds, at least in the process, with drastically improved environmental protection features. The old thought process was that you got as close to the river as possible to maximize the amount of reserve, and you built up a levee around your site to keep the water out at all costs. And what was learned over time was that that's not the best method, because the water eventually will make its way in, and the difference in head pressure when that thing finally overtops is such that it can cause bank erosion and potentially breaching of the levee. So this one proposes setbacks that were gained through a hydraulic analysis, as well as consultation with NOAA Fisheries. We're 250 feet off of the Russian River. We're 150 feet off of Ackerman Creek, and we had originally proposed a weir and fuse plug structure where water can enter the pond during a flood event and equilibrate, so that when it does finally overtop the banks, there's not such a difference in the elevation that would cause that sort of erosion. We submitted an application, went through CEQA review, and we thought we had a really good project, and we think it got much better through the CEQA review. Through comments by NOAA Fisheries, we reduced the depth of the mine pit to limit any potential for mercury. Anoxic conditions in the very low areas is what they were concerned about, so we limited our pit depth. They suggested that we study the pond-river connection. This is, again, a connection that's an alternative to that weir structure. It provides for more stability of the pond, as well as some potential off-channel habitat for salmonids. Also, based on comments from the Regional Water Board, we limited our mining operations during the wet season so that we would not be mining during the winter months, between November and March. We removed a component of our project that involved floodplain benching in Ackerman Creek in the Russian River to avoid construction-related impacts in those water bodies. We agreed to use conveyors or emission-compliant engines on a large percentage of our fleet to lower potential impacts from air quality. We agreed to truck traffic restrictions, as was described earlier, and added a road maintenance condition for Kunzler Ranch Road. I did, just for context, I wanted to point out that the 2030 impacts we're talking about, one, even without the project, it was operating at an unacceptable level of service. It was at an LOSF, even without Granite's project. Our fair share contribution in 2030 is 1%. So just for some scale there of what the impacts are we're talking about. We worked with Pinoleville Tribe after they recommended that additional investigation be done for cultural resources. And the decision through the CEQA review was to pursue the environmentally superior alternative, and that's the Pond River connection as opposed to the Weir and Fuse plug. So on Planning Commission hearing, May 20th, 2010, there was a public hearing, of course, with public input. Your Planning Commission voted unanimously 7-0 to certify the EIR and approve the use permit and rec plan. They chose the on-site number 3 alternative, which is the NOAA Fisheries Mendocino County Water Agency supported project. And they added a condition that we do some cleanup of existing debris and non-native plants in Ackerman Creek, which Granite agreed to. As far as public benefit, this project has the potential to provide new riparian and fisheries habitat in the Upper Russian River, utilizes less water than the existing vineyard. Jumping down to the bottom again, working with regulatory agencies, we'll do some cleanup in the creek, and really has the ability to provide retention of local living wage jobs, revenues, and tax base in Mendocino County. And this will be, again, a 20-year supply of sand and gravel for the local area. And I wanted to close before I fielded questions just by mentioning that I think fairly unprecedented, but we had we have a long list we've provided to you of support letters that really represent a cross-section of the community. We have letters from regulatory agencies such as Mendocino County Water Agency and NOAA Fisheries supporting the project, from our actual neighbors at our existing facilities, including Beckstoffer Vineyards, Jim Mayfield, and a number of labor unions and community groups also sent in letters. And we've also supplied a petition that was signed by approximately 40 businesses, local businesses, that describe the benefits of a local aggregate source and urge support of the project.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you have anyone else that would like to come up and speak?
Yeah.
Okay.
Our outside counsel.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, members of the board. David Tembletter again with Deep and Brock Harrison, legal counsel for Granite Construction. I guess I'd start off by saying, contrary to the both the appellants that have been before you already this afternoon, we believe that the environmental documentation for this project is accurate, is legally supportable, and we stand behind it today. Notwithstanding the information that's been presented into the record already, and which may be presented as the course of this hearing goes on, we'll address those issues if and when they come up. I did want to address a couple items that specifically that have been raised, and then of course at the end of public testimony, take the opportunity to address any final issues that come up and any questions that the board may have at that point in time. First off, I very briefly want to touch on additional permits. It's been suggested this project may require additional federal permitting. If and when that is necessary, certainly we'll comply with those federal regulations and requirements and get those permits. I do not believe, as counsel for the appellant has got number said, they're separate and independent permits. They're not before you today. And so they are not germane, from my perspective, to the legal proceedings that you're taking today and the determinations you're being asked to make. Granite has complied with the law and will continue to comply with the law, whether it's local, state, or federal obligations. In terms of traffic mitigations and traffic impacts, I think there's really two issues. As has been stated, there's a CEQA issue and then there's a planning issue. From a planning perspective, I think your staff, notwithstanding comments to the contrary, I think your staff is absolutely correct. General plan policies often have competing policy goals. And the county is absolutely comfortable and safe in taking competing goals and approving the project. There are several general plan policies that this project is consistent with and supportive of. And the county is in their discretion to be able to make those calls on it. I will say, as Jordan has already mentioned, as a practical matter, the traffic impact on this project is 1%. At the 2030 level, which brings me to the CEQA question. There's been some suggestion that there's been deferred mitigation as respects some traffic, that we're not doing the right thing on traffic. Quite to the contrary, we are doing the legal thing and the conservative thing. We're identifying fair share mitigation at the 2030 level. But out of an abundance of caution and consistent with the legal requirements, because we can't guarantee that there's going to be a funding mechanism in place, a program for us to submit into. We're asking for that impact to be significant, unavoidable, so that it can be overridden. That's what the law requires. That's what the environmental document presents, and that's the decision that you're being asked to make this afternoon. Finally, I did want to touch on alternatives, since there was a presentation on alternatives. CEQA requires that you look at a reasonable range of alternatives. In this case, 12 alternatives were identified and evaluated. 9 of those were rejected for consideration at the outset because they did not meet the project's ultimate objectives, one of which was, a key source of which was identifying local aggregate sources. I would submit to you that CEQA would suggest that alternatives are not necessary for aggregate mining projects. As Jordan has mentioned already, you find the rock where the rock is. So projects like mining projects are not the kind of projects, say for example a residential project, that really lends itself to having alternative locations. Nonetheless, Granite did what you see before you, which is to evaluate 12 potential sites, identify 3 of those sites for further consideration, and in fact took the environmentally superior alternative that was identified, not the project they originally proposed, but the environmentally superior project that was identified by the CEQA process, and that project is the project that is before you today. So we would, unless there's any questions right now, we would come back up and address any issues that, that may still be present at the close of public testimony. And with that, I thank you and take any questions you might have.
Okay, Supervisor McCowan?
Well, actually, we're not quite finished with the full
Exactly.
presentation yet, so I'll
Okay.
just hold.
Thank you very much. Thank you,
very
sir. Supervisor Pinches, you were going to ask
let's
a
wait for the
question?
full
Wait for,
presentation.
okay, thank you.
Wait till we bring it back to the board.
All righty.
Good afternoon. I'm Mitchell Swanson with Swanson Hydrology and Geomorphology, working for Granite. We've been involved, I think Jordan said 7 years ago, when we had a field meeting with NOAA Fisheries to discuss how to design this project. So I just want to emphasize in terms of the Endangered Species Act for salmon and the permits and incidental take permit that will likely be successful with this project. We've been in touch with NOAA's Fisheries as the fisheries expert on this project. Couple of issues. One is the pond connection. As the 7 years went by, the thinking in NOAA Fisheries about what's lacking in this watershed is cold water habitat. And their biologists, John McKeon and Brian Kluwer, and myself, with Granite support and SIRE support, put together a pit symposium, bringing experts from all over the world, actually, to talk about what to do with these pits. And it was a general conclusion, and the results are available in report online, that this is a huge opportunity in this system to provide off-channel habitat, which has all been destroyed as a result of historic land use. We had the huge Laguna de Santa Rosa system, which is a huge off-channel wetland. We had all these oxbows and sloughs, all pretty much destroyed by land reclamation. And here we are sitting on, at least down in Healdsburg, 850 acres of ponds that could be potential suitable for cold water rearing habitat for coho salmon, as well as steelhead and chinook. So the idea to actually lower the riverbank at the end of the life of these pits and connect them to the river on an average of 100 days per year was NOAA's idea and the collective opinion of a large group of scientists, geomorphologists, biologists, fish biologists, as to what to do with these pits. So there has been a movement in that direction, and Granite has been very responsive to NOAA Fisheries on that note. The aforementioned ARM plan that was prepared by Philip Williams and Associates was never peer-reviewed nor adopted by the county, recommended a 1,000-foot buffer between the riverbank and any pits. I was originally hired to address that issue and look at the history of the Russian River, specifically in this reach, Ukiah Valley, to see how much the potential for lateral erosion was. And we came to the conclusion that 250-foot buffer setback from the Russian River and 150-foot setback from Ackerman Creek were totally adequate because we hadn't seen any erosion like that. This is a highly modified reach of the Russian River due to the operation of Coyote Dam. So the ability of the river to meander into the pits or erode and connect to the river and capture the river is extremely low. In fact, what happens is the river would simply fill up the pit. It would have an equal water surface. The river is still going to flow downstream to the lower elevation. So there's a full geomorphic study in the appendix of the EIR with the application that's available to look at. That's something we did very early on. A couple other issues that came up. One is about mercury. There is naturally occurring mercury in the watershed due to the geologic formations. We also have a lot of atmospheric deposition from coal burning in China, other places like that. It's a naturally occurring thing. The danger happens when mercury that's adhered to clay or to mineral mercury, which is not necessarily harmful, but when that gets exposed to anoxic water conditions, it can release what's called methyl mercury, which is a soluble and what we call bioavailable form. And so in reservoirs like Warm Springs or Coyote or some of the pits down in Sonoma County, bass have been sampled. And what we find are elevated and some health recommendations on consumption as a result. But those are resident fish in the pits who are probably feeding in anoxic environments and able to uptake from plankton or from smaller fish that are actually in those anoxic zones. What Granite agreed to do in response to NOAA Fisheries' concern about this issue was to limit the depth of excavation to that did not create anoxic conditions. So in other words, when you go really deep, as some of the pits in Sonoma County are, you create an anoxic environment, and that's where you could have methyl mercury. So in this case, what Granite has agreed to do is not to dig below that which would create anoxic. It would always be oxygenated water in that upper water column. So I think that's a very effective mitigation measure for that issue. The other issue is about fine sediment generation. There's some pictures that were presented in the Riverkeeper report today that show erosion of these berms. Those are the result of an attempt to minimize the overtopping of the river into the pits, which is the old management method. That just turned out not to be a good way to manage these things. These low water connections, such as what we're talking about with this project, where the river would be connected to the pit an average of 100 days per year, would allow that pit to gradually rise in a flood with the river, and that way you don't have a huge waterfall going to the pit. That's what the result of that process is that those photographs show. And there's some pretty poor attempts to have weirs, like just putting rocks on top of clay and things like that. Those are obviously very inadequate designs. This project is designed very well. It's going to be vegetated, lined channel, naturalistic channel. And actually, from a fine sediment standpoint, one of the greatest sources of fine sediments, it turns out, at least the opinion of NOAA and the biological opinion for the Sonoma County Water Agency, is the sluicing of fine sediment out of Lake Mendocino. In other words, to keep Lake Mendocino from filling up with fine sediment, they tend to flush it out. And so one of the recommendations in that biological opinion is for the county and the Corps of Engineers to install turbidimeters to document that effect. In fact, if you talk to fishermen down in Sonoma County in those areas, they know that after storms, when releases are being made from Lake Mendocino, that's when the water gets very dirty. If you look at this pit, what will happen is become a backwater channel area. So if you have a high level of turbidity or fine sediment in the river, that water is going to back up into a still water pit. So the chances are much greater that you're actually going to be decanting fine sediments out of the water column before that water returns back to the river than you are going to have sources of fine sediment going into the river after flood. The slope stability, the types of things that are treated, they're much improved over what are shown in the pictures and what was done in the past. And the North Coast Regional Board has been supportive of this project as well as designed. Again, with respect to one other issue that's turned out to be pretty interesting, and for a long time, resource agencies and others have tried to minimize the hydrologic effect of these pits on rivers and try to keep them away. And ironically, the digging of these pits have actually created an opportunity for off-channel habitat now that the resource agencies agree is a good idea. So if these pits had not been dug, or this one wouldn't be dug, you would actually have land that would never have a chance to be connected as habitat to the river. It'd be vineyard land or something like this, or become something else. So actually, ironically, it's turned into a great opportunity. And I think the resources agencies have agreed upon this, and this is kind of the direction we're going in this system. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Okay. Next, we'll go on, prepare for our public comment, public input. I need to verify, clerk, that all correspondence and telephone calls received have been accounted for.
Yes, everything's been distributed.
Okay, thank you. Public input, this is the time. I do have speaker cards. First person to speak, Chris Snyder. Tammy. And following Chris Snyder will be Mark Oswald.
Good evening, Supervisors. I'm here to speak in favor of Granite's application, and I hope that you would consider upholding the unanimous Planning Commission's recommendation of going forward with this. My name is Chris Snyder, and I represent the Operating Engineers Local 3. We've worked with Granite. A lot of our guys are Granite employees, and as well as Mendocino construction employees. We represent probably about 2,000 contractors in Northern California, and probably about 30 or so in Lake Mendocino and Sonoma area. And I don't know if I have to let you guys, ladies and gentlemen, know, but I mean, the construction industry is suffering greatly. I mean, we have close to 30% unemployment, 12% unemployment, in California, but in these counties, it's like close to 16%, and in our trades, it's 30%. And guys are losing their houses. Guys are losing, getting divorces. Things are very bad for the trades. And I just would like to stress the importance of jobs in this economy, and that this is an opportunity to bring some of those back into the county and add to the tax base, and create local jobs instead of having this, have to ship it out of Lake County, the aggregate, or have to bring it down from Canada. Like a lot of the aggregate that's coming into Sonoma now, they've managed to shut down so many sources of local aggregate that now they're bringing it down from Canada. Caltrans, the state of California, has recognized local productions of aggregate as an excellent way to reduce greenhouse gases emissions, and like the local food, the localvore movement with eating locally, consuming locally. This is another opportunity to produce something locally, keep the jobs here, and put people back to work. I thank you for your time. I have some guys in the audience today. We could have brought a lot of guys. The carpenters couldn't make it today, but of course they're in support. You got their letters, and a lot of these guys are out of work. I got Jeff back there. He's been out of work for many months. We have another Mark that might be speaking as well, and they're here to support this project, and people are suffering. There's a real human element to this, and I just hope that you consider the economic impact as well as the environmental impact, and honestly, I do think this is a good environmental project as far as local consumption of aggregate as opposed to bringing it from outer areas. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate you giving us the opportunity.
Thank you. Mark Oswald. Please restate your name for the record. No, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm Mark Oswell. It's kind of coincidental. I was born the year Coyote Dam was built in '56. I've been here for 54 years, except for college. Worked in the industry, worked in the logging industry, and I became a member of Operating Engineers Local 3 in the late '80s, in like '87. Worked highway construction, and then I ended up switching to rock, sand, and gravel. The first stint was with Parnham Paving, the predecessor to Granite Construction here in the area. The second stint was down in Sonoma County Sire Industries. I worked for them for many years. And all aspects. I started as a grease monkey with Parnham just to survive because it was a recession. Ended up running heavy equipment. I got involved with Sire. All aspects, running plants, running drag line, running heavy equipment, doing environmental assessments, safety officer, miners representative, for the union rank and file. And one thing that was apparent to me is that NOAA Fisheries has basically dictated that pit mining is the norm. And I actually did 2 gravel skimming operations for Sire in 15 years time period, 2 back in the early 2000s, where you actually skim the gravel bars a foot above waterline, which I personally consider the preferential method, because that's why you see all these bridges failing around here, because you can't keep the river in the channel. That said, the norm is terrace pit mining is now the norm, and companies like Granite have to follow suit. They have no choice. They can't do in-stream. Well, it's not even in-stream. They can't do the summer mining anymore on the gravel bars. I mean, that's pretty much been prohibited. So I feel, a couple points. The proximity is wonderful because it's split between their operation at the Forks and also their operation over there on Talmadge Road. Very short hauls, as far as if they have to do any what they call interplant. This whole notion of it being I heard during the Planning Commission meetings that it was a competitive, it gave them an unfair competitive advantage. That was the geologist's terminology, which I think is just absurd. I think the closer the haul, the less impact to the highways, the less impact to the air quality. It's really a very, very suitable site, in my opinion. And the other thing is, the geologist pointed out, regarding the the stockpiling of material, just a stockpile. They're only going to do this as demand dictates. And there's obviously the demand, folks. I mean, everybody has to buy concrete, including the agencies on down to the homeowner. And I just implore you to uphold the Planning Commission's decision. I think they did their homework to certify the EIR, and I feel like that you folks need to reiterate that, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Keith Woods? Keith had to leave. Okay, sorry about that. David George.
Good afternoon. Dave George, Business Manager with Labor's Local 139, representing members in Sonoma, Lake, Mendocino, Humboldt, and Del Norte counties. Probably could echo a lot of the stuff Chris said from the operating engineers, but I'd like to just read a letter and then follow up with a couple of the comments that I sent to the Planning Commission early December regarding this. This is the purpose of this letter is to express our support of the Kunzer Mine terrace mine project near Ukiah. Our members have shared with us that existing sand and gravel ponds in Ukiah are no longer able to supply an adequate amount of sand and gravel, and therefore Granite Construction Company is attempting to permit an aggregate mine to excavate, crush, screen, wash material for the next 20 years. The permit for this project is undergoing public review and Planning Commission. I can give you one afterwards. It's just I'm limited on time. I'm trying to get through this. I'll
And
give
your
you,
name,
I'll give you a
please,
copy.
ma'am? Thank you.
The permit for this project is undergoing public review and Planning Commission will make the ultimate decision to grant the permit. During your deliberation on the matter, please introduce in a discussion the fact that aggregate is an essential component of the day-to-day life, especially for the maintenance and construction of public infrastructure that we all use and enjoy. Another fact is that stimulus money is dependent upon aggregate to complete these projects. This means no aggregate equals a further erosion of our economy. For those of you who are not familiar with the Laborers Local 139, we represent hod carriers, construction laborers who work and live throughout the counties of Mendocino, Lake, Sonoma, Humboldt, and Del Norte. Our members perform a wide range of tasks on construction sites for a variety of public and private businesses, including Granite Construction Company. We often help other union craft workers, including carpenters, plasterers, operating engineers, pile drivers, electricians, and masons, to name just a few. Nearly all the work we tend to is dependent on construction materials made from aggregate products. Whether they're helping in the construction of affordable housing, school grounds, the maintenance of public streets, or building a new hospital, the project will require some kind of aggregate. Please vote in support of the Kunzer Terrace mining. Just the stimulus package, I mean, that's what this aggregate goes for. The stimulus package is to help this whole country get back on its feet. The one thing that the United States has looked towards in all of its down economic times is the construction industry. That's the industry that's pulled us out of prior economic times. That's what's, you know, being dependent upon right now. Without this, the workers don't work. Like Chris said, we probably got at least 30% unemployment in construction. You know, the other appellate said, you know, it's down. There's no argument on that. There's also underemployment. Well, I got members working 2 days a week, maybe 3 days a week. That's above the 30%. So you got the unemployed, you got the underemployed. It's just terrible. Like Chris said, I got guys losing their houses, their toys, whether it be boats or four-wheel drives. You know, marriages are being ruined. Kids are being affected by this. You know, they don't have health and welfare. Grant's a responsible employer. They pay livable wages. They provide benefits that give health and welfare for their employees and their families, where other companies don't do nothing, and it's shouldered on the back of the rest of us that pay taxes. You know, Granite's been, again, you know, they took the high road on this and, you know, went with higher plans.
Time's up.
I know, she used some of mine. Can I have just a little bit?
Okay.
Just one. Sorry to bring it up. And then just one last observation is some of the pellets they talked about, it just, I'm fair, I listened to both sides, and I don't understand, but maybe you guys can explain it to me. It was the appellate side sat there and said that, you know, if they build this, you know, people may decide not to build houses next to it. They talked about being next to the river. They talked about zoning. They talked about all these things, and then there are alternative plans where houses already were. It wasn't zoned properly in the lake, which I don't know. I guess they like the river, but not
Sir,
the lake.
your time's up.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Thank you for your time.
Thank
And
you
again,
for coming
please-
and speaking.
Thank you.
Yes. Mr. J.R. Rose?
My name is J.R. Rose, Madam Chair, members of the board. I've been in this country since 1946, and I've worked for just about every construction company and truck hauling people in this area from one to the other. I retired from Granite in 2004. I've seen good companies and bad companies come, and I've seen them go. I have nothing bad to say about Granite, even though I left there not happy with Granite at the time. But I'm for jobs in Mendocino County, and I know that we're short of ag rock. Ever since the railroad shut down north, there used to be a good aggregate coming out of John Pitcher's area up there from the railroad. It used to be brought into down here to Granite Yard, but they used to get some good aggregate rock. Aggregate rock is very hard to come by. A long time ago, they told us for the fishing game, we used to take it out of the creeks, we used to take it out of the riverbeds, but for the fishing stuff, it was no longer feasible to do this, and I agree with that part. I've seen some pits, or I've worked out of the Redemeyer pit, I worked out of the pit at Ford Deals. They're fairly clean pits. I, for one, would like to see this go forward because we need the jobs here. I think it would be good for the economy of Mendocino County. I think it would help us in the buildings of construction which we need to come up in the future, whether it's here or whether it's in Willits. On the bypass, they're going to have concrete for the overpasses and stuff. They need good ag for that. So I would really ask this board to really consider giving Granite this right. I understand the gentleman back here when he talked about the water that's going into the dam, but you know and I know there's no way that we can go in there and clean that out because there's no place to put it because the environmentalist still of the pollution which was possible the raw flow into the Lake Mendocino, because we talked about this before when we needed the water of going in there and taking it out. And they said, okay, where are you going to put the stuff that they take out? Well, if you have no place to put it, you can't take it out. And then they talked about the environmental impact on that. So I would ask this board to really consider Parnham's application. And as much as I appreciate Masonite coming in too, we've all had this problem with Masonite for a long time, and I'd like to see some manufacturing going into Masonite to give jobs here. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that desires to speak, please come forward. State your name for the record. Know you have 3 minutes.
My name is Pat Ford. I'm a downstream neighbor of the property. I have no problem at all with my well. I've got wells on the property. And a little history, Ford Gravel owned that property before Parnham took it over, and then Granite took it over from well, my grandfather started Ford Gravel in 1926. And it's really a good quality rocks. It'll meet all state specs, and the project should really go through it. So it's a good project. That's all I got to say.
Thank you very much. Please come forward, state your name for the record. No, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Lee Howard. And let me just say, I'll speak for myself first. Keith was unable to, he had to leave for another meeting, but I'll make a couple references. I appeared at the Planning Commission hearing and handed out a little piece of literature, and I'm going to do that again today. I personally, in 1975, got the opportunity to work for Masonite. And during that occasion, we dug a pit at Masonite, and I won't go into it, but it was quite an extensive excavation. During that, we worked with water quality and the wells. We were instrumental in building the well that has been talked about extensively. And we found that all the water that was there was pretty much the aquifer directly from the Russian River. And our pumping operations to dewater a pit showed that the water in the well would drop 6 feet when we were really pumping. Lately, I found another report that was done by Greystone for the final aquifer characterization of Masonite plant. And I just want to read to you: the shallow alluvial aquifer located at the plant is directly hydraulically connected to the Russian River. And the fact is that all downstream will probably benefit from the gravel operation in here rather than be a detriment to downstream people. The other part of this is that I just love it when the mercenaries come to town, and I used this last time here. The geologists come to town and tell us where we can get all this gravel. I mean, we can get it in Fort Bragg, we can get it at Compsey, we can get it everywhere. Try one place. Johnny sits there knowing full well, and I think the rest of us have seen this. The reality is that the gravel that is being mined here is the premium gravel, and it's needed for jobs. The Builders Exchange, representing Lake Mendocino and Sonoma County, firmly support this project and ask you to go ahead and sustain the Planning Commission's approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Howard?
One question.
Okay, Mr. Howard?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You
Supervisor
said that
McCallum.
all downstream users would likely benefit from the construction of the pond.
That's right.
Explain in what way?
Well, the other ponds that have been constructed, the well fields have actually improved after the ponds were there. The problem comes in that the gravels, the alluvials in this valley have a lot of fines in them. When you start sucking those fines, they come to the well case, and this is very true at Masonite. When we tested Masonite wells, if we pumped the big well that they had over 1,000 GPM, it'd start to silt. The problem comes, the water slow through the gravels, and this is going to put well, let me give you an example. If you take a fish bowl and fill with marbles and put water in it, you have a half a gallon. If you take the marbles out and fill it with water, you have a gallon. It's the same way with the gravel. It gives it an aquifer that is going to hydraulically load all that above where it's at. And it's going to be rapidly available to those wells immediately adjacent. It has been proven in the other wells, and you go to Regina and the rest of those that are down by the other holes that have been dug in the valley. Initially, there was a turbidity. When they were actually mining in them, the turbidity came up in the wells. Once they finished the mining, the turbidity went down and stayed down. We haven't had that problem. So that's how the benefit occurs to the valley. You actually increase in the capacity, the carrying capacity in that area where the pond is dug out. And the other part of this is, I think that some people don't look at these ponds as being something that's sight pretty initially, but go down and look at the habitat that has been not only fish habitat, but the habitat around these ponds that have been put to rest now. So it isn't all perfect, but I hope you weigh the benefits between the product and what we have long term. Anything else? Thank you.
No, thank you. Anyone desiring to come forward with public comment, please do so. Okay. Seeing no one coming forward, we are going to take, if it's okay with supervisors, 5-minute break. We've been going for a little over 2 hours. Okay? So it will be a 5-minute, well, it'll be longer than 5. We will, I know this group. We will be coming back at 20 till. We are all back and we're going back into session. We're going to have final remarks. Each will get 5 minutes. So we'll start with the appellants and Masonite representatives. Please come forward.
Hello, Scott Stever from Masonite. Listen to the presentations from Granite, the presentations from staff, and presentations from Granite Council. We still believe, as the procedural document, the issues not brought up in the document, that it is a fatally flawed EIR. If we start with the traffic, and we heard a long dissertation on traffic, it is still fatally flawed by the document punting to Civil Code Section 845. Civil Code Section 845 deals with private roads. It's a voluntary provision of the Civil Code. It's very controversial. And our view is that the EIR on that alone will fail as a matter of law. And the unfunded issues on traffic with this mechanism not in place yet, we also believe are one of the fatal flaws. The issues involving endangered species, the potential capture of salmonoids, and we'd like to thank Riverkeeper for doing a great job on that also. The rescue and restoration plan, still the EIR has no documentation in it that it is going to work, it is going to be reliable, and will not result in harm to the endangered species. The rescue and restoration plan for salmonoids has no performance standards. And that also goes into the water quality issues. That we believe that the comments by the other appellant riverkeeper were directly on point, that the issue of being the pit having the Russian River hydrological connection that we have heard from Granite and the documentation in this EIR is at best it's an experimental and untested concept, and that the pit capture analysis and the fish entrapment assessment were never updated through this process, and that they hang their hat on the change to the hydrological issues as far as getting away from the wear, the hydrological issues with the Russian River being connected, basically on a very untested basis without the proper reports, and also the way it's constructed, the pit itself in violation of the county's own its own standards as far as the mining pit, side slopes, whatever. We still believe they're going to have an extraordinarily difficult time, if not impossible, with issues over water quality and with the Endangered Species Act, and that it is also fatally flawed, and it was a very flimsy alternatives analysis that is supposed to be reliable and thought out alternatives analysis, and we did not see that taking place. I'd like to also agree with Mr. Carter's introduction. We're very well cognizant of the economic issues up here and the problems with jobs, but our thoughts are and our position that this mine would probably foreclose any future economic development of the area for years and years to come. So based on the reasons we have in our appeal, we presented evidence that we believe that the EIR is fatally flawed, and that you should reject the Planning Commission's vote as far as this project being approved. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, River Keepers. Questions following the final remarks, and then staff final remarks, then we get to ask all the questions.
I have a question.
Okay, he won't be leaving. Thank you. Sir?
Thank you.
5 minutes. Please
Thank
state
you.
your name.
Certainly, I'm not against producing more gravel. I happen to work where my house is a special earthquake study zone.
Your name again, please.
My name is Don Mackinhill with Russian River Keeper. Again, I'm not against producing more gravel. I happen to live in a special earthquake study zone. If we do anything at my house, it requires drilling piers. We made a very minor rehab of some bad work that was done previously several years ago, and I had to pour 18 yards of concrete into 7 holes for piers and a grade beam. So concrete is absolutely part of our economy, and it is critical to building. Now, I am not aware that any stimulus projects or any other projects have been halted or we lost any stimulus money because of a lack of gravel. I would certainly think that would be front page news. Gravel is a basic commodity. The market will supply it where it is needed. And I think the other points I've made, I will rest on those, but to the point that these pits will be engineered and these pits will be done right, we've been hearing that and hearing that and hearing that. And just, you know, if you look at the pictures I submitted, this is a downstream weir in Sonoma County, exactly like the configuration that's being proposed for Granite. This water, you can hear it a mile away. It is like a giant waterfall. It is coming into that pit at a very high velocity. When the river's up here and your weir's here and your groundwater level's here, it's going to spill over. Additionally, the other pictures clearly show the river, the Russian River, going right around and ignoring and eroding the levee away from a weir that was dug at one of the Syar pits. The Hansen pit, same thing. History shows that these people who are saying this is fine and this is safe, that is absolutely not the case. Please look at those pictures. This is what will be happening here. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Granite?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Just a couple final closing comments.
Name for the record.
David Temblador, Diepenbrock Harrison for Granite Construction. Obviously, the appellants think the EIR is fatally flawed. We disagree with that contention. We are very confident in the quality of the document, and nothing we've heard here today suggests otherwise. As respects the traffic issues, frankly, the EIR requires that the project deal with the road issues on the private road. They have objections to the use of Civil Code Section 845. I think I heard them mention that over the course of an entire legal career, he had 2 to 3 litigation opportunities come up in regards to that. That seems like a pretty low percentage to me. So something must be working. We believe that the issue can be resolved and will be resolved, and in fact have had conversations with the other property owners on that private road to address exactly the maintenance requirements that the environmental document requires. As respects the river capture issue and the ESA issues, I can't emphasize enough the rescue and restoration planning is just for the life of the actual mining activities. The ultimate resolution of this problem is the Pitt River connection, and both of those were identified and included in this project at the recommendation of NOAA. They are the responsible agency at the federal level for dealing with these questions, and they are the folks that directed this way, and this is why we're doing what we're doing. As respects alternatives analysis, again, we believe the alternatives analysis was adequate, more than adequate, consistent with the requirements of CEQA, and we believe that consistent with CEQA, the environmentally superior alternative, as we would hope would happen in the course of the 2-3 year process that we've been engaging in, the environmentally superior alternative was the alternative that was selected. In terms of economic development, I guess I would mention on the economic development front, it's taken about seven years to get to where we are today. So there may not be a huge need right now, but I suspect that that economy will come back around, and this project will be a large part of that economic development activity. And then very finally, seeing that my time is up, as respects to the weir, this is not, we're not proposing what the pictures are showing. We're proposing an entirely new and engineered weir, a low river connection. This will be connected over 100 days a year. We're not talking about these large overtopping outfall structures. This is something that we think will work very well. It's supported again by the agencies, and we believe is a more than adequate method of addressing the concerns that have been raised as respects ESA issues and the federal species issues. So with that, I would close, and we would respectfully request that this board deny the appeals and uphold the Planning Commission's unanimous approval of this project. So thank you very much.
Okay, you would have 5 more minutes. Do you have someone else that's going to speak?
No. Those are all our comments.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So, staff, you have time to present your final remarks, and then it's going to come to the board, and we're going to have questions.
I'm going to defer to ESA's water quality expert. Did he have some comments to make, or?
Only an answer to questions.
So was it okay? Yeah. Staff has no further comments to make at this point. We've recommended approval of the project, and we feel comfortable with its adequacy.
One thing I do want to add, Madam Chair, members of the board,
Yes, Director.
Wanted to go ahead and add just a brief comment summary. It's been noted by the appellants that the project is not consistent with the general plan. Pages 13 and 14 of the staff memo dated 7/27/10 to the Board of Supervisors from Mr. Spica summarizes and provides the required analysis of the general plan and the issue on consistency. Throughout the report, he cites the various policies related to the consistency. Additionally, the Planning Commission staff report also cited relevant policies, as well as the EIR also provided consistencies on the general plan. Also, since there's the issue of plans and regulations, I do want to point out Section 2711 of SMARA says the legislature hereby finds and declares that the extraction of minerals is essential to the continued economic well-being of the state, and to the needs of society, and that the reclamation of mine lands is necessary to prevent or minimize adverse effects on the environment and to protect the public health and safety. I think that the way the EIR has analyzed this is that a lot of the safety measures have been built into the project, and in addition to the general plan, the zoning, the project is also consistent with the Surface Mining and Reclamation Act. So those are my closing comments, and then staff would be prepared to answer any questions regarding any issues that are raised by the board.
Okay. Thank you. And Supervisor McCowan, you had questions, I believe, of one of the speakers. Okay.
We close
Sir?
the public hearing first.
No.
Yeah.
No.
The concern is expressed that
Don't
the
close it until
project
after you go through
would
this process.
damage. Thank you. The concern is expressed that the project would damage water wells, and I think of particular interest to you would be Masonite's water wells located on Masonite's property.
Yes, sir.
Principally well number 6.
Correct, sir.
And that's the well that is 95 feet from the property boundary?
Approximately 60 foot.
Okay. And the concern would be that well number 6 and the other wells on the Masonite property are subject to underflow and therefore would be subject to any sedimentation, turbulence, et cetera, created by the pit mining. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Other questions, Supervisor McCowan, of staff?
I do have
or-
questions of staff, and I apologize, it's, been a long day, but a lot of material did get submitted, and during the course of the hearing, I've reviewed a lot of it, and a lot of the questions that might be raised by it, I'm not going to go into because I think staff responded very adequately to the original appeal letters, and the material submitted really doesn't change. The things that it changes is now we have additional written material. And that was a often repeated phrase in the staff comments is based on the material submitted to date, staff would say this. For the most part, I don't think what has been submitted would change that. Even though you've got the additional material submitted, it's not going to change the conclusions. Potentially, there's a couple of areas that more questions may have been raised. One of them, the last point, regarding the impact of the pit mining on wells in the area, principally well number 6 for Masonite. And so what mitigations are there to protect well number 6 or other neighboring wells from increased sedimentation that would pose a significant impact?
Yeah. If I could, I'll have our hydrologist, Justin Gregg, answer that question. Thank you.
I'm Justin Gregg. I'm hydrologist with the ESA. To answer your question, we look specifically at Masonite's well 6 and a handful of other wells on the adjacent property to the south. In the IR, we specifically gave a couple reasons why we didn't feel the project would impact those wells. The first was that the vast majority of the sediment that gets stirred up in that pit is going to settle out within the pit. And we presented specific calculations within the AIR that had to do with settling velocities. And when you open up the pit to what's already a shallowly sloped groundwater table, you make it even shallower because it just equilibrates like a giant pond. So the water moves very slowly and is controlled on the down gradient side by the aquifer. So the vast majority of that sediment, even the silt, is going to settle out within the pond. Irrespective of that, these wells are completed, particularly Masonite's well number 6, is completed below there's a ubiquitous clay layer in this area at about 65 feet. That's why they're only going down to 65 feet, because there's really not much gravel underneath there. The Ludorf and Scalmini hydrogeology report that was submitted as part of the application and the hydrogeology report that we reviewed had numerous boreholes that demonstrated that this layer was present. If you look at the well log from 1975, specifically for Masonite's well 6, that well screen begins at 82 feet, which is below, even that well log back in 75 documented a 2-foot blue clay layer from 60 to 62 feet. And that well is screened below that. It's not an impermeable barrier 100%, obviously. It's very, 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 very impermeable, though. It's very hard for water to get between these two. There's an upper aquifer and there's a lower aquifer. That's been documented by the hydrogeology report, and it's also in a lot of the DWR literature about the Ukiah Valley aquifer. Again, on that well log specific to well 6, when they first encountered water, it was at 20 feet. When they perforated and developed that well, that water dropped, the head on that well dropped to 50 feet. Obvious demonstration that that lower aquifer, that well is sealed within that lower aquifer and is not drawing from the top aquifer, which is the top aquifer, which is where the pit's going to be completed within.
And the screening is below the level that would be affected by the pit mining. The screening that admits water into the well, is that?
The screen is below the bottom of the pit, correct. The screen on that well begins at about 82 feet.
And so the impact would be minimal or insignificant. That's the conclusion, basically?
The potential impact would be certainly less than significant.
Thank you. I had another question regarding the alternative, or what has become the preferred alternative, and a lot of argument has been made that that's not been adequately analyzed, and that specifically the pit connection has not been analyzed. And so what response would you have to that?
Thank you. I'll address that one. That alternative, as we've mentioned, it's one of the alternatives that was carried through the draft EIR, through the scoping and screening process, carried into the draft, and ultimately became the adopted alternative. The origins of that alternative are actually in the hydrological study. There's a 2007 and a 2008 hydrological study prepared for the project that contemplated 3 different alternatives, one of which is the traditional weir design. That was the original proposed project on the application. The other one was basically a lowered levee alternative. Let's take everything, lower it down, see what that does to the hydrology to try and avoid some of these problems we talked about. The third was the river pond connection with a specific designed connection. So the information for us to do that alternatives analysis, which we peer reviewed as part of the EIR, was there from the beginning. What then happened is that refinements were added to that in response to comments, such as limiting the depth of the pit. The original application was for 65 feet. As of now, they are limited to 50 feet below ground surface, which is approximately 35 feet below groundwater. In addition, the benching component from Ackerman Creek was also removed from the project in response to comments. So that alternative was always there, and then it was refined throughout the process and reflected in the reclamation plan, because obviously the reclamation plan that was approved by the Planning Commission has to reflect the alternative that's adopted in the CEQA document. So that's the process that took us through that alternative.
Thank you. And I have a question probably more for County Council regarding the deferred impacts and the allegations that certain the mitigations of certain impacts are being deferred, and that's not allowable as per CEQA.
Well, I think that the mitigations that are deferred in this instance are just the fair share, and I think that's acceptable. But also there is a statement of overriding consideration with respect to the traffic impacts, and I think that's, adequately addresses it as well.
And that would cover the concern about Civil Code Section 885 also?
Yes.
I also, took a chance to look at a lot of the other attachments, and we have Douglas Parkinson and Associates, and there's not one word in here specific to this project. There is information that I think supports the project. He says that during extreme high flow events, the juvenile fish will seek refuge in natural cover elements such as wood accumulations, large boulders, or other natural protective features to avoid displacement by high velocities or high suspended sediment loads. This section of the Russian River doesn't have those natural protective features, and in fact, this pit-pond connection will provide that. So it'll be more protective of the endangered salmonids. And I'd like to refer also to the so-called alternatives. Well, first of all, the Greenbelt Alliance submitted, there is a copy of a letter, again, not specific to this project, from the Greenbelt Alliance, and it says that with regard to the farmland mitigation, conservation easements can diminish the development pressures created by conversion of farmland. And again, that supports the staff report conclusion, which is that in this case, the conservation easement is not necessary because this project doesn't create pressure on neighboring lands to convert to a non-farm use. If that were if it was otherwise going to stay in farmland, I mean, this project is compatible with agriculture. So it's not creating pressure to convert farmland to non-farm uses. And I didn't state that very clearly, but I think it confirms what the staff report says. The submission from SCS engineers, the alternatives to the Kunzler mine. First of all, it references that Granite owns many parcels of property adjacent to the Russian River and other major rivers and streams in Northern California. See Attachment A. Attachment A only references Granite properties in Mendocino County, but this statement also makes the assertion that this is likely one of many projects that are slated to be located adjacent to rivers in floodplains and on prime ag land in the future. And in fact, I believe that primarily, perhaps almost exclusively, those lands owned by Granite are in-channel gravel bars, and they're not comparable to this project that we're looking at here. And I don't think they foretell a trend to many more projects of the same kind. As to the 4 alternatives that are submitted, alternative number 1 has residential homes located on the site. The property would require rezoning. Alternative 2 is under Lake Mendocino. They, in one of the understatements of the century, they say that there would be a complex permitting process necessary. And in fact, the county has been participating for several years now in the dam feasibility study, and it's moved at glacial speed. And one of the reasons is the need to thoroughly study the impacts of removing the material to increase capacity by dredging. And there'd have to be all kinds of environmental analysis because we don't know what contaminants might be mixed in with all those dredge materials. So yes, there would be a complex permitting process. Alternative 3, residential homes are located on the property. Property would require rezoning. Fayles Creek property, limited size of aggregate deposit, private property and road access agreements would be required. One of the objections they cite for these properties. The main thing that does concern me about this project is I'm very uncomfortable with approving the project, putting increased heavy truck traffic westbound on Kunzler Ranch Road. I think it poses to me an unacceptable risk for crossbound traffic at North State. People go faster than they should on North State. I can foresee situations where there'd be a risk of an accident, either from the trucks turning left onto North State or from a southbound truck turning left onto Kunstler. So, you know, I support the project, but I think that intersection needs to be signalized sooner rather than later for the protection of the public, even though it doesn't meet warrants. And it's kind of ironic, but it's because of the low volume on Kunstler. This intersection is the furthest from meeting the warrants of any of the others in the project area. And I should make one disclosure also. It occurred to me during Granite's presentation. I think Granite has been involved in the Russian River cleanup for 20 years since its inception. I've been involved with that cleanup since 2001, and I've had occasion to work with different Granite personnel, and I also have permission of Granite to access their property in the vicinity of their plant on Talmadge Road to help discourage illegal campers and to clean up trash in the riparian area. So that's been in place for several years now, but other than that, I don't have any relationship with them.
Okay, any other questions? Did you want to, I was looking here for mitigation on traffic and the traffic signal.
Well, I don't know if I did communicate my concern to County Council earlier, and I don't know if staff may or may not have prepared appropriate language for a motion, or, and I'm not sure how it throws off any of the findings.
No, I'll direct his question to staff, and maybe Howard can speak to it.
Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board, Howard DeShield, Director of County Transportation. I did learn from County Council that a proposal for a sooner rather than later signalization of Kunstler Ranch Road would come forward. Again, looking at the reports that were done in the studies, it was shown by the professionals that did those that wouldn't really warrant a signal at this time. If there's a way that a signal is put there, I think it's very doable. You know, there's someday that a signal would be needed there in the future as volumes increase. However, I just will give a little plug for the fair compensation proposal that was worked out with the Planning Commission. That would give this applicant a chance to enter into what might possibly be a pool of money if we ever get a traffic impact fee. And even if we don't, there'd still be some money available for traffic mitigation. And the idea with that concept is you put those dollars towards the most needed traffic improvement first. Obviously, those projects are approved by this board and, you know, would have full public scrutiny. But if you wanted a signal at Kunstler Ranch Road, that could be done, and it wouldn't, you know, the Department of Transportation wouldn't, you know, be opposed to that. But I think it's a better alternative to pool the money and try to put those traffic dollars towards the most necessary improvement that's warranted first. But I don't know the legal ramifications with an EIR mitigation and what you can do. But I'll submit the questions if you have any.
Okay.
Okay.
Did you?
Well, I wanted to make some final comments. I don't really have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. DeShield.
And just to that point, I would think that the cost of installing the signal could be a credit against any future payments. Would there be any problem with that?
It could. Yeah, I don't know that there would be a problem with that. I've just, you know, I don't know if staff has any other comments regarding this particular issue.
just with regards to funding, on the one hand, diverting funds that were identified as fair share mitigations in the EIR to a different intersection that the project may not be impacting would be voluntary. And I know the applicant has approached the county with how those fair share funds could best be used, because obviously, based on the fair share percentages, no single intersection is going to be built. So that would be probably voluntary, but not out of the question. Yeah.
Well, I'll make the pitch. This is the intersection most directly impacted. Every truck leaving or entering the site is going to go through this intersection.
That is, yes, that is the intersection that receives the most traffic, because as you say, every truck, however they divert after that point, goes through that point. One issue with the signalization, and I think DOT, identified that properly, which is the EIR identifies that as an improvement that would help to mitigate these issues, the timing of which is basically determined by the county, and the applicant shall pay their fair share, as again, regardless of the nexus fee or that program, when the time comes to do those improvements, they will pay their fair share to the county. One issue to consider is, though, in addition to that signal, they do have significant downstream impacts. So just in terms of, I guess, conditioning the project is you're still going to have that PM peak in place, because you need that for the downstream impacts. So I just mentioned that in terms of the overall conditions that are placed on the project. If you're front loading certain improvements, you still have some things that you're going to have to control for down the line through that restriction. I hope that's helpful.
Okay, Supervisor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a few general questions for staff, but to the supervisor's comments with respect to the fair share contribution, is the supervisor proposing that in some manner an additional contribution be made by the applicant to secure that signalization sooner rather than later?
No, it'd be a credit against their fair share of the cost, so their cost wouldn't go up.
Well, I'm thinking that maybe if this is an important issue, that maybe their cost should go up, and as we've heard from the consultant, that would be voluntary, but I guess I'm being cautioned by DOT director's comments that moving this ahead of other projects doesn't really make a lot of sense, and so, I think we need to listen to that instead of just deciding that, arbitrarily we sit here looking only at this as being the highest and best use of that money. I mean, I think we'd need more information to reprioritize that. So I thought maybe you were asking the applicant to make some form of an additional commitment or contribution, voluntary as it might be, in the process to just say, hey, we'll definitely step up and do that with some kind of contribution sooner rather than later. I wondered if that's where you were going with it, because that might be appropriate under the circumstances. Then that could help balance out what our DOT director is saying, that it might not make sense to move this ahead of something else. Again, arbitrarily looking at this particular situation with a microscope, not knowing what the other needs are.
Yeah, we're getting into some debate.
Yeah.
We need to ask our questions, then we're going to close the public hearing and bring the debate back to the board. So we need to move forward. Do we have any other questions of Supervisor Smith?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I have some questions of staff. So looking at a rather obviously voluminous materials that we have, referencing those in our packet, in our regular binder, the notice of public hearing, the agenda summary for item number 6B, approval of use permit and reclamation plan U4-2008, we have quite a bit of material past that. So I'm looking at, I believe, 3 items, and I want to make sure that the components of all 3 are integrated into what we're looking at as the recommended action. And that would be, those 3 documents would be the CEQA findings and statement of overriding consideration. That's the Planning Commission document that is, I don't know, 20-plus pages. In that, we have a number of mitigation measures that are delineated by number. So how can you sort of synthesize that or put that into easily accessible information as to that, those mitigation measures? And I haven't had the time to obviously lay out each of those in that document, and then looking at the ones in the May 20th, 2010 Planning Commission document. You've got a number of conditions of approval. So I guess what I'm looking for are assurances that the conditions of approval, which are listed here in the May 20th Planning Commission document, as well as the CEQA findings of fact, are in fact consolidated into the recommended action. And if they're not, how could we delineate which are and which are not?
I'll go ahead and attempt to answer this. You have the conditions of approval that have been outlined in the Planning Commission staff report, as well as the mitigation and monitoring and reporting program that are contained in the final EIR. The motion basically that was before the Planning Commission before was to approve the project subject to the findings and conditions of approval that were contained in the staff report, as well as the mitigation monitoring and reporting program that are in the final EIR. But basically what the board would do here is, if the board chose to deny the appeal, it would just basically uphold the Planning Commission's decision, and the board would not necessarily have to recertify the EIR or go through that motion, just basically uphold the decision of the Planning Commission. So that has been already incorporated with the findings of fact. And so it basically says that these are the conditions of approval and these are the mitigation measures contained in the EIR.
So, yes, and I understand that we wouldn't need to do that in terms of recertifying the EIR. So we have assurances then that if the appeal before us is rejected, then those findings of fact are consistent with what we're, the action we would take, as well as the conditions of approval that I'm assuming the unanimous Planning Commission's decision invoked.
Correct.
Okay. I think those are all my questions. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. We're going to then close the public hearing, and the board is now, has the matter before them and must make a final decision on where we go with this. Supervisor Pinches?
Madam Chair, just a couple of comments, and I'm prepared to make a motion. This is in your district. Historically, that would be the prerogative of the district supervisor, being you're the chair. I would.
You're correct.
First of all, the issue of aggregate demand. You know, first of all, the housing needs are a small portion of the aggregate that we need in this county. The most aggregate was probably used as far as cubic yards or tonnage is certainly on our road repair and reconstruction. So, and I don't think it's to anybody's interest. We spend a lot of years to get our Lake Mendocino as full as it is. I don't think anybody wants to drain it to get the little bit of mud that's in the bottom of it out. What kind of concerns me about, first of all, it's not every day that 3 attorneys apologize to you, so I think that was a good thing. If the appellants are so convinced that this project will not approve higher up agencies' approvals, then I don't know why they even bothered to go through the appeal process. But with